What's up guys, I'm PawsBuild, and in this video we're going to be building a beautiful medieval town in the early access release of the game Manor Lords, whilst also fending off merciless hordes of bandits and raiders. This video is started after the devs have already made a huge update to the game, so I can't wait to dive in and I hope you enjoy. So let's start a new game. Now, we first need to choose a name for our ruler, which is us, so obviously this is going to be Paws, and then we can pick a portrait. I'm happy with this one actually that it's already got. We can choose from any of these, but I like this. Let's keep this one. And then we need to pick a coat of arms for our family. And this has so much customization. It's amazing. You can choose like a general design. So let's say we had this one. We now have two fields that we can edit separately, and we can just choose different patterns. We can put symbols on them. We can pick completely different colors. Like, there's so much customization. You can imagine if you get to something like this, that's pretty crazy. I think we want something simple though. So let's just have a pretty plain shield. Let's have it green, a yellow color, like a yellow symbol on it, and maybe an animal. What have we got here? I like this horse. We've also got a pig. That's quite cool. Maybe we should go for that. Or, there's this. Oh, let's go for the cow. Let's go for that one. Okay, so we're gonna go with this. That's our coat of arms. And then there are 3 game modes we can play in at the minute. There are actually more on the way, as this game is still in early access, so there's still a lot of content coming to the game. The Rise to Prosperity game mode is essentially like a more relaxed city building one. You're not going to have anyone raiding you, it's just about building the town how you want and surviving. Then we've got Restoring the Peace, which is almost like a story version of the game, where there's an evil baron who lives outside of the map that's trying to take over all the territory, and you're winning it back for the people. And then there is On the Edge, which is what we're going to play, where we're building a town and trying to survive, but also we're going to be attacked by raiders, so we have to defend ourselves, which I think will be very fun. And as well as picking one of these, you can choose a template difficulty, and then go in and change whatever settings you want in here, which I think is very cool. One of the new ones they've added in the latest update is the King's Tax. So this is going to be interesting. It kind of stops you from hoarding wealth. You have to pay a certain amount of tax to the king who rules the actual kingdom you're in, which I think will be cool. So let's dive in. Here's our little town. It's a bit sad right now. It's just a few people, an ox called Herman, and some tents. We've got a message too. Victory condition, growth. Where others see trouble, you see potential. These lands shall become rich and prosperous under your skillful management. Yes, they will. We need to reach the large town settlement to get victory. Prosperity awaits. Essentially, we just need to grow our town to be a large town, and that's how we'll win the game. If we can survive that long as well. I'm going to hit pause because I want to zoom out and have a look at where we are. So you can see if I zoom out, there's a red border around this area of the map, and this is the region that we own. This is our region, so everything the red boundary touches is our kingdom. And if we zoom further out, there's a much bigger map you can see here. And this is how the map in Manor Lords works, is it's divided into regions, and you can claim more regions as you go on, but at the minute we've only got this one region that we started off with. And so the first thing we need to do is choose where to settle our town. Now, there are a number of factors that go into this, and the first one you can see are these resource nodes. We've got a number of them. There's 2 food ones, which are wild animals and berries, and then there are 3 construction related ones, which are stone deposit, clay deposit, and iron deposit. And you can see that 2 of them have a crown on them. This is really good. So each region has at least one with a crown on it. And what it means is that that is a rich deposit. So it doubles the amount of resources that would normally be there. So you can see our wild animals, we have 40. You would normally only have 20. So this is really good. We're definitely going to want to be using these rich deposits as much as we can. So we're going to want to make sure we put our town and some of the relevant buildings close by to these resources so that our villagers don't have to walk too far to get to anything. And the other major thing you want to look at is the overlays. So if you go into the construction tab, you can see the overlays on the right. The first one of these is underground water. And we've actually got quite a lot of underground water on this map, which is good. In Manor Lords, you can only place wells on underground water, and you need wells for fresh drinking water and also to put out fires. So it's obviously a very important thing for your town. So we need to make sure there is underground water wherever we settle. And the other major consideration is the fertility of the ground. So let's have a look at our Emma fertility. Ooh, okay, we've got some green here. This is the fertility which we can grow wheat on. So wherever it's green is an ideal location for a wheat farm. Like this would be really good over here. And we've got some very fertile land here, although it is underneath this road, which isn't as ideal. And then we've got, oh, there's quite a lot of green over here too. Maybe this is a better area. We just need to be careful it's not too close to our woods down here. And the other fertilities we need to look at are flax, which is for growing flax to make clothes. There's not much of that we're going to be doing. And there's barley, I don't think we'll be growing much of that either, and rye, which is kind of, in this game, it's kind of like a more resilient version of wheat. So you can see over here, where the Emma has light green and some dark green fertility, the rye is basically all dark green here, because it's an easier crop to grow. So normally I would suggest that you don't settle the town on any green areas because you might want to use them for farming. However, this area here is quite well located between the deposits, and it's close by to this green area and this one for farmings, and it's quite central. I think this might be a decent area to set up our town and have reasonable access to everything, because you don't want to be too far away from anything either. Our town currently is here. This is where all our people are, but this is completely temporary. Like, these homeless people's tents will disappear as soon as we start building houses and get them into homes. So we really need to pick a location they're going to be permanently situated in. And I think that this is a pretty decent one here. And the last consideration of this area is that there is plenty of underground water here, which is definitely a good thing. So let's whack a road in. Let's continue this road down here and put a main road through our town. Let's have it be something like that. Now, roads in this game build instantly because they're just like dirt tracks basically, but they do improve the movement speed of your villagers and of your ox, crucially. And at the minute, we've got Herman. Look at his little face. If we hit play, we can see him just chilling out. He is going to be the MVP for our team right now because he is the only one strong enough to pull these logs that we have here. And these logs are the building blocks of all of the essential buildings. Oh, look at him getting some belly rubs. Look at him. He's so cute. So the first thing I want to do is actually connect up all of these areas over here to the town area we're building. So I'm just building like a little roundabout around Herman, and then I'm just going to connect up this whole area to the town we want to build. So there is a quick way through the forest to get here, which they can all take. Even though it's a bit dense, they will be able to walk through that. And this is something else I love, is that if you zoom out, you can see we built these roads. They're on the map now. So you can see your town expand as we go, which I just think is really cool from like a town planning perspective. The next thing we want to do is build our first buildings and get everyone into homes. So the first building I want to build is the logging camp, and this is going to cost 2 timber. You can see at the minute we already have 8 timber, which are these logs here. And this is going to produce more timber for us, but it is going to cut down trees. So the main consideration is you don't want to put it over here where we have our wild animal node, because if we do, the animals will migrate because there won't be any forest there, and it's useful having them here actually for us, and we don't know where they'd migrate to. You can actually see as well, I love it. If you zoom in, you could actually see the animals. Look how many deer we have. This is such a crazy amount of deer. I love it. I think we want to put the logging camp temporarily over here where we want our town to be, and it can start cutting down some of these trees that we're going to build over anyway at some point. So it will tell you if you overlap trees, it will uproot them for construction, which we don't want. So let's just build the logging camp here, and then it's not too far away from where we are. They can start building that. The other 2 buildings that I want to get up and running are our store buildings, because you can see here we have 20 food. So we've got 20 bread, you can see in this list, which are in the baskets here. And we also have 20 firewood, which is here. And the reason I want to get the bread and the firewood into storage buildings as soon as possible is that it is currently spring, and if we look here, spring it's very common to have frequent rain, so I do not want it to rain and ruin all of these materials for us and all of this food. I don't think that stone is vulnerable to rain. It would be a bit odd if it were. So we've got 20 stone here too, but crucially I want to get the firewood and the bread out of the open so that it's not ruined by the rain. So let's build. Our storage buildings are in the logistics tab. The first one is the granary. Let's build this, and we want this to be kind of centrally located for where our food is going to be collected. I think it wouldn't be the worst idea to have it on this road here, because we're going to be gathering food from this animal node here and the berries over here. And I believe when we looked at our fertility, yeah, our farm's going to be down here and over here. So we may need to build more granaries, but I don't think that's too far for them to walk if we build it slightly closer to the animal tile over here. We could even put it on this little road here. I think I'll do that, the road that comes off the main road. Let's have our granary building there. And let's also connect it up so it's a bit easier to get to from our current town. I don't want to overlap the animal area here. I'm just going to put a road in like that. And we can always delete these roads in the future for free as well. So I'll let them start building. I'll hit play. And then I want to position the storehouse, which is going to store the firewood and other goods like that. I want to put that kind of centrally in the town, because everything we collect in here, we're going to want to sell in a marketplace, and the marketplace should be centrally located in your town. So let's have the storehouse. Let's have it right here. I think this is a good place. Put the storehouse right here. That's pretty central to where our town's going to be, and we can always build the market around it. Oh, and we've just got a new message. Raiders are near. We've received reports of a band of raiders roaming the nearby lands. Should we track their steps? Absolutely. I want to know when they're coming. Okay, 300. We've got 1 year until the raiders attack, so we need to get ready. I'm going to put it on ×4 speed, and we can let our villagers start building. You can see them all walking over to the logging camp, which I think they're building first. And we've got Herman is dragging 1 timber for us. So it is going to take a little while to get everything up and running. So I'm going to leave it on the ×4 speed. But look at him, he's dragging it over. And then these are the other workers. They're going to start building the building. And one thing I absolutely love about Manor Lords is that all the buildings are built in this kind of modular way where as you build each section of the building, it gradually, you can see the progress of the construction, rather than it just being like a percentage where when it gets to 100, poof, there's a building there. You can see it gradually being built. So you can see they gradually just built this campfire, and now the campfire is working and it's up, and we clearly have one more building, I think, that's going to go over here because it's about half built, and this looks pretty done. But they do this for all of the buildings, which I think is so interesting. You can see our granary going up here. So we've got the foundations in there. They're building like another story in here, which I believe is because we're going to have elevated storage for the food. But it's just such a nice added bonus, I think. You just wouldn't expect something like this. I just think it's really cool that they've added it in. Because loads of this stuff, like all this stuff they're building here, is going to be inside the building when the building's complete. So you're not even going to see it. So many games would just have that be completely hidden and it would just be the outer shell of a building. But they've actually shown us what the inside of the building looks like, even though we're not going to see it when the building's complete. Which I just think is really cool. I'm a big fan of that. It's a lot of attention to detail that I can get behind. Look at this. The building and the floor in here. Yeah, this whole inside of the building that we're not going to see. Oh, yeah, I just think it's really cool. We've also got the day and night cycle turned on, which I can turn off. Let me know in the comments whether you want it turned on or off. I quite like seeing the town at all times, but if it becomes too dark at any point, let me know. We can always just have it be daytime constantly. Oh, we're building the storehouse as well. So they're building all of these buildings at pretty much the same time. And the reason they're doing this is that none of them have any priority over the others. So we could, if we went into, have a look at the storehouse here, if we click on the storehouse, we can set a construction priority. We could put this up to be high, and they'll prioritize building this first, or even very high, or the highest. Subsequently, we could also put it on low, but then they will prioritize building based on the priority that you've set for the building. So at the minute, they're all on medium. We need all of these at about the same time anyway, so I don't mind which one they build first, but that's why they're building them all at the same time. You can also see, this is why I like the day and night cyclers. They've got a beautiful little campfire here. Like, this game is so pretty, I think. I'm a big fan. Look at that, the stars. Oh, I just think it's really cool. They finished the logging camp now. That's brilliant. So now it's built, we can assign a family to work at the logging camp. And I'm going to do that. And what they'll do is they will cut down the surrounding trees and gather timber from it. We can also, if we really don't want them to cut down every tree around, we can go into the advanced tab and limit their work area to a certain place. Like, oh, just cut the trees down from here, and they won't cut anything else down, and they'll tell you when they've cut all the trees down in this area so you can move it. But for now, I think we'll clear the work area and let them work whatever's closer. They can do that. I'm also going to put a family to work at the storehouse, and they can gather up all of the supplies we have. If I put it on normal speed now, and I don't think they've finished the granary, so we'll leave them building that. But I've been talking about assigning families to these buildings. I want to just explain how the workers work in Manor Lords. So you can see in the top left, we have 10 population in our village, which is 5 level 1 families. And you can see we have 8 males and 2 females. That's what those symbols mean. In a lot of games, you'll assign individual people to a job, but in Manor Lords, you assign a family. If we look at the logging camp, for instance, and click on people, you can see we have Tommen, who's a husband, and Nickel, who's a son. So we've got a father and son combo, are both working in the logging camp. In the storehouse, we've got a husband and a wife. So Linhart and Gerhors. Don't know if I'm pronouncing their names correctly, but they are both working in the storehouse. So, and they're gathering currently, so they are hopefully going to go pick up all of our firewood and store it in here. And this will work interesting in the future. So if we've got a market that the storehouse is supplying with firewood, it may be that one of these two is going and collecting the firewood from the firewood cutter, while the other one is selling the firewood in the market stall. But they're both assigned to the storehouse. Like, that's their actual overall job. It's just they do the individual jobs under that role however they need to, which I just think is a really cool system as well. It's quite unique. I don't think I've seen that before in games, but I do think it's a good way of running them. And anyone unassigned, like little Peter here, is going to be working on construction. So now we've assigned 2 families. We've got 2 assigned families up here. It means they've got full-time jobs. Any unassigned families will work on construction jobs, and they will also guide the ox, Herman, to transport timber. So, which is also used in construction, so it's quite useful to have. You want at least one family to be unassigned, really, and you need it if you're going to be building anything. We've almost got those buildings up and running though, so I think it's probably a good time to set up a food gathering post also. At the minute, we've got 3 months of food, so we should probably get some more. And seeing as we have this massive deposit of deer, let's build ourselves a hunting camp nearby. Again, I don't want to put it in the hunting camp, but if I put it near the granary, this will massively reduce the walking distance for them to collect the meat when we've gathered it. So let's set the hunting post back a little bit so it's not directly on the road. Let's have it be about here. And have its own little road to the King's Road here. I'm calling them the King's Road. Basically, I can't delete these roads because they're owned by the King. The main, like, travel routes through the map, you can't delete. But I could delete these little roads here. So I'm going to build that back and let them build this also. I'm going to set the granary to be high priority because I want them to finish that up so we can store our bread securely. I'm a little nervous about that. And then I think, since we've got our storehouse up and running, it's probably worth building the market that's going to feed it. Oh, they've already finished the hunting camp. Perfect. Let's not assign it just yet because we still have some food. I just want to get it ready. They must have built that very quickly. It must be a very low-cost building. And it looks like Herman's delivering the second log for the granary. So that'll be done very soon also. And we can set someone to work on that. While they do that, let's build out the marketplace, which is going to be the central beating heart of our town. And the marketplace is an interesting building because it's not like the other buildings we've built so far, like the logging camp where it's a single building, or the hunting camp where it's like a single building that you place. The marketplace, you designate an area for, so you select 4 points on the map. Let's say we select 1, 2, 3, and 4 over here. And you can see there are now 56 market store locations. So if we click build, this just sets out an area for the marketplace. And as people have goods that they want to sell in the village, they'll create their own little market stores and sell them within this area, which is really cool. Like, I like that as a concept. Rather than just building one big marketplace building, you designate an area for it and you let them build it organically. Now, it looks like we're almost done with our granary. So if we go for ×4 speed, yeah, there we go. That's done very quickly. I'm going to assign one family to work at the granary and start gathering food up. And hopefully we've got a bit more timber. We've got 6 timber. We're going to need a bit of food too. Let's assign one family to the hunting camp now. And then we can assign one family to the logging camp because I want to get a bit more timber. Now, it's giving us a warning that we don't have any available unassigned families to guide the ox. That's absolutely fine. But I want to tell you one thing about the hunting camp that I also think is really cool, is that you set a hunting limit on the animals. So if you put the hunting limit as 0, the hunters will just hunt this resource node to extinction and all the deer will be gone. But if you set a hunting limit of, let's say, 10 or even 15 deer, they will stop when the herd size gets to that number. So at the minute it's 39 deer out of 40. If we set it as 15, they'll stop when it's 15 and let the deer breed back up, and then they'll start hunting again. So they won't ever hunt them below 15, which I think is a really cool feature, that you can stop them. You could always then just unassign a family and let the deer breed back up to 40, and then you could assign them again and hunt them down to 15 again. So you can keep your like wild populations in check without over exploiting them, which is a really cool concept. Oh, also we've got a firewood store. Perfect. So now it may be that they're transporting and gathering, but at some point one of them will start working on the stall while the other one is gathering goods. At the minute they just have so many goods to gather, and you can see it is now raining, so I'm very glad that they are doing that. Definitely good. We're getting a lot of warnings about exposed goods up here, so we do want to get these away as soon as possible. But our granary workers will be transporting as well. Yeah, there we go. They're coming in. They're just going to load the bread up onto their wagons and then cart it off to be stored in the granary. Let's have a look at them load some. There we go. That's one. This game is so cool. The attention to detail on this, I just think is brilliant. Got 3. That's probably too much. Yeah, that's probably enough for you. And then you're off carrying. Who's this? Jacob or Jacob? He looks like a strong lad. You can carry it. Three baskets of bread. And he'll wheel it back to the granary. Very cool. The last thing, which is why I wanted to get enough timber, is we want to build everyone housing. And each house is going to cost us 2 timber. So there are 5 families. I wanted to have 10 timber at least. So I'm just going to give the logging camp a little bit more time to get the timber available. If we fast forward, they'll probably get it quite swiftly. And then we can start building the houses and get all of these guys out of those ugly tents and into proper housing. Oh, we've also got a food stall now. So this has probably been set up by the granary workers to sell bread at. Yep, you can see if they have a little market icon next to the family, that's when they've set up a market stall. So it looks like they've done a good job there in setting that up. And we have 10 timber, so I'm going to now unassign the 2 families working at the logging camp, so they're available for construction. And let's build our first houses. Now, I want to be mindful of where the water is. It looks like we can build a well pretty much anywhere, so it's probably a good idea to have one centrally located, and then we could maybe have some others elsewhere where we need them. But this round here looks like a good area for our housing. Much like the marketplace, to build houses, you designate plots like this. So the first 2 points that you designate are going to direct the building. So we've put them there, so they're going to be facing the road. And then you can see, if we drag this out to build 4, we can build 4 housing plots right here. I think this is probably a good area for them. And what these symbols mean, so the front symbols that look like houses are where the actual house will go. That tells you that one family can live in each of those houses. And then we've got these hammer and shed icons at the back. That is space for a workshop, which essentially is a specialized area. As we develop in the game, you can put different things in these areas and specialize your villagers into do different crafts. But it could be that they have a chicken coop in their back garden, could be they're growing vegetables, or it could be that they are the local bootmaker and that's where they do it, or the local brewer for the tavern and they brew ale in their back garden. So I'm going to place that in, which is going to cost 10 timber, and build. And then we've got 2 families unassigned, so they're going to go in and start building these houses. And we can probably do a little time lapse as we watch these go up, which I think will be quite cool to see. There we go. We have finally built all 5 houses, which means our families have moved in, and we've leveled up our settlement. So we've got a new message. Let's read the message. Armament delivery. A strong militia is paramount to the survival of any settlement, especially us who's going to get attacked by raiders. Luckily, a shipment of weapons has just arrived, and you will now be able to create your first militia banners to serve you and protect your people. However, we will need more weapons to equip all of the people as the settlement grows, either by making them or importing them from other lands. Let's form the militia. Brilliant. Okay, we're going to probably deal with the militia and getting weapons in the next video. I don't think we need to do that straight away, but it is good to have that shipment of military arms. So you can see if we hover over the military tab, we've got 20 large shields and 20 spears. So we could arm ourselves. I mean, at the minute, we've only got 14 people, including children, so I don't think we quite have the military prowess that we need to fend off these raiders, but we've still got just under 300 days to do that. If we set our workers back on the logging camp, we can get a bit more timber, and then it's probably a good idea to expand, build another house in here, get our well running as well. That would probably be a good next step, and then everyone can kind of have the basic needs being met. I think everything, yeah, so the tent over here is gone now because we've built the housing, and I want to move this hitching post over to our town. I think it's probably, for now, a good idea to just put this, let's just put this in this space here. It's got access to both of these roads. Oh, actually, we're going to get rid of this road, aren't we? Let's delete these roads now that we don't need them. And we can delete these as well. And then let's move the hitching post into our town. It could probably just go next to our storehouse for now. We can find a better place for it in the future if we want, but I think that's a good place for the hitching post. And I'm actually going to unassign one of our families from the logging camp so they can build this as a very high priority, because we want to have a home for little Herman, don't we? We don't want him to be out in the cold on his own. I would like to get more ox as we go as well. You can buy more oxen for your village, which is obviously great, but it does cost money. And ideally, we'd have families available to guide them, because it is a dedicated job just to guide Herman around. And we don't really have the numbers at the minute, so we need more houses to get more villagers, and then we can start assigning families to guide little Herman. Right, they've built the new hitching post, so someone is going to go grab Herman and bring him over. He'll be assigned here now. You can see it's 1 of 1. If we upgrade the stable, it'll have a little roof, which I think is nice, because it's at the minute it's just a hitching post. I want it to be a stable for him. At that point, we can get another ox in here as well, or you can get a horse if you want. But we want another ox, I think, to help with the logistics of the village, because they've got the strong timber pulling genes. And you can see now we're in May, we're starting to use our firewood. So we're going to need a woodcutter's lodge. Now, I think this is probably, let's put them over here. I'd like most of our construction. I don't want it to be too close to our berries, actually. Maybe it should go over here somewhere. The woodcutter's lodge works very much like the logging camp, that they will cut down trees to use for firewood instead of timber. So let's put them here. It's not too far from the village to get in. I also didn't think it'd be super fun to have a woodcutter's lodge right next door where they're chopping wood. It'd probably drive you mad listening to that all day. But they're out there now, so it's got a little bit of distance and some trees between to dampen the noise. Our poor villagers. And we've got 4 timber, so let's put the woodcutter's lodge on high priority. And then let's set out another housing plot so we can get another house in here. And this is, you can really see how creative you can get with the housing spaces. That this is a really odd shape, and it's made this really interesting plot size that we can now build. You can get some really cool stuff. I've seen people do some amazing designs and using the natural roads and everything they have to create some really interesting plot sizes for their houses. I think it's really cool as well. And maybe it's a slight bias from growing up in the UK, but a lot of the towns in the UK are built around key resources that used to be there. So let's say you had like a coal mine, or it could be something that there was an old well there originally, but they've built around all of these buildings, and you have these really interesting roads that go in loop-de-loops, and then all the houses are kind of built around that to try and manage it, rather than everything being laid out in a perfect grid. So I like the idea that excluding our initial starting point, we can just leave all of the roads in that we build and try and build our houses and everything around the village as it grows, rather than planning it out meticulously. It can just be this kind of organic shape that evolves as we go. Because I think that tells a nice little story of our village too. And speaking of our village, we haven't named our village. Let's go in and rename, what's it going to be? It is currently a village, but it's going to be a big town, isn't it? So let's call it Pawstown. There we go. We know who owns this one. Pawstown has now been founded with our five houses, 6 on the way. Hopefully we can get some more villagers in here very soon also. Looks like they're making good progress on this house as well. Let's just watch them complete this. Oh wow, that's very quick. Okay, we've got the 6th house, which now means that we have capacity for more people to join the village, which is brilliant. I'm very happy about that. However, people will only join if we get our approval above 50%. And you can see at the minute we're getting a little bit of a penalty from the previous month that there was homelessness because we didn't have our houses. But now we've got some market food variety because we've got more than one type of food. If you look, we've still got 3 bread left, and we've got 31 meats, so we've got a lot of food. We've got 8 months of food. Wow, okay. 8 months of food. If we assign our final family now to our woodcutter's lodge, I think that'll deal with the fuel issue. And then we can just let someone join as our approval rises up. And we're still getting some timber from the woodcutting lodge. There are a couple more buildings I'd like to build, actually. So I'm going to take the family off of the logging camp and build ourselves a well, because this is obviously another very important building for the town. Let's add this in here. So it's still a very central location. In the future, we could add some wells. It probably wouldn't be a bad idea, actually, to put some wells around, or rather, like the granary is a pretty key place, isn't it? If that caught fire, we definitely want water nearby. So let's have another well there. And that's probably okay for now. We've got a couple of wells. We'll let the construction families build these up, and then everyone should have access to clean drinking water. Okay, we've got both of our wells up and running. So if we click on one of our houses now, yes, you can see they have water access. That need is being met. Perfect. The last building I would like to build in the essentials, as I would call them, is to build the tannery, which is going to turn the hides we get from our hunting camp into leather. So I'm going to put this right next door to the hunting camp, because that is where it's going to get its supplies from. And when we're producing leather, we're going to be able to meet the need of clothing. because if we click on one of our houses here, you can see these are all its basic needs. So it has amenities needs and market supply needs. At the minute, we're not meeting the church. We don't have a church in the village yet, but we do have clean water and the market supply. We're actually meeting both, like 2 types of food, which is perfect for this house here. But we're not meeting the clothing store supply. So we need to give them either linen, which you get from flax, leather, which you get from hides, or yarn, which you get from sheep. Seeing as we're already hunting deer for hides, it makes a lot of sense to get the tannery. And the other reason I'd want to put the tannery all the way out here away from our village is, if you know anything about tanneries, you do not want to live next to one. I'll let this build up and we can probably explain why when it's built. There we go. We finished the tannery. Now, these water buckets that you can see here, that's not water. So how this used to work was the local tanner would go round to someone's house and they would pay for their urine. So all the local villagers would pee into pots and then they would be able to sell it to the tanner, and they would then use these bowls of urine to tan the leather in. And this is actually where the phrase "hasn't got a pot to pee in" comes from, because if you were so poor that you couldn't afford to have a pot that you could sell for free money, you know, because you're not really using your urine, if you couldn't even afford a pot for that, you were considered to be very poor. So you'd be so poor you don't even have a pot to pee in. Which I think some of these phrases are really interesting how they come about. But hopefully everyone in our town does have a pot to pee in and we can get some leather being made. So let's now assign a tanner to start working here, and we can start getting clothing being made in our village. This is so cute. I love it. And if we zoom out as well on the map, you can see that our little town is on there and it's filling out a bit more. So it's looking like a bit more of an actual town. The next thing we want to do in our town is to make some money. And the main reason we want to do this is because the raiders are near. We've got 216 days to prepare for the raider attack. And currently, we only have 20 large shields and 20 spears. So at a maximum, we can have 20 warriors to defend ourselves. And I don't know how many raiders they're going to throw at us. At some point in the game, we are going to be able to produce these weapons ourselves, but that's a bit too far away. And for now, the best way to get them is going to be through trade. If we look in construction, we can see there is a trading post. This is a building we are going to want to get this video. However, not right now, because we don't even have anyone to actually man it. For now, we've got 6 living spaces, so we have a free house, and we've only got 5 families. We need to make sure that other people are attracted to our village, and hopefully someone will move in very soon. We could expand our village even more actually, which I think we might do to give even more space for newcomers, because we have 88 firewood now. I don't think we need too much more. That's probably fine for now. So I'm going to take the family off of the woodcutters lodge and leave them as builders, and then we can start building some more houses. We've got 4 timber, so we can definitely build 2 more houses. So let's just build a couple of houses along here. And I think I'm going to build these around the well here and have them have decent sized gardens. Getting some interesting plots if we do it like this. I quite like that though. Yeah, they've got some reasonable workshop areas at the back for expansion. So that's going to cost all of our timber that we have, but we can always move this family to do logging if we do run out. And we've just got a new family. Perfect. we've just got a new family move in, so we have 2 construction families right now. We definitely need to get these up quickly. I'm going to let this all time lapse so we can enjoy watching these 2 new houses being built. There we go. What a beautiful plot. I love it. The asymmetry is something I'm a big fan of. And they look great, don't they? The actual houses. Now, there is actually a feature we haven't used in the game yet, which is still very much, there's warnings around it. Expect glitches, but we can actually visit our town. So if we click this button, we have now spawned into the town and we can walk around and go see our fellow villagers, which I think is so cool. And obviously the best use of this feature is to check out our little Herman. Look at him. Such a good boy. He's doing a good job for our town. I would like to get more ox if possible, because having one isn't necessarily ideal, and we do have more families now. So if we get one of our families going on the logging camp, we can get some more timber, and that will let us build the next building that I want to get, which is the Sawpit. And this building turns timber into planks, which are kind of like the next step up in the construction materials. More of the advanced buildings use planks instead of timber to be built from. So it's definitely an essential building, and we're going to want to whack it right next to our logging camp, because they're going to drag the logs that are stored here into the camp to use them. So we don't want it to be too far. It's actually quite a good idea, I think, to have the hitching post or a stable nearby the logging camp, because all the ox are really used for is dragging the logs right now. And it makes no sense to have them sleeping somewhere really far away from where they work. So if I put it in ×4 speed, let's put 2 families on here and let them both start logging, because I think we have plenty of trees around here and they're doing a pretty good job of making some logs for us. I also really like that the logs get stored on site and you can see visually how many logs you have, as well as seeing, oh, we've got 2 timber here. There must be one that they're dragging. Oh yeah, there's one there. But it's nice to see that they'll have like a stack of, like, let's say like 12 logs, and you'll be able to count them here as well, which I find really cool. And the game is very beautiful at night. There are a few on each side, but most of you wanted the day and night cycle. And I can understand, because it is really beautiful. Like, look at that. Look at the stars. That's pretty cool. Okay, we've got 6 timber now. I think that's pretty good. So we can take one of our families off and assign them to build the Sawpit. And I am just going to put that right next door there, so they can build that. And you can already see why this building is called the Sawpit from the massive pit that they've already dug out. We've just had a bandit camp sighted right as we're about to finish this building here. Look at that. This is such an interesting building. Bandit camps are not ideal because they're going to start stealing all our resources. And these are separate to the raiders that are coming for us. The raiders are going to come in one force and basically just try and destroy everything, set fire to all our buildings, and not have a great time. The bandits are going to be somewhat parasitic towards us and use us to steal loads of our supplies, and that can be so annoying because they can steal really valuable stuff. It's not necessarily just like food or something that they might steal. Look at the Sawpit now though. Now it's done. You can see they'll lay the logs along here and then cut them, and they can get the pieces down there. I think it's such a cool building. It's just really interesting to see how they would do these jobs in the olden days when they had no machinery or anything to do it with. It's very, very cool. Now let's have a look at where the bandit camp is on the map. It is, ooh, that's actually the worst place it could be. Right, so the bandit camps do steal from you. I don't think that how far away they are actually has an impact on how frequently they steal from you. But I could be wrong about that. It could be that if they're really far away, they don't steal as often. However, it's going to be a long march to get out here and fight these guys. You can see right now we do not have the numbers to take them either. There's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Oh, was that 16 there? 16 brigands. So we do not have the facilities for that, big man. We need to definitely improve our strength before we take on these guys. Or we could hire some mercenaries when we get some money and let them do the dirty work for us, which may be the way to go, rather than risking our own villagers. We're doing a good job gathering logs as well, which is very good. Let's assign someone to the saw pit now. We've got 10 timber. That is probably enough. I'm going to unassign a family here and instead assign one family to the hitching post. So now Herman is going to have a dedicated family to guide him around everywhere. Oh, we can also see we've got the clothing store selling leather. That's so cool. Look at them. They're all working. We do have 51% approval as well. So we should be getting some more people into our houses. We've got 7 families and 8 spaces. I think that's just one that joined. I was going to say, I thought we had 6. We've got 7 now. That's perfect. We've got a new family. So 7 families and 8 homes. We could probably do with building some more now. Again, we've got more logs. So let's build a few more houses in here. And I think these will have some longer gardens. I think it's going to be worth us doing it. Or we could let them get progressively longer on this curb. I might do that instead. Have them finish at the same level. But the gardens will get longer as they go into this hill. Let's build 3 there. That's 6 timber. And we can hopefully welcome some more families soon. Now, who is guiding our main man, Herman? We've got Margaret. She is the ox handler today. Who else is on the hitching post? We've got Tommen and Nickel. So we've got a couple of parents and their son. Now, this is one thing that I'm not sure. Again, the game is in early access. So there's lots to come in this. But all of the people that I've seen have been husband and wife, and then either a son or a daughter. It would be nice to kind of pair up different combinations as well. So you could have husband and wife and wife. I understand that for reproducing in the game, you would need a male and a female. But it's not implausible that they could have found a child that, you know, that was orphaned that they're now looking after. So I think it's potentially something that could be added to the game as a suggestion to the devs. But for now, again, it's in early access. There's so many huge mechanics they need to add to this. There's so much to come, and I'm really excited for what's in store for this game. Now, we've got 21 population, but I believe this does include the children, so they won't be fighting. It will just be the men and women. Now, if we go to army, we can create our first militia. And we've got our 20 spears and our 20 shields here. Yeah, so 14 of the 21 people. We've got 14 recruits, 14 are adults. So we can have 14 fighters, which is good. That's something. So we can create one of these militia formations. Let's create the spear militia, which we have the equipment for. And you can see we now have 14 of a potential 36 in this unit. This will keep going up as we get more families join and more recruits until we hit 20, and then we need some more weapons to be able to expand further. I think we definitely need to get to about 20 at least before the raiders come. So I'm hoping we get some more interest in our town and some more people move in. If not, we may be struggling in this fight. And the next key building I would like to build is the church. But you can see this is going to require the wooden planks that we're now getting from the saw pit. So we do need this, and the main reason for that is that this will complete the church level here. All of the other needs are being met in this level 1 plot, and what happens is if you meet all of these needs, so for us we just need the church now, if you meet all of these needs you can upgrade it to a level 2 plot, and at this point each family will give you 1 wealth per month, and this is the money we're going to use for trading to get new weapons, as well as making loads of improvements to the town. Buying new livestock like ox is also something you'll use regional wealth for, and it's this money figure here. So we've currently got 50 regional wealth. This is completely separate to our treasury over here, which is our personal wealth as the ruler of the town. Now, annoyingly, I would like to hire some mercenaries, which you can do instead of creating militia. You can hire mercenaries, but you have to use your actual treasury for this, not your regional wealth. So we could afford the local thugs at the minute if we were buying with our regional wealth. However, this is all grayed out because we don't have anything in our treasury. And the easiest way to get money in your treasury is to have your regional wealth go up and then set up a taxation policy on it. But we're not there yet as a town. We are not ready for taxation. So at the minute, we're going to have to fight these raiders off ourselves and hope for the best. But you can see why we definitely want to improve our wealth generally. And having more level 2 plots is going to be huge for us to get some monthly income from our town outside of trading. Oh, one of our villagers has grabbed a spear. So everyone, when you form a militia, they are going to go to the storehouse and pick up the weapons that they need. So they're probably all grabbing their shields and their spears, and they'll take them back to their homes to store them neatly on the wall, I imagine. Ready for if we ever call them. I've just noticed as well that our wild animal deposit is at 16, and I think our limit is 15 here. So we may want to move them over to start harvesting berries at some point soon. And we don't have the building for this. Let's build the forager hut in the forest over here. And you can see they're going to gather from these berry deposits. Let's put this building maybe part way into the forest. Let's have it about here. Because I don't want to uproot too many trees. Let's do 2 trees there. And then we can build a small road that joins up with the granary is probably a good idea. Have something like that winds in. And then the granary worker can come and take the berries and store them in the granary. So that'll be good for us. And it will give our people some more food types as well. At the minute, we've run out of everything else and we just have meat. So our food variety is not ideal. Oh, we do still have 6 bread. You can see there, we've got 6 bread in there. This is showing the surplus of food. So in the actual marketplace, we've got 6 meat and 6 bread on offer. So everyone is getting 2 types of food right now. But we do want that to continue. And again, you could see how this is visualized. What a cool attention to detail that you can see we only have meat hung and bread on the table there. I think it's really cool. I love the attention to detail. And the leather here as well. They're selling leather. And this is just firewood. How cool. Clicking on the marketplace is actually a great way to see the needs of your town, because if you hover over each of these icons, it will show you where we're lacking supply. And that could be that we don't have enough of the resource, or it could be that we don't have enough people working in a granary or a storehouse that have set up stalls on the marketplace. It seems like this house out here isn't really getting enough fuel. So it may be that we need someone else to make a firewood stall, and then they'd be more than covered if there were 2 stalls selling it. And you don't have to do this by making more storehouse workers. People working in the actual resource buildings, like the Woodcutter's Lodge, will set up a market stall if there's a desire for it, if there's demand for it. So at the minute, we're meeting most people's needs. Definitely the houses close by are well supplied. So these are going to be our prime candidates for leveling up. If you level up a house too early and then you fail to meet their needs, they don't downgrade back to level 1. You do start to lose approval, which you need to get more villagers in. So we don't want to be doing that if possible. Hopefully, if we time-lapse these houses being built, we'll get a new family moving in soon, and we can start to look to upgrade some of our buildings. There we go, we've got both buildings. Now we've definitely got capacity. We've got 11 living spaces and only 7 families. This is definitely enough space, and it's actually shaping up into a little town. I love it, it's so cute. I think we're still a small village. Yeah, we're a small village, we want to be a medium village. And to do that, we need to get to 2 plots that are level 2 or higher. So if we can level up 2 of these 4 right here, we should be good. And for each of these, we do need 4 timber. So it's probably a good idea. Now we've done that construction, to set the current family that was a construction family to be a logging family. Oh, I've just forgotten, we've set up our berry hut. Now let's just unassign our hunting camp worker. Oh, it looks like the deer are actually breeding faster than we're hunting them. So that's a good thing. I'm going to leave a worker on the hunting camp so we can keep bringing in the meat. And we'll maybe just unassign our... Who should we unassign? I think maybe the sawpit workers, not essential, just so we can build the forager hut out here, and then we can put them back on getting some more planks. There we go. Look at that cute little forager hut. Should we have a look? I believe if you use the third person, you can actually go inside some of these buildings as well. So I do want to try it. Hopefully this will work. Yes, you can. Look at that. We're inside. Now, I know there's a lot of development to be done on these features, but this is very cool, and I imagine this would have berries in it if we actually started gathering stuff with it. It would just be an empty shell of a building, but it's still very cool, and I like that this is kind of like the witch's cabin in the middle of the woods. But yeah, very, very isolated forester's camp. The other good thing about the forester's hut is you can add a herb garden, which will make your villagers less likely to get sick because they'll have herbs. So we do want to do that, but it will cost half of our regional wealth, and getting another ox would cost about the same. I'm wondering whether another ox is a bit more of a priority right now than doing that. So I'm going to save our money and see where we want to spend it. I don't think any one of our villagers are currently sick, so we should be okay. Let's set our family back to work on the saw pit and hope that a new family turns up soon so we can have some more friends to play with. One thing I haven't shown you yet is there's like a 1 symbol next to our town name. If we click on this, these are town development points. So we have 1 development point from reaching the settlement level of small village, and we'll get another one when we get to medium village. So you get 1 point per increase in town size. Now, you can use these for kind of like buffs to your town. Let's say we were really interested in farming at the top. We could get an orchardry, which is another food source from getting apples from an apple orchard. We could get sheep breeding, which means that we only have to buy 2 sheep, technically, and they will breed and make a whole herd rather than having to buy each sheep individually. And then there's another one here, which is heavy plough, which I am a massive fan of, which lets us use our ox to massively reduce the amount of time our farmers need to work in the fields, because they can plough the fields and they can also bring the crops back much, much quicker than the humans can. The one I'm thinking of getting is the trade logistics, and this has been updated in the recent update. This used to cap establishing a new trade route at 25 regional wealth, but it now only cuts it in half. So some of the trade routes are very expensive, and this is probably a good change for the game because it was getting quite powerful to use, but it means that it's going to be much cheaper for us to trade for different items. Ideally, we would get all of these. Trapping could also be a great thing for us given our really rich resource node for meat. That could be a really good one. Forest management is also good. It doubles the capacity of all of the berry deposits, which is very powerful if you have a rich berry resource node. That's very powerful. And I should note that these development points are only for this region. So if in the future we expanded and built another town over here, this is 2 regions. They both have very rich berry deposits. But let's say we moved over here and built a town here. We would have a complete reset. This region would still be able to use all the development points they had, but this one could pick completely different development points as the town levels up. So they may go for the berry deposit one, whereas we might be more inclined to go for the animal hunting one because of what natural resources you have in that region. We've just had a new family move in. Perfect. We have a free family now. And I think it might be a good idea to set them to work on the woodcutter's lodge to bring in more firewood, because we don't want that to go too low. And it's good to have a bit of a buffer on your firewood. You don't want to run out. At the minute, we've got 10 months of food and 7 months of firewood. So let's push this up as much as we can. If we can get a year supply, I'll be much happier. So they've just moved into this plot here, which is definitely a good one. They're going to be very close to the marketplace. But yes, you can see now we're on 100 or 91%. Having more people working on these, if that number went lower, the woodcutter would set up a market stall also selling firewood, and we'd have much better coverage. It seems like food variety is going to be the important one for us at the minute. And we will get that when we get the berries. So maybe it's a better idea, seeing as we do have 70 firewood still. Perhaps we should take this person off of the firewood gathering and put them on the foraging hut to bring in berries, which will give us 2 types of food for our town. Yeah, let's do that. Let's have a lot of food. I'd rather have plenty of food because firewood is very easy to acquire. This is not seasonally dependent. We just need to cut down trees. The berries will not be here in winter, and it's already October, so I definitely want to capitalize on this while we can. It could even be time to take our hunters off of here, because at the minute they're just going to be idle. They can finish up the work they're doing with what they've caught and get some hides and meat from it, But I think when they're done with this deer here, we'll remove them from the hunting camp and we'll set them to work on the woodcutter's lodge instead. Oh no, we've had some resources stolen. They've stolen 7 tools. They're actually quite valuable. So we only have 3 tools left, which is actually really annoying. I'm not completely sure what tools are even used for in the game, but I know that they could be traded for quite a lot of money, so they are definitely valuable, and it's annoying that they've taken them. I don't think we're going to rush out anytime soon. We've got 15 in our militia currently. We do not want to be taking them on when they outnumber us, for sure. We're only simple townsfolk. We don't want to be taking on some hardened fighters, do we? Okay, now I've completely taken my eye off the plank situation, and we now have 65 planks. So I'm definitely going to take the family off of this. There's so many. And we have enough to build our beautiful church. Let's do that as soon as possible. We actually lack the timber to do that. So let's put them on the logging camp, get 5 timber again, and then we can build our church in the center of our town. We've just hit 5 timber, so let's take one of the families off of the logging camp and build our wooden church. Oh, and this fits perfectly. I didn't even plan that. Wow, okay, so the church fits perfectly there. Let's whack that in. That's fate, isn't it? That has to go there. It's going to be right in the center of town. We can build all our buildings around. I do want to move the logging camp and the saw pit. They were only put there temporarily, which is why I find that so funny that that lines up perfectly with the houses and everything. But we will move these and build more houses over here. You can see they've kind of destroyed this forest over here, and that's where we're going to be building anyway, which is why we put them there. But we can keep moving them further out to cut down different areas of the forest. And we do need to make a forester's hut as well here to replant the forest. So we're not just going to devastate the landscape. We are going to replenish it and make sure that everything is healthy, like we're living in harmony with our environment, because we like doing that on this channel. Look at the beautiful color of the trees as well. There's some beautiful shades of red and yellow in there. Now, I actually think let's take our family off of the logging camp and have a couple of families doing the building here, because this is a big job. I think this is probably a good time to take our hunters off of the hunting camp. They've got 15 wild animals still in the area, and we can let them breed up over the winter and replenish their numbers. And then in spring, we can probably start hunting again. Now, let's watch our beautiful church. We've got 3 families building it. Let's watch our beautiful church be built. There we go. We've got a beautiful wooden church. I love it. Now, the wooden church, the great thing about it is you could change the church bell sound. So we've got a few to choose from. Let's go for this one. I like that. If we assign a family to work here, they will bury any of our villagers that pass away in the church grounds. So we've got a nice place for them to rest. But I don't think we need to do that yet. That's not the priority. Let's make sure we have a family on the logging camp. Let's put one on the woodcutter's lodge as well. And we have some people left over. So I do think it's getting to be time that we set up trade, or at least look to do that. I'm actually going to put 2 families on the logging camp, because what we need right now is timber. And we could probably upgrade the hitching post to be a small stable for 2 planks. So let's do that and get our final family to start working on this. And then we can have 2 animals at this hitching post, because it will be a proper stable, ready for winter as well. Herman's going to be out from the cold. I'm going to leave the tannery open because this is providing our clothing store. So even if they run out of hides, they will be at the market and they'll be selling what they've already made. So you can see we've got 12 leather here. We want to leave them on there to do that because we've only got 1 family working at the storehouse, and we can increase this. And this would also be a good place to put more families because it will get the resources that we're gathering to our actual villagers. Look at the little stable. Isn't that cute? So now we've got space for 2 animals. We could order another ox. I'm wondering whether we do. It would probably not be the most useful thing right now, but I like that we have the capacity for it, and we will be doing this very soon. What we need to focus on is getting timber and upgrading our burgage plots, which require 4 timber per house, which is a lot. However, these are meeting all of their needs and they are eligible, so I'd like to get some money from it. Let's just assign 3 families to the logging camp and get ourselves some timber. Okay, we've got 100 days to the attack. We've got 6 timber. Let's take one of them off and start upgrading our houses. I'm going to start with this one right next to the market. Now, this is going to be a level 2 plot, which is going to pull in some money. I'm very excited about that. We still also have extra living space. We've got 11 houses and 9 families, so we don't need to worry about that too much. Look at that. That's a building and a half, isn't it? So we've swapped out our thatch roof for like a nice wooden tiled one. And look at it. So it's using a lot more wood in this construction. And now you can see they have a lot more needs. So this is a level 2 plot. We should probably upgrade their neighbor to be the same. So let's do that as well. And then we'll meet our medium village requirement. However, you can see they now need two forms of clothing and 3 sources of food. So we need 3 different types of food, which is going to be challenging to provide all of this. Also, it's worth noting that it's not just 2 random sources of clothing. It's 1 material and then 1 actual source of clothing. We need to get someone to make shoes or make clothes or make cloaks for our people. So this is a much higher level need. To do that, we're going to need money as well. So we do need to get on the money train, and this is going to help us. We've got 9 timber. I think the next thing to build after this is to build the trading post. And I'm mindful of where to build this. So you can see off the map here, we have trade points. This is where our traders are going to have to go to buy and sell the goods. And I don't know which area is closer. It might be more convenient for us to build, continue this road down here, and then build the trade route along here, like perhaps a bit further down here. I think we might do that because this isn't very close either, and we're expanding the town in this area, so this should be the closest way out. I'm gonna build for the future and continue this road along here. Have it link in like this, so it kind of forks in. I like that. And then we can put our trade building, where do we want it? Trading post is probably, we want it slightly further out of town. Let's put it about here. And we've got some space for the town, but it can hopefully be near the edge. And we can always move these buildings in the future if we want. But this should shorten the distance they need to travel. So they've got a similar distance to home and to the trade point. Forager's hut is empty. We've just got a warning because it's winter now and all the berries are gone. So I'm going to actually unassign them. I know we're going to lose a market stall place here, but that's fine with me because the pantry should pick that up. And we could even have 2 families working at the granary to provide 2 different market stalls for food. I think we're okay with the 1 right now because they're selling both types and everyone's pretty happy. It's probably going to serve us better to build some more housing as well now. So I'm going to build in these plots here that we spoke about earlier. We can get 3 in here. And actually, I will build these here too because there's an interesting symbol here. What the symbol means is that you can have 2 families living in 1 plot. So we'll do that for these 3 here. And then we've got 4 families can live in these 3 plots here. I'm going to have some weird shaped gardens. Yes, we've got the 2 buildings now. So we've just upgraded our town to a medium village, which is perfect for us. We also can see we've got another coin. So this house has given us 1 when we moved into December. So now we should get 2 coins every month. And if we keep upgrading our buildings, this number will really, really amp up as we go. However, trading is still going to be our biggest money maker, and I do want to get that trade post up and running as soon as we can. I'm going to actually set the trading post to be high priority so that our construction workers will build that before they build these houses here, because we've got 10 families and 11 buildings already built. So we still have space for 1 more family before we build any of these new plots here. And there it is, the trading post is finished. So now we've built this, we can have a look at our trade routes and see how much everything will cost. If we go into the trade tab, you can see that all of the items that can be traded have been sorted by their type. And also you can see the export price for these items on the left hand side. So that's what we can sell the items for. And then on the right hand side of the slash, you can see the import price, which is how much we can buy them for. The only other thing to note is this number on the right hand side, which is how much it costs to set up a trade route for that material. And this is quite significant. So you can see we have 51 regional wealth. We couldn't afford to set up a trade route for roof tiles or blocks, which are pretty basic construction goods. We could set up some routes for some crops and for food. However, what we really want to set up trade routes for is the military items, and these are very expensive. So it's 70 to buy any spears, and that's before you buy the spears. After this one-off payment of setting up the trade route, we then have to pay 17 for each individual spear. So this is a very expensive game. So for a large shield and spear set that we need to get one more warrior, that's what, 17 plus 16, which is 33, I believe, per warrior. So this is going to be very pricey. We're currently at 19 warriors though, which is good, and we've got 65 days to make a bit more money. I don't know if we can do it, but I'm gonna pray that we can before the raiders get here. Now, one thing I want to do, which is going to make all of the trading much easier, is to go into our development points, and I'm going to get the trade logistics development. So this is going to cut all of those costs, the initial one-off costs, in half. We've now got that. If we go into our trading post and we go to trade, you can see these are much cheaper to get now, and we can actually afford to set these up for roof tiles and blocks, and the spears and the large shields are much more affordable. They're still expensive, but they're much more affordable. Currently, we don't have anything to trade, so I'm not actually going to assign anyone to the trading post, but I did want to check out those prices. What we do want to do is get something that's actually worth selling. So given our natural resources, we have a rich clay deposit here. That's a lot of clay that we can gather from this point. And one of the items that we just looked at was roof tiles, which are made from clay. Now we can sell these for 8 per roof tile. So getting 8 coins per roof tile is a really good rate. When you consider that if we sold the planks we've made, it'd only be 2. We'd have to sell 4 planks for the same as 1 roof tile, which just isn't worth it to me. So in order to make roof tiles, we need to first set up a mining pit on our clay deposit. So that's this one over here. So I'm going to do that now. Build this clay deposit over here, which is only cost 1 timber. And then we can set up a little road that comes along here. And our workers can use this to get to the clay pit. And then we need to set up another building which actually makes the roof tile. So that's in the industry tab. There's a clay furnace, and we need 5 stone in order to be able to build this. So we're missing 5 stone. However, once we have this, we can convert our clay into clay roof tiles. And lucky for us, the stone deposit is right next to the clay deposit. So we can get a stone cutter's camp out here too. And we can use the road that we've already set up for this. So let's put a stone cutter's camp nearby. You don't want to put this one on top of the resource because it will destroy the stones. But let's put it nearby, and then we can build a road that connects up with this one here. I actually think that's quite ugly, so I'm going to delete these roads and probably set up a slightly different one that looks a little bit nicer. There we go. I think that's a bit better. It's a bit more aligned to the actual shape of the mining pit. So they can build both of these, and then we can get a little bit of stone. Stone is really quick to gather, so I'm not worried about that. And it's not something we're going to be working on very often, so it doesn't matter that it's very far away from the town. The mining pit could be closer. That's not an ideal distance, but it is definitely doable, and I think we can afford to make that walk distance. It looks like we're finishing up with our housing over here too, which is giving us a bit more capacity. So we're going to have 14 houses, which is definitely good for us. And we've got a new family that's moved in as well. This is perfect. We're getting lots of workers. We're going to probably want one family to work in the mining pit and then another family to work in the clay furnace. So we need to reserve 2 in our minds for that. Okay, they finished building the houses over here. They are probably starting work on the mining pit and the stone cutter's camp. So we can watch these go up. Okay, we've set up the Stonecutters camp. Let's assign a family here. And let's assign one in the mining pit. And then we should be able to get the clay furnace. I'm very scared. There's only 22 days until the raiders get here. But we do have our 20 because another family has just moved in. We have our 20 warriors at least. I don't know if we'll be able to get any more weapons by then. We may just have to hope and pray that 20 is enough to fend off the attackers on our village. And it looks like our market's doing really well as well. You can see we've got a number of stores now which should be meeting everyone's needs. We could probably also look to upgrade these houses, but I want to get the construction workers prioritizing the roof tiles. So let's get a couple of families actually working in the Stonecutters camp right now. And you can see we've already got 6 stone, and it's been like 1 day in game, so it's very quick to gather these. I'm actually going to unassign one of them. We might as well leave them to gather a bit more stone, but let's get this clay furnace. I want to put this close by to the clay because that's where they can draw from. So I could put it here, or I could put it in the storehouse, but I would rather they draw it from here, and we can maybe have another storage building, like another storehouse out here, that means that our storehouse workers don't have to walk all the way to get these materials. That's probably a better shout. If we had one near here, we could then use it for the iron as well. So let's do that. Let's have our clay furnace out here. Let's have this building next to the mining pit, and then let's build another storehouse out here next door to the clay furnace, and this will be used for the stones, it will be used for the clay, and it will be used for the iron. It means that this storehouse in here can hold all the stuff that we're going to be selling in the marketplace, but it doesn't need to hold all the construction items that are really far away. So now we know that we can make roof tiles. We can actually establish this trade route with 40 wealth, which is most of our wealth. If we establish this, we can now sell, we can export any roof tiles we have. So this is how the import and export works, is you can set everything to import, export, or full trade. If you import, you can choose a desired surplus that you want. So let's say you wanted like 5 roof tiles, and every time a trader came by that had roof tiles, they would sell until your current surplus of roof tiles was 5. So you can do the same with export, where we currently, if we say we don't want any, our desired surplus of roof tiles is 0, then when we acquire roof tiles, they'll come into the current surplus on the left, and then whenever a trader comes, they'll just buy all of our roof tiles. We could set aside a limit, like, oh, we actually want to hold back 10 roof tiles. We never want to have fewer than 10 roof tiles in our town, because we're going to use them for stuff. At this point, you set the desired surplus as 10, and then it will make sure that they don't sell above 10. At the minute, we just want to sell anything we make on these. And this is going to get us a lot more money so that we can establish the other trade routes and then start to buy some spears and large shields. So hopefully this will be a good money maker for us, because it's 8 coins per roof tile. So that is a pretty good rate that we've got. And we're almost done building the buildings. We've only got 5 days left for the raid though. So I do not think we're going to have time to build these before the raid happens. Look how peaceful our little town is. Everyone walking around. Well, I guess it's still a village, isn't it? It's not a town. We're a medium village. I don't have the heart to tell them that a raid is incoming in like a few days. I'm going to be one of those rulers who just doesn't relay bad news to the people because I don't want to be the bad guy. But yeah, we do have raiders coming very soon, and I think we're ready to fight them. We've got an army of 20. Unfortunately, we didn't get spears or large shields early enough to have more warriors, because we do technically have 25 recruits. But, oh, we've got 2 days until the raiders come, and we've just got another bandit camp. Amazing. Okay, so they're set up in the woods. Where are they? Oh, they're not really nearby either. But I guess if you're doing an expedition to fight one of them, you could fight both of them. And there's a third one. Did we have 3? Oh, no. Okay, well, we got one here, too. That's a bit closer, at least. Okay, so we've got 3 bandit camps, which I believe is the maximum for this game setting. And one other thing I did want to change that we did last time was the trading post is currently on this road through our town. However, you guys had mentioned that if it's on the King's Road, it's probably going to get more traders coming to it, which is a really good shout. So I think we should move it to either the King's Road over here, which you can see if we go to the roads and try and delete it, it will say you can't remove it because it's the King's Road. So this road along here, or we could put it on this one down here. And it just makes sense at that point to put it on this road, because it's very close to the storehouse building we have here to collect goods to sell, and also the new storehouse down here. Like, this would be such a long distance to walk for our trader if we're selling the roof tiles we're making. So I think I'm going to delete this trading post because I can't move it. I'm going to demolish that. We'll get all the timber back, which is good. And then we can build another trading post over here. And we could put it on this little bit of road here, actually, like the little bend. I quite like that. Let's put it here. And then they've got a little space out front as well, which hopefully in the spring will be nice grass rather than just a patch of snow. Oh no. Okay, the raiders are near. They've been spotted. Oh, they're really close by. Okay, that's not good. Right, they're right here. They don't spawn in your region, but these are very close by. Now, we need to pick a place. I'm going to pause the game because we need to pick a place we're going to fight them. And I think, really, they're going to try and come this way. But if we could draw them... Ideally, we fight them somewhere like here, where we've got a really steep hill, where we can sit on the top of the hill. But we can still do this over here. I think this is still a hill. Maybe we should aim for, like, this. It's in the open. We're going to have the height advantage. Let's go for that. Our little battle strategy. So I'm going to select the army tab, click on our spear militia, and then rally them to this point here. And now everyone is going to run to this point from our town. There's not everyone. You can see we've got 18 out of 20 that are running. That will go up. There we go. So everyone's gone home, grabbed all their weapons, and then they're coming to the place we've designated, which is definitely a good thing. Why is the storehouse full? Oh, this one is full. Oh, that's okay, because we'll have our other one up and running very shortly. And luckily, none of the new families that are building are part of our militia, so everyone else can carry on business as usual. And I believe it's only the males that are actually in our militia. I think that's the case. Let's have a look at them, which means that all of the females and obviously the children, yeah, it is, they're all able to carry on the jobs that we've assigned them. So it's not like our village is completely unproductive. We've still got half of our workforce carrying on their jobs, which is definitely good. Or even more than that, because the children do a lot of the work too. So we've still got a decent amount of our workforce there. Now I'm going to form these up. We've got them here kind of loosely formed. You've got a number of options here, but don't be alarmed by the amount of options. It's just really cool attention to detail. So you can pick kind of different commands for them to do. I'm going to stop them running everywhere because I want their fatigue to go up. I don't want them to be really fatigued. And then I'm going to right click and drag, and we can make a line of 2 units. In fact, I might even have them back here. And we can let them come to us. And you can see the arrow there was showing which way they're going to be facing. So they're going to face outside. They're going to turn around when they shove each other out the way. And we can wait for the raiders here. I think this is going to be a good position. I'm actually going to set them as well to stand their ground, which I don't know if it's going to have much of an impact in this fight. But if you have, let's say, like archers shooting into the raiders here, these guys will basically double our defense, but it will halve the amount of times that we attack. So it will draw out the fight a little bit, but has less chance of us getting injured, especially if you're attacking with other forces. It will just kind of hold them here while you knock their numbers down. But I'm going to set them to stand their ground. And you can obviously change this at any time. You've got give ground, which will push everyone back and kind of lure the enemies towards you. You've got missile alert if you're being shot at with archers, so you can I think they space out a little bit to be more cautious. Then you've got balance, which doesn't do anything, and you've also got push forward, where maybe if you're winning the fight, you'll push forward with your full force and really drive home the attack. Let's have a look at our enemies though. Oh, these look like some rude dudes coming in to attack us. I don't like the look of this. They look very mean. I'm going to put it on ×4 because we've got a bit of a wait for them to come over here. But we can stand ready. We're proud men of Pawstown. Look at them. They're ready for the action. They've got this. And they've seen us, so they're going to come straight towards us. Even if they were, let's say they're going over here, they'd see our men and be like, right, let's have them, and they'd come our way. So we can definitely defend against these guys. Come on, lads, you've got this. Trying to hype my men up. Look at them sauntering over. They're so confident. No, we're gonna take you guys. 18 on 20. We can do this. We can do this. Come on. I'm just gonna hold position and let them come to us. And we've got a good line here. There we go. They're running. Okay, hold the line. I love that you'll actually see them fight each other. Like, they're actually blocking and striking as well, which I think is really cool. No, we've got this. We've got this. We've got the big shields. You can see how many of each do we have? They've got 17 and we're still holding at 20, so they've lost one. Oh, there we go. As the numbers fall, their morale will fall as well, which will not help them. Oh my goodness, we might do this without losing a single villager. 13. I think the hill has really helped us here as well. Get a bit of a combat advantage. Okay, if we... Oh, we've lost one. We've lost one. They're down to 12. If they go down to 10, they'll probably start routing. 11. Come on, come on. We can do this. Just push. We could actually put them on push forward. And that might... There we go. Yeah, there we go. That's forced them out. So we made them lose ground. Oh, and that was the last one. Taken. Okay. Perfect. Well, that was a good little battle we had. Because we're in our region, I can immediately disband them, so they'll just return to their lives. If you were in another region, you'd have to walk them into your boundary, and then you can disband them. But yeah, they're going to go home now. And we do have a couple of fallen friends, but we also have a lot of fallen enemies on our land, which isn't good, because we don't want our villagers to be seeing these corpses all the time. So we have our church, which we should probably now populate with a family so they can start to bury those that passed in a little battle there. But we could also get the, I think it's under, what is it, logistics? Gathering. It's in one of these. Oh, it's in residential. Okay, that makes sense, I guess. It's the corpse pit, which is for those who aren't part of your village, a less ceremonial way to dispose of them. And I think we want to put this somewhere that's out of the way, but we could actually put it down here, but it's a bit of a morbid place, like on the entrance to our village. I'm wondering where's best to put it. I'm just thinking where we've already got infrastructure. We could just put it over here, actually, because it's not really building this way. Let's have it be out here. And then it's not too far from the village, but it's also not near anything else, because I don't really want to whack it over here, because otherwise it'd be very close to our industries. So let's put this here. We can put it on very high priority, set everything to ×4, and hopefully we'll get this up and running very soon. I think it's free. Yeah, there's no cost. There's no cost to build it. And then we just, once we have it, we can set a family to work on it, and they'll effectively just carry the bodies from the battle site to the corpse pit and bury them there. Look at this beautiful, was it sunrise or sunset over our town? That's very nice, isn't it? Sunset. It also looks like our forager hut is back in action, because they got, the berries are growing and there's already 40. So I'm going to assign one family to work at the forager hut to start gathering berries. And, oh, they finished the corpse pit. Let's assign one family here, because I believe the family assigned to the church, when they're done with our villagers, they will also then go and collect the raiders as well. So we're a little bit saved by that. Now, annoyingly, because the raiders just attacked us, we don't actually get any money from that. You'd normally, if you were fighting bandits, you'd be able to take the money that they had from their camp. But we don't have any of that, so we may have to go to war ourselves. And the only reason I say that is we really need money in our treasury. We currently owe the king now 39, and I know that the developers said that at the minute there's no penalty for it, but they are planning on having some kind of penalty, like the king might even raid you if you haven't paid your taxes. So we need to make sure we pay the king's tax, and we can only pay it from our treasury. At the minute we have very little money, so once this trade post is up and running, which it will be very soon by the looks of things, once that's up and running, we can actually get something sold. We can get some roof tiles done. They finished the clay furnace as well. This is going to be our money maker down here. We don't really have enough families yet for it, but we are maxed out. So let's build some more housing, and then we can get some more families to work in them as well. I'm going to start building on this side of the market, because this is just unused space right now. So let's put our houses in here. It's not recognizing the stable there, which is a bit annoying. So we could, in fact, just move the stable to be here. Yeah, I might do that. I'm going to move the stable over, and then we can build houses along here. And they can go to the same length as the market. Let's get another 4 houses in. Just really prioritize one of them. We'll have one of them on very high, and then the others could be on medium. So at least we'll have one extra house, because at the minute we're at capacity. We've got 14 and 14 living space. And we've got 87% approval, so we really need people to move in. It's going to be very easy. It says it's not on a trading route. Oh, that's annoying. Does it need a tiny little road? Okay. That's really annoying. Okay, I thought that would be connected. I'm going to actually demolish this because I want it to be directly on the King's Road. I'm going to demolish this here, and we'll build it again, probably just on the King's Road here. Let's just whack it there. Ah, I thought that was going to look really nice, but oh well. We could have done a little road swip, but I just want it to be like the least obstruction as possible. They'll be directly on the route that all the traders walk along. They don't even have a little walk off of it. And we've got 4 bodies that need burial. You can see, if we find, there we go, there's someone here. They've added the animation that they'll now actually physically carry them. So they're now carrying a body. There we go. They'll be going to the corpse pit probably. And once they've done that, we'll free up a family as well. We don't need people working there generally. We don't really even need them working at the church. So I'll let them, once we've gotten rid of all of these bodies here, we'll just unassign both of those families, and we'll have 2 families back. So we can see we've built that house already, which is good. And now we've got a free family. We could probably assign them down here. We have one on the mining. Right, let's get one on the clay furnace and we can start producing these. And then we do need one on the storehouse here to actually collect everything. Can we... Alright, let's take one off the stonecutters camp. We don't need them down there. And we can prioritize our people further into town. And it looks like we're doing a good job building these as well. They're going up quite quickly. There we go. I love the thatch roofs. They still get me. I really enjoy these. You guys did actually say that you wanted to see some more buildings from the inside. Now, this feature is still in early development, so I think there's a lot that they want to change. I'm not sure if you can actually go in the houses right now. No, you can't. Okay. You can't go in the houses, but I know that you can go in a number of the buildings that we have. So I think we can go inside our tannery building here. There we go. I mean, there's not much in here at the minute, but there's room for development. The camera doesn't even really fit in there. But yeah, this is one of the features that they've even put a warning on saying, look, this is super early in development. Please don't judge it. Yeah, it's got a lot to come. So we'll let them develop that a little bit more before we properly explore our town in third person. We finished another house as well, so we've definitely got more space. We've got 17 houses and 14 families. Hopefully we'll get some more soon. Let's put the trading post on high priority, because I'd rather they built that than the other houses. And I believe we've now buried everyone, so let's unassign. Let's just check them. Yeah, they're all going home or waiting. Let's unassign a family from the corpse pit, and then the same with the church. They'll just be... Well, one of them's praying, but they can do that without working there. I think... Okay, one of them's transporting. Ah, they've just finished. Okay, now they're waiting. That's all of the dead that have been transported now. Let's unassign them. And we've got 2 free families. Definitely a good thing. we need more families. I think it'd be a good idea to upgrade our storehouse to a large storehouse too. And also probably assign another family on this. I'm going to put this on high priority too. And the next building we want to get is in administration, and it is the manor. Now this is our house, basically, as the rulers of this town. And we want to put it, let me check where the fertility is again. Oh, yeah, it's on here, isn't it? We're kind of eating into it already. So this whole area we're going to use for buildings. It doesn't really matter where we put ourselves. But it doesn't need to be near anything. And this is where we're going to have like an area around it where we've got little castle walls, a bit like a fort. I'm tempted to put it in this clearing over here where the trees are, because it's still very close to the town, but it's also slightly set back. So yeah, let's have it around here. I like putting it on a hill, but we don't have any distinct hills necessarily around here. So let's put it in this natural clearing of trees. There we go, and now you can see there's a whole castle planner where we can plan the walls and gates we want to build, like around, which is very cool. You can also get other buildings like the towers, you can get garrisons. There's also a tax office that's completely just cosmetic, but it is quite cute. For now, we're just going to build the basic building of the manor. This is going to let us do a number of things, but the main one is it's going to let us tax our population so that we can get some money from the regional wealth into our treasury. Before we really care about that, though, we really, really want our trading post to be up, because that's gonna get us most of our money. We do have a couple of level 2 plots that are earning a small amount of money every month, but this is where the bulk of it's going to come, because we now have tradable goods in the form of roof tiles. So we've already made some. How many have we stored? Oh, we can see up here, actually. That's the easiest place. Construction, we've got 2 roof tiles. There we go, 2 roof tiles. That would be 16 wealth already, which is almost exactly what we have. The benefit to upgrading the storehouse as well is that not only does it give you more capacity, but it also lets you assign more families to work here. So it's a very worthwhile build. Looks like our trading post is just waiting on a couple of logs from Herman. He'll be on his way. He's a good boy. Here he is. He's got a log. There we go. So one more from Herman and this trading post will be up and running. I imagine they're bored of building this building now. They're like, look, we've got all the... Why did they not use these supplies from the last time? It's literally next door. Anyway, they've got this. I think this is another one that we could go inside as well. Let's have a little look. There's not going to be anything in there right now, but we can have a go. We can't go through there. I think we can go through here, though. Yeah, this is the doors that the traders go through. So, yeah, there we go. There'd be stuff in here, essentially. There'd be goods in here. It's quite cool that we can go in, though, I think. And just look at that. Like, the graphics in this game, I think, are amazing. So beautiful, just looking at the sky and the trees and everything. Very cool. And you can see in the distance, you've got the construction of the storehouse with, like, the morning light on it. Oh, beautiful. Now we have our trading post. Let's assign a family to work here and put... It's kept our settings. Good, okay. Exporting roof tiles... And we've got 12 now, so the production is pretty quick on these. We're going to export, and hopefully we'll get some money very soon. It'll probably jump up into the hundreds very quickly when we get a trader. You're also called Herman. Were you named after our ox, maybe? Who came first? Which Herman was first? Let me know in the comments. I think we all know which is the OG Herman, but we can let that guy believe what he wants. Our manor is also going to need more planks than we have, so we do need to assign... Oh, we really need people to build this. This is going to be on the highest priority. I thought they'd already built this, because we don't want to be without a stable for Herman. If you don't have a stable, you risk your animals running away. And if we lost Herman, I think I'd just have to rage quit the entire game. You could never replace Herman. I'm going to assign one family to the Sawpit to get some of those planks still. And we've got loads of logs. Let's pull one of the families off the logging camp. It's probably closer to the time that we should get a forester's hut, actually, rather than deforesting all the time. Let's put in some trees. So I'm going to build the forester's hut right there, and we'll let them start planting trees. We could also get another one around the woodcutter's lodge. I think that would be helpful. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set another one to build here, but I'm going to put this on low priority. And just when they've finished everything else, that's when they can start doing that. We've got 16 families now, which is good. We've gained a couple of families. Our militia's going back up to 20. Oh no, we've run out of the equipment. Right, okay. Because we lost a couple of people, we've now lost their equipment. So we need to get some more spears and some more shields. This is something that our level 2 plots can do, though. So if we have a look at the things we can turn them into, instead of doing like chickens and vegetables in the back garden, we can actually construct an extension that's the joiner's workshop, and these guys make shields. Or we could do the blacksmiths and they can make spears. So it might be more cost effective for us to actually make the weapons in town and then potentially sell them rather than buying them for, what was the price? 17 and 16. So that's a lot of money for each spear and shield. It could be more worth it to to make them ourselves and have our own homebrewed militia where we make our own weapons. Hopefully they'll finish up the large storehouse as well very soon. You can see it's a much bigger building. And this is probably a more interesting one to walk into as well, because it will have actual resources inside that we can have a look at. Let's do that. Let's have a look at our storehouse. Where are we? Ooh. We're here. I lost myself in my own town. Right, let's go through the doors. Oh, they've opened them for us. Thank you. And we can see we've got some wood in here. There we go. That's about it. That's all we're storing. That's the only resource that shows up. But that's interesting. You can see the potential anyway. So they've actually stacked up the resources inside. So you can visually see what you have in the town, which I think is very cool. Got 5 families on construction. We definitely don't need that many. We should probably get another family gathering berries, because we are into summer now, aren't we? Or we're still in spring. Yeah, it's May. And we can get our hunters back on the hunt, because all of our deer have reproduced. This is another one you guys wanted to see in third person, and I very much support it. It's taking me back to the roads every time. I think that's why. But look at the deer. If we run in, look how cute they are. Adorable. Absolutely adorable. Oh, that one's coming up to us. Hello. No, not really interested in making friends. Okay, I understand. You know, this is your land. That makes a lot of sense. I'm trespassing, really. Okay, I'm gonna go. There's a family of 3 working in the trade building, and we've got Hans, who's, I believe, the dad, is pulling in some goods, transporting some roof tiles. That's what we like to see. Now we just need to sell them. Where are the traders? Come on. I want a trader to come by. These are all our people. Where are you? Come on, traders. They'll be somewhere along this road. Every time I see someone with a cart, I get very hopeful. No, there's no one coming. They could come from this direction as well, but I can't see anyone on the road. The closest trade point is here as well. So it should be along this route, I'm expecting. Anyway, we've got time, and this next tax collection's in a year, so we can definitely have enough to pay off the king in the next tax year. We're just a little bit slow getting set up. There's nothing wrong with that. Oh, these guys are praying as well. Oh my goodness, look at them. They're praying in church. So cool. It'd be very cool if at some point you can go into the church and they've got the whole interior done. That would be very cool. And, you know, people praying inside. I imagine that's probably the intention. It's just not there yet. We've also only got 1 worker working at the granary. It's probably time we upgrade that to 2. And we built our forester's hut, so let's set someone to work on that. And what they'll do is they'll just plant young trees all around, and eventually they will grow into full trees. I would like to get this one up as well, and we can put someone over here, but we've only got 1 family spare at the minute. So we'll let things go for a little while. I'll put it on ×3 because we've got space for 4 more families to move in now. And 81% approval. People love it here. And it's probably because we're supplying all the goods really well. Like, we've got lots of people working in... Oh, the food variety could be a little better, but we've got berries and meat, and we should have a supply of both of them. We haven't even set up farms yet because we've had such a good supply of animals and berries that we haven't really needed to. We're just living off the land, like, without digging or anything. We've not plowed a single field. But we probably should. We could definitely get a farm going down here near the forest, and kind of use this section of the land over here as a little farmland. When we get a few more families, we'll probably set about doing that. For now, though, let's get some weapons. I wanna take these bandits out because they're gonna keep stealing from us. And I'm thinking these 2 houses here near the market could be prime candidates for that. Let's have a look at how much it's gonna cost us to make. Oh, there's no money. Okay, that's perfect. There's a little bit of money to make the blacksmiths, but that's fine. And then the joiners we can just make with planks. And we're definitely producing planks. I suppose we want to make sure we have enough for the manor. And this is going to be high priority. So this is going to be the next building we really want to focus on. In fact, I'm going to make a little road that goes to the manor. And then I'm going to let our townsfolk build up the manor before we start making any big changes and spending money in planks that we don't have. There we go, we finally built it in the rain, and wow, that was a lot of resources that they had to collect. Our beautiful manor. I wonder whether we can go inside this building. It's not actually something I've tried yet, but I'm feeling like I probably can't, but I would like to try. No, we can't go inside. You can kind of see glimpses. Look, there's a fire inside, everything looks nice. We're teasing our townsfolk. No one's allowed in, not even us. But now we have this building, we can set up policies. So we have policies in here which are still under development, which could be a really good thing for us. We could decide we're not going to do much farming and have hunting grounds where wild animals on rich deposits breed twice as fast at the cost of 50% reduced yield from crops. Or you can go for strict fasting, where all the citizens skip the 5th meal, which reduces the food consumption, but it also reduces approval, which we don't want to do. And you can see there's loads. They've even got symbols for some of them, so stuff is definitely planned. And I imagine you need certain unlocks to get the level 1 policies, the level 2 policies, or something like that. So I'm excited to see where this goes. Production is also completely in development, but I'm intrigued as to see what this is, because development is very cool and, again, is very in development. There's so much to come from this. I do think that we should be kind of going into the hunting side of things. So that policy may not be the worst thing for us. And maybe it's that we're feeding them, like we take care of the local deer, which is why they can breed twice as fast. Maybe that's like our thing, which is very on brand for the channel. One of the key things you can do once you have the manor though, is you can go to taxes and you can start setting land tax. So this will come at the cost of a lack of approval. It is going to impact our approval. I'm going to put the land tax at 15%, which is going to give us a loss of 10. Wow, you can see our regional wealth is going up now. We're selling stuff. It's going to come at a loss of 10 approval, but we have so much approval. We'll still be above 50% for sure. And tithe, I don't really want to do right now because we've not got loads of food, but you can set a percentage of your food to be given to the church, and then in exchange you get influence. And you can gain influence either by defeating raiders and bandits, or through tithe, at which point you can use the influence to claim other regions. So you can see if we wanted this region, we need 1,000 influence to claim it. You can also claim the king's favour, but this isn't developed yet, I don't think. So at the minute, you can just claim it with influence. So we could always get a neighbouring town with our influence. For now, that's not really the priority. I think we're just trying to build up our town and defend against the raiders. But I do like that we're starting to get wealth, and we can now tax this, which is perfect. The next step is going to be to get some more level 2 plots, because they're going to also generate us wealth. We can have a look at who the best supplied are. I think it's going to be these buildings clustered around the market. So let's get this one upgraded to level 2, and this one. And the only thing is that the king's tax goes up. The king's tax goes up by 1 for each level 1 plot, but it goes up 2 for each level 2 plot, I believe, or every family in a level 1 or level 2 plot. So this is going to increase our annual royal tax, but we're going to gain more money from it anyway, and we can use that to gain more wealth. And it's one of those where, like, the more resources you put in, the more you get out of it. So we definitely want to be investing in ourselves right now. We've got 16 roof tiles to sell as well. One other thing that it would be good to sell, given that we've got berries here, is dye. Now, you can make dye in the industry tab through berries. So this is also, we don't really need it right now for our town, but I believe it must sell for something reasonable. Let's go to crafting materials. Sells for 4. That's not bad. Okay. So we've got, it's the same as like iron slabs or malt. It might be worth selling. Oh, wooden parts sell for 5, actually. That might be a better way to go. Okay, right. Let's get these two. I've decided these two here, our first 2 level 2 plots, are going to be designated to weapons. So this one is going to be the joiner's workshop. I'm going to set this to be high priority. We'll go high priority. And what they'll do is this will replace their normal day job, and they will just become a joiner now. So we'll lose like a family from the unassigned, and they'll become assigned instead. And they'll like replace them in their normal job, I believe. And then the other plot, I'm going to spend a little bit of money and make the blacksmith's workshop. You can see we've got quite a lot of money now, and this is where that wealth goes to now. So this comes out of our regional wealth, which is perfect. Let's make the blacksmith's workshop. And in order to make weapons, we are going to need iron. So we do need to get this iron mine up and running. Let's get some mining, get a mining pit. And it's too steep to build it. We must be able to build it somewhere on here. If we rotate, there we go. Just need to find the right angle and we're fine. Okay, let's build it about here. And then we can have a little road that connects in to this one, like so. And they can go through there. In fact, we probably wouldn't, realistically, we wouldn't go through the trees like that, would we? We'd just connect it from here. Have it connect somewhere like that. There we go. They'll go this way to work. And they've got the iron mine, which is perfect. Love it. Now, we also are going to need another building. And that is the bloomery. In the same way that the mining pit gets raw clay from the clay deposit, the mining pit also gets raw iron ore from the iron deposit. So you need to do something with that. And we're going to turn that into iron slabs. I think this wouldn't be a bad idea to place near our storehouse again, because our storehouse workers are going to collect the iron ore. So let's put this building on the other side. We'll have the bloomery here, and we can just connect a little road that comes up past the iron, past the bloomery, and into here. So now our storehouse workers can go up, collect the iron and bring it back, and the bloomery could also do the same if there was leftover iron there, or they can go to the storehouse. Now we just need to select, oh, we need to cancel all of these actually. We don't want them collecting all of this. We only want them collecting roof tiles, stone, and clay, and now we also want them collecting iron ore and iron slabs. That's all we want the people here doing. So you can see they've got quite a lot of random, they've mostly done that, but they've got some other materials as well. And then our large storehouse, we can thankfully unassign these materials, so they don't have to go all the way out there to get all that stuff. They don't have to get any ore, no iron slabs, and no stone or roof tiles. Everything else we want to keep here. This is our centralized one. We want most stuff here, but that does free up a lot of their time. So it should do us a big favor in the long run, because they haven't got to go all the way to the stone deposit to collect stone and then come all the way back. We're just doing that in this storehouse. It looks like we finished our blacksmith. Very cool. So if we go to general now, we can see they can make tools, they can make sidearms, they can make spears, and they can make pole arms. Now we want them to make spears, but this is why we need the iron. So we need iron slabs from our bloomery we've just built and wooden planks. So as long as we can get our iron system up and running, we'll be absolutely fine to start making spears locally. And how cool is this little blacksmith? You can see it here. Well, look at that. Oh, I think it's so cool. I want to see them working at some point when they're here. But the family have, so the people here are no longer working at wherever they were. They are just blacksmiths now. And the same, the joiner shop has just been finished. Where's that? That's in here, isn't it? There we go. Got a little bit of work in here. These guys no longer work wherever they did before. They're now joiners, which is why we've lost some productivity from our assigned. I think we had more unassigned families before, but as soon as we set these to build, they've changed into joiners and blacksmiths. And we want them to make large shields. They can also make the wooden parts that we can sell in the trading post, and they can make small shields, but we want large shields and spears to fill out this militia. Since we've built our manor, we also get our own little private army, which I'm just going to rally out front for us right here. This is our retinue, which is I don't know if I'm actually even pronouncing that right, but I think it's retinue. But these are our private military. These are our actual soldiers, and that is quite an outfit that they're wearing. These are our private soldiers though, and they are going to be actually not expendable, but they're going to be better fighters, and they don't cost us anything from our villagers. So our villagers can work at full capacity while these are armed and fighting people. They're just full-time soldiers. 5 isn't very many, but you can get more. I'm going to disband them because we don't need more than this. But they are more specialized soldiers, and they're just going to live in our manor with us as like our personal bodyguards, I guess. Ideally, we would use the retinue to fight off raiders and bandits in the future. But again, we only have 5. We're not going to be doing that with five warriors. That's not going to go very well for us. And it looks like we need more houses again. So I'm going to build even more plots down here. Let's set them... Let's build another 5. That should be good. We could even give these longer gardens. I'm inclined to do that, actually. Let's give them very long gardens. And these can be like our vegetable growers. That's a good sized garden. Let's have them do that, and they can have nice vegetable patches. Let's build this. That's going to be 10 wood. I want these to be very high priority. At least one of them anyway, so we can get them and get more villagers into the town, because we're filling up these very quickly, and that's a very good thing. That's really good. But we've already got one family building, so everything would move a lot faster if we had more people. Also finished this level 2 plot. That's very good. We haven't done any upgrades for our level 1 plots, but they only have access to these 3, or if you have the apple orchard, I think they have access to that as well. However, that's not as good as the options that you have in level 2, where you can get all of these extensions. And we've already got a family. Perfect. We'll just keep letting all these buildings build in, and when they're in, we can start doing some more development to our town. There we go. I think everything's kind of built in now. We've got a build area that's empty. Oh, the forager's hut. Right. We'll take everyone off that because the berries are now depleted. I do wonder whether it's worth getting that. Let's get that development policy. Where was it? It's in policies, wasn't it, here? Let's get the hunting grounds because we don't have any crops anyway. And I don't know whether you can unsign them or not, but I guess we'll find out. We've signed the hunting grounds policy, so now all the deer will reproduce at twice the rate, which is definitely going to help us out. I'm going to take the family off of the hunting camp. We've currently got 9 months of food, so that should be good. I wonder whether we need another family on the woodcutter's lodge, just as our town expands. Let's prioritize the other bits first. Let's get some money. Then we can get some more people, and we should be good. But let's get the mining pit, someone in there, and someone in the bloomery, and now we can produce iron slabs. So that will definitely be helping us out. And let's get another person on the storehouse here. At this size of town, we should really have at least a couple of people working on the main storehouse. I would also like to get another ox at this point. Now we've got the money, let's buy another ox, because our stable has capacity for 2. So there we go. So we've just placed an order. They will be delivered by a local trader, probably from one of these trade points, essentially. They'll walk in, and then we can put another family on here before we forget. Oh, we don't even have one. Let's assign 2 families here. It's because we moved it. Right, we'll have 2 families working here, which will be full-time guiders for the ox. I'm excited to see who our second ox is. We've also got 51 in our treasury, which is perfect. We've done a good job there because we've been taxing at 15%. And you can see, even though we've got a bit of negative from taxation, everyone's very happy. So overall, we're doing a very good job. And the forester's hut here is just finished, so I'm going to assign a family to this one also. We've got space for more people to move in, so when we move in, we'll have people free for construction. But we've built everything we wanted to build for now. And it looks like we've produced 4 shields. Let's have a look. We've got 7 large shields. We are making weapons. That's so cool. Oh, wow. We've just got 105. So this is enough to start hiring some mercenaries and taking out the bandits, which would be definitely a good solution. Rather than using our own villagers, let's hire some professionals to do the job for us. We've got 1 camp of bandits here, 1 camp over here, and 1 over here. I believe they're all of similar strength. So how many on each? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, I think. or maybe 16. I think they're normally about 16 raiders in each camp, but we can go over and battle these guys and take the money that they've got in these tents. So they'll have already taken loads of stuff from multiple towns, and they've got some money which we can take for ourselves. We can liberate it from their treacherous hands. Now to do that, we're going to need some mercenaries, because our militia and our retinue are too weak to take them on, really. And I definitely don't want to risk any of them at this early stage. So I'm going to create new units and then go to the hire mercenaries tab. And if we click this, we can see there's a number of people we could buy. We could get the brigands for hire, which is like 2 packs of the bandits. We go for some local thugs, which is like 1 pack of brigands. Or we can go for some more seasoned warriors, well-disciplined light mercenary fighters. I think let's go for the brigands for hire. We probably don't even need the local thugs. I reckon we could make it with just the brigands for hire, and they're going to arrive in Pawstown, which is perfect. That's where our town is. But they would all arrive at a certain point on the map. If we have a look, one of them was arriving in Goldhoff, I think, so they'd come in over here, which wouldn't be the worst in this case. We are sending them straight to war, but you do have to be mindful of that. If you're bringing in mercenaries to like defend yourself, you don't want them to appear on the other side of the map, yeah, in Goldhoff. So let's get this company that's going to arrive in Pawstown and sign the contract. Perfect. Now we've got them in our army tab, and they have already rallied. So if we're playing, they will walk onto the map somewhere down here. There we go. They're coming from here. There they are. Now we can probably, I don't want to run them because it will cost them in fatigue. Let's walk them over to this camp over here and keep our distance slightly. I think if we fight them on the road here, that would probably be a good shout. They're doing a very odd path to get to that. Why are they doing that? Let's fight them over here then. There we go. They've got a more of a sensible path to do that. We can try and bait the outlaws to come over to us, and then my plan is, if we have one of our groups stood outside in the open, they'll go to attack them, and then the other one can be hiding in the trees, and we can swing them round and attack from the rear. That's my plan, anyway, because there's not really any variance in the terrain heights. There's not a massive advantage either way. And I know we have the numbers, but I'd like to take out all 3 bands of brigands, if possible. So they're going to do 3 back-to-back fights, which is why I don't want them getting tired before they even have the first one. You can see, though, we're going to have to pay for them every 29 days. So this 30 gold payment is going to come out of the treasury every 30 days. So we need to be mindful of that as well. We would like to wrap up all of these fights within 1 month, if possible. Now, another thing I'd like to spend our money on is upgrading some of our buildings in the town. I believe that we have quite a lot of leather in this town because of our supply of deer, and one of the higher needs of a level 2 house is to have some proper clothing. So of these 3 options, shoes are made entirely of leather, so I think that's a very sensible choice for us to have. And let's get this plot here, this level 2 plot, and turn them into a cobbler's workshop. So they will then turn leather into boots, or its shoes, and we can have that need be met in our level 2 houses. We're slowly going to get each of these. Another good milestone would be to get the stone church. I wonder whether we've got enough materials. We do! We need 10 roof tiles, which we've been making to sell, but we can definitely do that. Right, okay, let's upgrade the church as well. We'll put this as very high priority. And this could be medium priority. Yeah, perfect. Now, we're going to need another family to move in to be our construction workers, but we do have a free house, so hopefully they will do that very soon. Look at our warriors. We don't even have to risk our own men. We could send our retinue out for kind of experience, but I think having 5 fighters, it's not really going to be worth it at this point. I would like to get some more in the future, but for now, we'll save our money for other things, like maybe paying the king. Our warriors are bravely walking through the rain. Look at them. Brigands for hire. These are probably not the nicest people that we've hired. There's like local bandits. They don't look, I mean, they're basically just bandits. That's who we've hired. But, you know, fire to fight fire and all of that. It's quite a storm as well we're going to be fighting in. This is going to be somewhat of a battle here. I mean, that doesn't look super pleasant, does it? Oh, it looks like they're coming out to meet us. Okay, so quickly, let's get you guys round the side. I mean, they're not going to have much of a choice. We don't have to hide too much. Let's have you guys come here. Yeah, let's draw them to us. We can, like, recharge a little bit. And we'll have you in the forest. And then we'll just whip round. I don't think they're going to come. I think they're coming for this one. So we'll put it on ×4 and see which way they walk. But I don't think they've seen our guys here. In fact, I'm just going to move up at this angle. And then they can pick one. Doesn't matter which one you go for. We outnumber you in each group. And there's 2 of us. So I don't think they have much of a chance. Fighting in the storm. Right. Attack. And then you guys can come from the side. And we should probably be swarming them now. There we go. In we come. I think we've got this fight. Okay, they've lost their first warrior. We're still strong on 36. They got 14. Oh, we've lost a couple of guys. We're okay, though. We're okay. 13. They're going to break soon, I think. 12, 11. Yeah, they're really dropping now. Fighting in the plants. Making it easy for ourselves. The last 10 are really holding out. Right, we took some losses there. We've just gained some influence because we've beaten people in combat. But we've got a lot of warriors still. Now let's go claim our prize by going to the Bandit Camp. I think we're going to need these guys for a couple of months to get all this. But that's fine. And we don't have to bury all these bodies because they're not in our land anyway. They will just go eventually. I guess wild animals would take them or something. Not very, you know, not very honourable. But we've just hired some brigands and they're the same. So I think they knew the lifestyle they went for when they took that up. Looks like our church is nicely under construction as well. You can see inside actually. It's a very pretty building. There we go. It's pretty basic at the minute, but, you know, it's going to go from a wooden church into a stone church, so that's going to be good. So we've got 25 homes as well, so there's definitely space for 2 more families to join. And what happens is when we get one of our units to claim this, we'll get a choice of what we want to do with the money. So let's let that come up. There we go. We've got a message. Spoils of war. When searching through the enemy belongings, you find a stash of goods. These could be sent to our people, who surely need them, though it is our right to keep them. I'm going to say that these belong to our treasury, because we can use it to pay for the mercenaries to take the other bandit camps down. So we've just got 141 gold added to our treasury. We'll definitely be fine paying our taxes this year. Let's go to the next camp. Where are they? There's one over here and one over here. This one is probably closer, isn't it? And we can fight them in open ground where we'll definitely have an advantage. We've got the numbers. Let's just take them. We'll walk our guys over there. I don't want to run them to make sure we win. And I don't mind paying. It's only 30 gold anyway, so I'm not particularly worried about the payments. And our cobbler's shop is up and running. Perfect. So they're going to be making shoes, which is going to take, again, another family away from a job they were doing to do that instead. Let's have one of our granary workers instead work at the hunting camp, because they can still set up a stall for food. And then where else? We've got one trade there. We've got 2 people working at the storehouse, 1 on the logging. We've got 1 on the sawpit, 2 at the stables, and 1 at the forester's camp. Then we've got, is that 2 families that live in the manor? Yes, we have 2 families as servants in the manor. Right, so that's taken 2 of our families as well. But they do live here, so I think it's freed up the houses for them. Yeah, at the minute they've not got anything to do, but we've got, but they do live here, so it's not the end of the world. A bandit camp was sighted. There's already another one! We've just taken one out! Well, it's not even in the same region. Goodness. Well, maybe we'll take these out and then we can see if our retinue can take these, our personal soldiers. See if we can use them to take out the last one. There's bandits everywhere, though. It's treacherous land, this. Got to make sure you got some strong leadership. That's what we're going to try and provide. It looks like our food and our fuel aren't in an amazing place. It's okay, but we could definitely do with some more. So we want to make sure we're focusing on that too. The fuel is an easy fix. We just need someone else working on the woodcutter's lodge. So we just need more people. But the food is a slightly more problematic one. We could look to start farming. Even though we're going to get lower yield on our crops, we could have a field or something that just does a bit. You know, it doesn't have to be a lot of our workforce going into farming. But it might help to have some extra food coming in. Also, these guys are probably getting close enough that they're going to start wandering over. They're going to see us at some point soon. So we need to be ready for that. We're in position. I don't know if we can draw them out from here. I think they're still... Yeah, they haven't noticed us. They are just chilling in their camp. Having a little squabble. Oh, that's really a squabble, isn't it? Guys, chill out. You've got a bigger fight coming your way. Well, let's move our guys up. Let's follow the road. We'll draw them out. Then they'll surely, the scouts will see us soon. Let's just walk our guys over. Come on. Yeah, they've seen us now. Right, let's have our bigger fighting force out front. And let's keep them maybe about this cluster size. And then we can have... They could even be more spread out. Let them move out. They're going to come for these guys, I'm sure. And then we can... I really want to swing around the back if possible. Rather than the side, it would be good if we moved them behind them. And then they had direct attacks from both sides. You can't actually set them to do anything like stand your ground. I imagine it's because it's like the unit type, because they're brigands. They're a bit unruly and, you know, wild attackers. They're just flailing at each other. But they're basically just in balance now. Right, you guys go here. Let's come behind. Let's run them. And then attack from the rear. Yeah, okay, that's definitely helping. It's just like a mosh pit now. Look at all of them. That's crazy. I don't even know who are our guys, because it's like hiring bandits to fight bandits. I don't know which team we're rooting for. This one at the back is definitely the coward of the group, though. I mean, well done. This one as well has come to join him. He's like, yeah, go on, get him, guys. You got this. I believe in you. Oh, we won. Good lads, right. We did some damage as well. There's not many of them left. Did we lose anyone? We lost a couple of guys, but nothing too serious. Let's go claim the reward. Yeah, we're just going to have to pay for one more month, but that's fine. We've left a bit of a blockage in the road. That's going to scare a trader coming through, but you know. Such is medieval life. And there we go. Let's take the message. I think we're going to keep this amount in our treasury as well. And then maybe the last one we will give to the people. Oh, they were set to run, so they've got there a lot quicker. Right, let's march you both over to the last one, which is over here. Probably, again, no logical place to fight them. This is probably a reasonable clearing. Let's go here. And I imagine we can trick them, because they'll only see one of our forces, and we can have them in the forest or something nearby. Swing around behind again. If it's not broken, don't fix it. That tactic's definitely working for us. But it's not hard, is it? When you outnumber them 2-1, you're definitely going to win. Unless you do something very, very wrong. It looks like our deer are breeding up as well, even though we're hunting, which is perfect. That policy is definitely helping us, because we're giving our deer some nice food, aren't we? We're looking after them, as we should. We're taking care of our local animals, and they're providing us with a great source of food for the town that's very sustainable. So can't complain. Yeah, we paid them. Okay, another 30 gold. Look how much gold we have. That's definitely enough to start a decent fighting force, I think. So we can start protecting ourselves properly. And we've had a family move in. Perfect. Now we've got a free family to start building the church. And that will be an iconic centerpiece for our town. Going to move them here because this one with more men is moving a lot quicker than the other one. They must have been a lot closer. So I'm just going to have them wait a second before we get too close. And then we can move up together. Right, where are we headed? Over here. Again, let's go for our clearing. Let's have the one with more guys here. And then the one with 14 can be here or something, hiding in the woods. I think that's close enough as well that we'll draw them out. Yeah, they're coming running. Okay, and they're going straight for the 16 group. In fact, we could just swing around here. And then move them forward when they get closer. Don't want to be too close or they might go for them. Okay, let's run them here. And they can go to attack. In fact, let's just go. That's pretty much behind anyway. Let's run them in. If you double right click, you can push forward. That's good to know. Okay. We could do that on both sides, honestly. But yeah, go on for glory. They'll both push forward. See if we can crush them between our forces. It's a bit more of an even fight, this one. Well, it's not. We've got double the people, basically, but we've got smaller groups of them. So when they hit our first force, they had more men, and we've just come in behind. Yeah, we're beating them back now. The numbers are going to start to drop. I'm going to fast forward this, because we've seen them fight quite a lot. There we go. And you guys can run over and claim the third prize. If we've got 23 days, we could always run them to the other bandit camp and see if we can get them there in time. Might as well get our money's worth. You don't pay any penalties for losing warriors because they've, you know, this is what they do. They've agreed to work for you. Let's give... Oh, they got 523 actually. I think we'll just keep it in the treasury. Actually, I was going to give it to the town, but they've got a lot of money from trading and stuff. So it's good that we have a bit more money to spend on, you know, it's on protection for the town. It's not like we're just throwing it away. Though I'm sure every ruler has said that throughout all of time. Okay, let's run them over here. They're going to be very tired by the time they get there, but I think we've still got the numbers to win. And we can see if they make it. At least if they're running, we've got a better chance. We've got 22 days to get there and win the fight, so we'll see how they go. The good news is we have a lot of planks, and I think our joiner has made quite a lot of shields now. Yeah, we've got 35 large shields. We haven't got any spears yet, I don't think. Oh no, I tell you what it is. They'll be used up. Yeah, we've got 25. So every time they've made a spear, it's been immediately used for the militia. So 26 have spears now. That's a much better militia. We stand a bit more of a chance if we get attacked now. Ideally, if we keep producing these as well, we could just have two bands of spear militia plus our retinue. I think we could probably defend ourselves. And crucially, another building that we really want to get is if we go into the castle planner on our manor, we can get the garrison tower. Now we're going to need 10 stone for this. So let's go throw someone. Oh, no. We're using from the church, aren't we? Right. We'll let them build a church. Then we can throw a family onto the stonecutters camp, because we can start getting some stone. And what that tower will let us do, the garrison tower, is it'll increase our retinue size by 12. So you can only get one per region, but that's going to be a lot more warriors. So we've currently got 12 that we're allowed. So we're going to have 24 to play with, which is definitely good. That's a much more reasonable band of warriors. You know, when you've got over 20, you stand a chance in a fight, really. I think these guys are going to make it as well. They've got 17 days and they're almost there. So running was probably a good idea. I might walk them now we're a lot closer. See if they can recover a little bit. Because we stand a little bit of a better chance of winning there. Also, it said our mining pit was exhausted. So I'm going to take the person off there. I don't know if that comes back or it doesn't if you exhaust it. We'll have to see. That may have been a fatal error. However, we've got a lot of ore, I imagine, from that. We've got 26 plus all of the ones we've mined that are already in the bloomery and the storehouse. Yeah, I think we've got quite a lot of iron. So hopefully that comes back, but I'm not sure it does. We may have just overexploited that. I'm pretty sure it comes back if you don't go down to 0 with it, but you have to keep an eye on it. It's not an issue, though, because if we do need more iron, we can always trade for it, or we could settle another town, maybe one that has a rich iron deposit, like this one, and use that instead for an iron source. Let's leave this pit here, though, and see what happens. Because I also know you can upgrade to a deep mine, and then you can get even more iron out of the same pit. I think that might even make it unlimited, I'm not sure. But you need the relevant development item for that. And I think, where is that? It's down here. Yeah, okay, if it's on a rich deposit, it's an infinite source of iron. That's cool. That's going to be really helpful for like the late game play as well. That's really going to help us out. We've got trapping. We could get another policy here, which is enables hunters to skillfully lay traps in the forest, which gives a passive income of meat. That could be useful. We could also get an apiary and start getting bees. That seems a very cute thing to do. I don't think we need to double the capacity of our berry deposit because it's not a rich one anyway. And you can get wax from beekeeping, but you can also turn the trapping into extra pelts or double the amount of meat. That would be crazy for us. That'd be so good. Maybe we should go into that, more of a hunting route, because I don't think we're really farming very much. I'm not really tempted to get any of the more farming spec ones. We will set up a farm, but it's only going to be kind of passive food income. It's not going to be our main source where we depend on the harvest, you know? Oh, and they're already riding out to meet us. So let's get you guys set up. Let's have the 14 group here and the 13 group here. Maybe that there, and we can wait for them to come to us. Might as well replenish a bit of our fatigue, or reduce our fatigue slightly. I think they're going for the smaller group. Let's back you up. Yeah, I think they are. Okay, let's have you come in here then. We'll let them walk into our little trap. Can you not see the people to your right? Okay, you attack them. You go for the rear. And we do have the numbers. So let's see if we can get them. Oh no, don't run. I want you to push forward. There we go. Hopefully that didn't cost us the fight. Okay, if you hover over the branches, at least it gets rid of them so you can see. We are losing men, but I think we'll win. I genuinely do. As long as we can get them to like 11 or 12, I think we'll win generally. Because I don't think... I know our guys are tired, but we just have the numbers here. Let's fast forward and see how we get on. Yeah, we're going to win this, aren't we? 8, they're going to rout. 7, there we go. And off they flee. And we still had 11 days left. So we could have walked a little bit more, but we did absolutely fine. Let's go and take our payment. Where's their camp gone? I swear it was over. Oh, it's there. Okay, let's run to the camp and claim that. We've got 11 days to claim it with these guys. So maybe we're okay running how we did. And we've got it. Now, we've got a lot of money. I'm going to give this to the people as the benevolent leader that I am. The 4th opportunity I get, I will give the resources to the nearest town. They get 120. Perfect. And now I'm going to disband these brigands. We don't need them anymore. They can go, take the wealth that we paid them, and enjoy themselves. Hopefully they don't go and terrorize another town nearby. We've just made bandits for another nearby town. If we look at the armies, we'll also have different mercenaries, so you can get some very different ones. This is quite a well-rounded set. They've got 2 light mercenary infantry, and then they've got some archers as well. This is spearmen and infantry, and you quite often get some local thugs, which is good, because they're weak, but they're very cheap, so it's useful. You could always get all of them as well if you had the money. You could just have all of them, and you could just keep them as your personal guard. As long as you can support the payments, like having... these two, the Battle Brothers, that's a good set of infantry, and it's only 50, so as long as you can sustain 50 a month, which is quite high, but if you can sustain it, you've got them. Like, they are your personal guard. However, this is what it's supposed to be, your personal guard, which is the retinue. So let's have a little look at our personal soldiers. If you go as next to the rally point, you can see we've got Retinue Customization, and if we click on that, there's a whole host of customization and things to come. I'm assuming these are like skills or something. I'm so excited for all of this to be unlocked and usable in the game. But we have our 5 warriors here. We can rename all of them if we wanted. We can give them armor upgrades. We can personalize everything about them, like the helmet, the weapon they have. It is in a class though. So some of them have the pole arms. They're just different types of them. And some of them will have like sword and shield like this one. So we can choose whether it's a sword or an axe or like a hammer or something. And again, we can choose what their shield is. So we can get some variety here, as well as the helmets and everything. These are some interesting trousers. I'm sure this is intentional, but they just look like tights to me. I'm not sure whether they're supposed to or not. But we'll leave it. We'll let them wear whatever they want to wear. It's, you know, it's their choice. I'm not going to change any of what they're wearing, or what weapon they have, or their helmets. But I do think it would be cool if we made them have the same colours as us. So if we have a look, we are green and yellow on our coat of arms. So let's get some solidarity in their dress code. The first one we can leave as green, and then the second one we're going to have be yellow. Let's just have the third one be yellow as well. And this is what our units are going to look like. So I'm just going to go through and make sure that these are all green and yellow for all of our warriors. Okay, now another thing we could do is upgrade their armor, which turns them into what look more like knights as you'd think of them. They'll have a lot more armor on, and I imagine they're much harder to kill. However, we can recruit more of them at this point. I think that's going to be the priority. So it would be 34 to upgrade the armor of each individual person, or it would be 50 to hire a new retainer who owns like basic equipment. So I think for now, let's recruit some more warriors. We've got 592. I want to get at least 12. Let's bring our numbers up to 12. So if we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 warriors, we've still got a good amount of money in the bank, but we have a proper retinue of 12. One other thing I love about this is, as well as their name, they've got a little bit about them. Like, this one knows many legends and myths from different cultures and regions. This one's afraid of horses. Like, this one studied various arts. Like, they've got some really cool little customization options in here, which is very, very cool. And you've got defeated foes as well. So none of them have fought yet, but they will put defeated foes on there when they've got them. Also, I'm sure there's going to be loads more of these phrases and also names that come to the game, because some of them get repeated. But again, as I've said a million times, it's just because they're in early access. So there will be a lot more added, I'm sure. They're going to have more phrases. They're going to have more names, more armor types. They already added some more different helmets and weapons in the latest update, so I'm sure there's a lot more of that to come. For now, let's get everyone suited up into the correct colours, and then we have our proper retinue. We can maybe have a look at them. Okay. They are all in the right colours. Now we've got 12. Let's rally them out here and have a little look at our guys. And they've got our flag, look! I think that's the king next to it, but that's our colours, that's our banner. So this is our proper bannerman right here. Got a lot of polearms in our group. But I think that's a good little force. We can have, what is that, 6x2? That's not a bad little unit, is it? You might be a little bit scared of them if you were a brigand coming to take our money. You see all these brave souls ready to defend our town. Cool. Right, I'm going to disband them because we don't need that anymore. But we've definitely got them in reserve. So if we ever get attacked, at least we've got some local warriors plus our ever-growing spear militia of 31 people right now. And I think we're still missing equipment. We've got the recruits for it. We could look at getting another one. We've got 48 potential warriors. It's just we need the equipment. So we'll let our blacksmith carry on. The joiner shop, we've probably got enough shields. So let's instead change to wooden parts, and we can start selling those. Actually, let's pause and have a look in our trade at what's more valuable to sell. So under, is it crafting materials? Yeah, wooden parts. This is very cheap to set up, and they sell for 5 each. If we go for weapons, it's 70, but they do sell for 7 each, so it would be 56 actually. It's not that much more, and they sell for 6 each. And the same with 50 and 5. The small shields aren't much different. We should probably end up building all of them. Let's just put them on wooden parts, because I don't know why we'd make different types of shields we're not going to use. Let's get some wooden parts, and they can start making them. We've got a good supply of planks and of timber. We should probably move all of our wood production further out again, because it is very close to our town. I'm going to relocate this just a bit further back. in here. And then I'm going to move the Sawpit to be next door to it as well. And we could have various roads. We could even have a road that comes off of the forester hut here. And then another road that comes up here. Maybe next to the church. There we go. We've got a bit of a road in there. Now, let's move the Sawpit to be next door. And I am tempted to move the stable as well. I don't think we need it for anything else around here. So I'm going to move the stable to be in here also. It'd be nice to have it kind of on this bend or something. It would look a bit nicer. But no, let's have it. Let's have our stable in the space here. There we go. We've got all our buildings there, and that's pretty well positioned. I might leave the forester's hut here for a little bit to let them keep planting trees around here, and then we can move them over here, and they can plant even more. The thing is, they're going to plant trees that we're not going to see for a while yet, so there's plenty that could have already been planted. We won't see them until they're proper adult trees. Oh, it looks like our church is going up now that we've got more workers assigned as well. So let's watch our church be built. Perfect. We finished the small stone church. I don't think we can call that small anymore. Look at that. Wow. Let's keep our standard bell sound that we had before. Look at that. That's quite the building. So now our level 2 houses will be fully satisfied with their church ability. So all that's missing for them is 3 food types and having a tavern. Now that's got a few steps to it, but we'll definitely get there. I want to upgrade a number of these houses too, because we definitely have all the stuff we need. Let's get 3 houses down on either side from the market. That should be good. And we could look to get some more houses as well. Now that we've moved all these, we'll let them move the supplies, and then we should put some housing in here. We could even put it facing this way, the housing going this way. That might be nice, have a bit of an interesting shape to the town. Rather than just be one long strip, let's move it around and have some more interesting shapes in here. We've also got the money, so let's upgrade these houses. I said that we're going to be vegetable houses. We're going to start doing vegetables in them. So let's put some vegetable gardens in. These cost 15 gold each. However, it's definitely going to be worth it. It's going to get us a lot more food for our town and another food item because we'll have vegetables. You can see on this, it requires ploughing and harvesting labor, so it will require a bit of time for the people that live here, but the yield crucially depend on the plot size, which is why I've put them on these nice long plots. Now, it's obviously going to take them longer to do a long plot. They're going to have a lot more field to do. However, you get more vegetables from it at the end, and this should be a good supplementary supply, which I think you see in about September, when the other fields would be normally harvested. Like, if you had a wheat field, it would be done then. Let's put something in these gardens too. I'm tempted not to do anything where I know we're going to change it. Like, some of these level 2 ones I'll leave, because we've got plenty of space for some higher level buildings. Perhaps if we leave these 4 to be something different and more interesting, we could start to change these buildings over here to be something else. There's a little plot here. Let's have them have some chickens, which is, again, another food source. And then we also are going to want some goat sheds, because these provide a passive yield of hides. And hides is going to be really important because it provides the leather and now the shoes as well for our town. So I know we should have a good amount of deer being hunted, but this will just be supplementary to that as well. Let's alternate and have chicken, goat. Let's have this one be chickens, and this one can be goats when it builds up. And we'll do the same on the other side, but the opposite. So this one can be chickens, this one be goats. This one could be chickens and goats. Let's have a couple of vegetable patches on the end as well, because they've got longer gardens again. And they've got space for another family. I didn't see that. I completely forgot that we built this house with the capacity for an extra family. So let's expand the living space and make 2 families live on this plot. Be twice as many people to harvest the vegetables as well. In fact, I think I may change this. This is kind of a longer plot as well. I may change this one to be vegetables too. We'll see how it all looks when it's in. This should give us loads of different food types though, because we'll have meat, we'll have vegetables, we'll have berries, and we'll have eggs. So that we're definitely going to be hitting the multiple food types, and hopefully everyone can have a good varied diet. I also, before I forget, want to add the herb garden to the forager's hut to make sure that we're doing that, because the herbs will stop our villagers from getting sick, or they'll help prevent them from getting sick, which will definitely be a positive thing for the town. I'm going to assign both of the people to the small stable to help with the moving around of the ox, and I'll leave everyone else actually unassigned for now, because we don't need some more planks or timber super urgently. I know we've just planned quite a lot of construction, but we've got 22 timber left over after all of that, and 82 planks left over. So I think we're okay. It'd probably be a good idea to set up the trade for the wooden parts. So if we establish this trade route, we can now start exporting, and we don't need any of them at the minute. I don't know what they're used for, but we can very easily make them. So let's just sell all of them that we get. It looks like we've almost reached a full unit of militia as well, so that's really cool to see. And to meet our next town settlement of large village, we need 1 more level 2 plot. So when these build in, we should reach the next town settlement level, which is very exciting. Let's watch this one build in, and then we should have a large village. There we go! We've reached a large village! Pawstown is doing so well! I love it! Perfect, perfect. In the time between recording this and the last episode, the dev has released another big update to the game, which I think mainly focuses on balances and tweaks and kind of like bug fixing. But I don't care about any of that as much as I care about our new little Hermie. So, what is our second ox called, and what do they look like? He's called Herman! What? Okay, I think we're gonna have to change his name from Herman. I'm gonna, after one of the animals in another series on the channel, our ethical zoo, I'm gonna call this one Olaf. And we're gonna go see where he is. Here he is. Oh, he's a good boy in the snow. He's working hard, even though it's really cold. I think he deserves as much respect as Herman, and definitely more than this guy. Hans. No, you don't get anything close to what the ox get in this town. Look at him, he's such a good boy, and he's bringing a log so they can finish building this house. So we have 2 ox now successfully in our village, and I don't really even care about this milestone. We're currently a large village, but really, we all know in our hearts we're a 2 ox village. That's how you measure village size. But I would like to improve the village size. It would be great if we could reach small town, but for that we need 2 more level 2 plots and 3 level 3 plots. So we really need to get our needs down in our village. And one of the main things for that is going to be meeting everyone's tavern supply needs. Now this means we need to create ale, and that's kind of like a 3-step process. First, you have to have barley, which you get from farming. We can make fields for farming, or we can trade it with our trading post. You can just purchase crops. We could buy barley. It's not even that expensive. It'd be 12 per barley. The next thing you need to do is you need to go into industry and create a malt house. And this malt house will turn your barley into malt, and then the malt could be turned into ale through a brewery extension to one of your houses. So it'll turn them to full-time brewers, which might be a bit ironic to be right next to the church. But we can put them in, and they'll make ale, and then you can sell it in the tavern, which I think is under residential. Yes, tavern, which is another building. So there's quite a lot that needs to be done to set up a working tavern in the town, and we don't have enough people for that right now. We've got 5 free families, but I believe we're not assigning them to the logging camp and the saw pit. So we probably don't actually need a family on the Sawpit right now. 63 is quite a lot. And I think we've got our joiner shop. Under general, we can put a reserve. So let's put, let's say like 20 or something, or even 30. The 30 planks will be left, essentially, for construction. So the maximum this will use is 33 planks, but I don't think they're going to use that many. And they will continue making their wooden parts. How are we doing on the spears? We are making some. We're going to run out of iron soon. It's annoying that we lost our mining pit. It's gone. I'm going to see if it comes back, but I don't think it does. I think we've lost our iron. So it might be worth setting up a trade line to actually purchase iron ore, which I guess would be the cheapest way to get it in, which is under crafting materials, I think. Iron ore is only 45, so we could easily buy in some iron ore if we wanted, and then we could sell it. And we also need to start selling the shields, which in this update, very interestingly, you can no longer purchase, right? So you have to make the weapons yourself. You can export them though, but they're not worth very much. So that's not ideal for us. But hey ho, we've still got them. You also can't purchase any of the commodities. So this is an interesting update they've made to the game. This is going to change how we play, but I'm all for that. We've got to adapt with our town. That's what good rulers do, apart from delaying bad news until you absolutely have no other option. The other key to being a good ruler is to adapt and roll with the punches. Now, these are all building in too. These are our burgage plots. I'm going to change this one, which I mentioned before. I think I'm going to change this to be a vegetable patch. And to do that, I may have to delete this. And then, yeah, we can have a vegetable garden. Right. There we go. Now we've got 3 vegetable gardens here, which I think will look a bit nicer. And vegetable gardens produce a lot of food. I think this has somewhat been nerfed in the update, but it's a good amount of food for our town, especially long gardens like this. So we're going to hopefully have a good supply of different food types. You can already see we've got meat, berries, eggs, and that will be vegetables as well. So that's 4 food types. So I think we're doing pretty well there. We're also staying, even in winter, we're above the animal hunting limit. So I think this rich deposit and the hunting policy about like helping them breed has really helped us out there. I do think we're probably going to need someone else assigned to the granary to help with the food generally. And this could very likely do with an increase, yeah. Let's upgrade this to a large pantry because food and fuel are going to be a priority. We only have 6 months of food. I would like to, in this video, try and get this up to be about 12 months and see if we can progress towards a level 3 buildings, because that will get us to the next town size. But we don't want to expand before we're ready. That's the key with all of the games like this, is you don't want to expand too soon when you're not ready to. I think we're now out of iron ore, so I'm going to tell our bloomery worker to stop working here, because we don't need it right now. We do have a number of iron bars already, so I'm not too worried about the blacksmith right now. And we have a full militia here. We could start forming a second one, because we've got the spear, we got the shields for it, and we could very easily get the spears. We've got the people too. And with this second militia unit, you can see it's split everyone between them, and they'll now work up. So this one will be 19 and then 20, 20, and hopefully we'll get them both up to around 30, 36 would be ideal. But if they're at least 20, that's something, because raiders will still come for us, and we may not be quick enough to hire mercenaries in time if the raiders like spawn here or something. That would not be good. I've also had a quick look through the update, and where it says NA, it's not that we can't buy them, it's that we may not be able to see the price, I think, until we establish a trade route. It's just saying that I think once we pay for this, and perhaps we should, let's go on the large shields, because we've got loads of those already, and let's establish this trade route for 84. Yes, now we can see we can import them for 16, so it's not letting you see, which I guess is kind of its own difficulty curve. It is something it would be realistic, and that you don't know how much you'll be able to sell it for. We're going to export once we have a surplus of, yeah, let's have 30. I mean, I don't know how many we need, really. We've kind of got enough. How many shields do we have? We need 72 and we have 80. Let's have a surplus of 20 and just let them sell, because we can always make more if we want anyway. And perhaps we should actually set our joiner to work back on the large shields, because they cost the same and we can sell them off So they'll work on them. They can make some large shields, and we'll keep selling them. And hopefully make some money. Now, something I would like to do to help fend off the bandits is to build the garrison tower, and for that we're going to need a little bit more stone. So let's assign a family to the stonecutters camp to get a little bit of stone for us. This will just be a temporary placement. And once we have this stone, we can then build the garrison tower, which increases the retinue size by 12. So instead of being allowed 12 warriors, we'll be allowed 24. And that's a reasonable size to take on the bandits. Like, they're not going to beat us with 24. We could probably win with 12, but we might take a few casualties. And it looks like these improvements have all gone in now, even the vegetable patch. And look, you can see the chickens pottering about. And we've got our goat shed. The goats are just chilling out in the snow. The game is so beautiful. I do really love the graphics and everything in this. And our markets are looking pretty reasonable now. I imagine the granary's probably set up another one. Oh, we can't see until we finish building it. Let's put this on very high priority, because we've got 3 families working on this. They should be able to build this fairly quickly. And let's see what the building looks like when it goes up. There we go. We've now finished construction of the large granary, and they've both set up stalls. So yes, we definitely needed 2 families there. We could potentially look for more, but I think at the minute they've just got berries in the granary, and it's going to be berries and meat. There's definitely enough people for that, and we've still got 1 tanner, which is probably appropriate. Now, I do wonder whether we should start spending our points, our development points, and we could get better deals, which makes trading far, far better. And for us, that might be a reasonable shout, because I do want to get barley, and I know that our farming isn't great around here. If we just have a look at the barley fertility, we're really going to struggle to grow barley out here. So I think we're going to have to import that. We can probably grow a little bit of wheat for some food, and this is a good area over here, I think, for doing that, or over here down on this side of the town. Either one, but this is also close to the granary, so I think this will be the focus for a small farm. But that's about it. I don't think we're going to be doing much farming in this town, and barley we're going to need to import. So let's go get the better deals policy, or development branch. Get the better deals development, and also I'm wondering about the others we get. Let's leave it for now, because I would like to get sheep breeding so that we can, as it said, breed sheep. But we also could really do with these hunting buffs, and we can just buy loads of sheep. Essentially, sheep, this feature lets you like breed sheep rather than having to buy each individual sheep. You could just buy 2 of them and let them populate, which obviously saves you a lot of money and is pretty cool. But it's also a bit odd for that to be a development branch. I guess that people didn't know how to effectively breed animals, but they kind of do that on their own. Like, it's one of those where it seems odd that that's a development point. But hey, it is what it is. It's in the game. We've also got generic storage full at this. I think this may be a minor bug that isn't full with generic storage. But hey ho. It looks like food variety is the thing that's holding us back. But we do have a good amount of food variety. It's just not many stalls, I guess. There's not much availability of it, and fuel could also be improved. Now we've got this large granary. I want to improve our food, so to do that we're going to need more families, and for them we're going to need some houses. So let's build out. Oh, these logs are going to be in the way, aren't they? That's annoying. I don't think it's going to let us build here, so I'm going to start building from here and just get a few houses in here. They don't need to be massive, just kind of, they don't even need to be that many. Let's just build, how many is that? 6 houses. They're reasonable sized gardens as well. There we go, 6 houses. Let's build them, and then we've got a bit more space, don't we, in the future? So I'll let these build in. We've got a good amount of timber, and we've got 4 families assigned to construction, so I'm hoping that these will go up pretty quickly, and we can just enjoy the night view while they go up. Okay, we've got 6 new houses. They went up very quick, didn't they, at the end? All together. Wow, there we go. 6 new houses. It's plenty of space for our town. And we could even just request that they build a couple in here as well. Now these resources have been cleared out the way. Let's have these 2 go in here. Now we've got the potential for the people to move in as well. Let's start farming. So to do that, I'm going to build a farmhouse. And this is kind of going to be the management building, I guess, for all of the farms. So I'm going to put the farmhouse. I want to be really careful of our farms for this deer, because these deer are more important to me than anything else in our village. I think I'll build the farmhouse about here. Let's put that there. This is where the grain and stuff will be stored as well before it's taken to the granary. So let's put that there. And then we can start building our fields. Now the fields build instantly, and my plan is if we can get 3 fields, we can then rotate where we put the crops each year. I only think we need to have 1 field at a time on this farm. So if we just try and cover this green area here, what's that going to get to? 1.6? I think we can do bigger than that. I think let's have, if we can get to like a 2, yeah, that's good, 2. Or we could even have it be in here. That might look a bit nicer if we built it around the farm. Hold on. Something like that would look quite nice. Right, let's have this. This will be 1 field. It's going to be 2 Morgan, which is kind of like, I guess it's just the unit of measurement. I don't actually know what it means, but can someone let me know in the comments? Because I'd actually be really interested to find out. And we've got most of the green area on here. It's going to be an okay field. It's not going to be too bad. And this isn't a field that's specified as wheat or anything at this point. It's just a field. We can choose what we grow on it at a later point. Now, I want to pick where we're going to start building our field, and I want to leave some forest free. So I think if we go somewhere like this, in fact, we don't even need to go that far. Let's go over here. Have something like this. And then a 3rd field over here. Let's do that. 2 right there, and then we've got 3 fields that are all 2 Morgan long or big. And once the farmhouse is up, we can start looking at assigning people to work in these. Now, this first field I'm going to put to be growing wheat, and it's actually 66 isn't bad. But what I'm going to do is, instead of growing wheat every year, I'm going to put crop rotation on and leave the other 2 years to be fallowing, which is basically they just let it grow, I think. They just let the grass grow. They let the soil fertility improve. They might even grow clover or something like that to kind of add more nutrients to the soil. So we're not going to get anything from it in those years, but it is going to improve in fertility. And then what we can do is we can put crop rotation on, and the 2nd year we'll grow wheat in this field, and then in the 3rd year we'll grow wheat in this field. So we're always growing wheat at about 66 to 71% yield of this field, but we're moving it around, so we're not always growing in the same place and ruining its fertility. Now, you can also do this with crop rotation normally. I mean, that's what farmers do now. They rotate the crops around their fields so that you don't kind of destroy the soil with growing the same type of crop and taking all the nutrients from it. But for now, we've got the space, we've not got the people. Let's just leave the fields for 2 years after we sow them. And when we assign families to the farmhouse, they'll begin ploughing the field, planting, and then harvesting it in September. So the harvest is in September. That's when we'll get all the wheat, and they'll just start ploughing as soon as we've built the farmhouse. And, well, as soon as we built the farmhouse and we tell them to get on with it, basically. Let's have a look at our farmhouse come in. There we go, our farmhouse is finished. And it looks pretty cool. I think that's pretty good. So you can see this is, the field is just like fallowed at the minute. I think this is what it looks like. It's just like grass. But what we're going to do is we're going to set 2 families to work on the farm. And they're just going to sort out these fields for us. We don't have to do anything further. And it also gives a little beautiful entrance to our town. Like, look at that. What a cute entrance to our town that is. You can even see our church in the distance as you approach the town. Like, that's really cool. You'd see it over here and you'd be like, oh, I can see the town there. Through the forest, which I love. And we've left this area. This is going to be sacred woodland for us. In fact, they're breeding so well. I think we should have another family working as hunters. And probably, yes, our foragers need to start up again. Let's start foraging. Let's have 1 family work on the forager's hut. I don't think we need 2. Although it wouldn't hurt, would it? Let's have 2 families work on it. Because we're not building anything else right now. And actually, we can take a family off of the stonecutters camp. Because I'm sure we have gathered enough stone. Yeah, we've got 91. I think we needed 5. Let's also open the castle planner and build our garrison tower. Now we have the resources. And for this, I think we can just have this be... Let's just have this be like here or something. I like it there. This is going to be where our... I'm going to commit this. And then it's going to build. This is where our troops are going to be. And they're all going to just... Basically, this is one building, but it's all connected up. We don't need another little road. We can always put one in if we want. From the door of it to the road. I think it'll look nice. We'll see. We'll see how it looks. But this is going to massively improve our retinue size. Because we're going to be allowed 24 warriors instead of 12. Also, at the minute, this must be so odd. There's like so many empty houses. The village must feel like a bit of a ghost town. And it looks like our spear production is going well too. Does the blacksmith still have materials though? That's the real question. Yes, he's got 32 iron slabs. So he's got plenty to crack on with. I think that's absolutely fine. And our food is dangerously low at 3 months. So I think it's this perfect time. We're going to get loads now. Now we've got 2 on hunting and 2 on berries. We're going to get loads of food. And I believe... all the vegetables harvest in September as well. So I think we'll get loads of vegetables at some point, which is another good reason to have the large granary because we can actually store everything we've got. So this is definitely going to help us, and we could put another family on this at some point. But for now, I want to leave them to build out the garrison tower, and then we can defend ourselves from those bandits maybe. There we go. We finished our garrison tower, and look at that. That is quite an impressive building. So now our retinue, has a limit of 24. Perfect. We also have the money to expand that, but our popularity is dipping. That's not great, and perhaps that's to do with how much we're taxing everyone. Yeah, seeing as the land tax has been reduced now as well, I'm going to drop our tax to 5% from 15 and let everyone just enjoy living here a little while. Now, the annual royal tax has been reduced. I don't know why ours is 0, but perhaps it's because we don't have any level 3 buildings or something. I'm not really sure. At the minute, we have 0 royal tax to be paid. Obviously, this was quite high before, and I think they thought it was a little too high, so they brought it down. So we'll see what happens with that, and if we do have to pay any. But we don't need to worry about that right now, because for now, let's get some more warriors. And I think we just get as many as we can. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 warriors. Let's have a full group of 24, and I'll customize them all so they have the same color scheme as we have with the rest of our warriors. Okay, they're all wearing our green and yellow Herman colours. Now, I'm just going to mobilize them. I'm going to rally our troops. And the bandits are pretty close, actually. So I'm going to rally them about here. And I think we'll just walk across. They are going to have the height advantage if we come from there. Maybe... No, I think we need to go further up the hill. Let's rally our guys over here. And then hopefully we can either draw them to us or we can go to them, but we'll be on the high ground. I'd rather us be higher up than lower down, because you don't want to be fighting on an incline. And if we hit play, they'll all start moving out. We've got 20 mobilized, 21, 23. And is the last one going to mobilize? Apparently not. The last one's having a cup of tea. Oh no, 24. There we go. 24 of our... Look at them! That's a proper force right there. Okay, they're going to all group up and then we can send them to fight the bandits and defend our town. It looks like our farms are coming in as well. Like, they're just ploughing this now. So they're going to go through the whole field and plough it. Then they'll plant everything and then they'll harvest it in September. But I think they should have time. They've got... Yeah, we're still in spring. They'll be fine. They'll have time to harvest it all and grow everything. But they're basically making their way through. You can actually speed it up by allowing a ploughing station, which is one of the development points, where you can then get one of your ox to not only plough the fields, but also to gather the crops when they're harvesting them and bring them back. So that could potentially be something we do to, again, honour the ox in our village. Okay, our men have formed up. I didn't think to take them off of running, so they're actually a little bit fatigued, which isn't ideal. I think what we'll do is we'll have them form up here and we'll let them rest a little bit and regain some of their fatigue, and then we'll send them to fight the bandits. If the bandits come to us, we should be fine anyway. Like, I don't think they'll come this far, especially because we're hidden by the tree line. I don't think they've seen us. But I think we can leave our guys here. And look at our flag. They're like a proper fighting force now. They've got our flag at the front. I love it. I think it's so cool. Yeah, they're not coming out to meet us. We'll wait here until everyone's kind of regained a bit of their strength, and then we'll go hit them. Okay, our guys are above 90% efficiency, so I think let's walk them over. This is probably a reasonable place to fight them. I'd rather have them here than try and fight them on that hill. Like, this is all very flat, but otherwise we'll be going up to meet them. So we'll either run to bridge that gap or we'll draw them down here. Let's see if they'll take the bait. They will take the bait. They're going to come out and meet us. Absolutely fine. Go for it, my friends. In fact, we're just going to stop just back here and let you come to us. I'm going to leave these on balance because there's only one unit on one unit, and if we had some archers, that would be great because we could shoot into the back of them or something, but we don't right now. So that's absolutely fine. We'll just let them come for us. Here they are. They're running in. We've got this. I don't think they stand a chance against us. 24 on 16, and our guys are proper warriors, whereas they are lowly bandits. Yeah, they're already falling. 15, 14, 13, 12. Oh, okay. They don't stand a chance at all. They've already broken. Wow, okay. Our guys are elite soldiers now. Let's go. We can run them now and go collect the reward from the Bandit Camp. That was a good fight for them. They did well. I don't know if we go on our customization whether it will show their experience now or not. But I don't think there's any benefits to it right now. I know that there seems to be a bit of a development tree for them in the future. Oh, look at this. Look, they're growing. What is this? Carrots and cabbage or lettuce. Very cool. Everyone growing stuff over here as well. Yep, all growing. Looks very good. And what are these? Are they beetroot or something? Or parsnips or something? I don't know what they are. These look like carrots, but these look something else. Might be parsnips or something, but very cool. I like how there's different crops in here as well. There we are. Let's take the Bandit Camp. And what do we want to do with the money? I'm going to send it to our town because I'd rather we just have lots of money in our town now. We don't really need it in the treasury. I'm going to run them back and then we'll disband them. In fact, I'll do that in times 12 just to make sure we do, because there's so many times when I just leave our warriors on the edge. Right, then we can probably, if you walk in a bit further, could I disband you? There we go, disbanded. We've got a great amount of wealth now. Wow, that's very impressive. We could probably do with another family on the trade as well, seeing as we're doing a good amount of money. I'm trying to think what we're making at the minute. What would be best to sell? Shoes we have a lot of. These would actually be a great trade item because we've got loads of them and it's something we're going to produce a lot of. So I'm going to establish a trade route for shoes and then we will export anything over 40. If we have 40 surplus, that's crazy. And they sell for 8. That's really good. Okay, cool. And now we've sorted out our bandit problem. I don't think there are any more on the map. I think we're bandit free. If we are, that's very nice. Okay, now we're bandit free and we've got our little farm set up. Let's also have a look at getting our level 3 buildings. And I think I'm going to build a little road in here just before I forget. There's no steps down from there, so I don't know how they climb up and down this thing. I'm not sure whether it's supposed to be adjoined to the building. It probably is supposed to be like attached to the building. That's why. Like the tax office. The tax office has a door. We can always just put the tax office in. And they get into this tower through the tax office. That may be the best way to do this. That might be better, actually. Then there's a bit of space, and they get in through there as well. Yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna build the tax office, and I'm gonna delete this road. Cool. And then it looks a bit more realistic because it's just attached to the tax office building. Now, I think we've kind of met the food needs of our town. Once we start planting these, this is going to give us a lot more food. So I'm not too worried about this food of 6 months. The fuel we just whack someone else in the woodcutter's lodge will be absolutely fine. I think the main thing I want to sort out next is meeting all of these requirements. And you can see we're doing all of these really well, apart from the ale supply. We don't have a tavern. So to do that, as I mentioned before, we need to first buy in barley. So let's go to crops and establish a trade route with barley. We want to import until we have 25, let's say. 25 barley is our desired surplus. And we'll let them kind of do this, I guess. We'll let our traders buy some. But once they have this, the barley operation can be around here, I guess, seeing as that's when the barley is going to be bought. It's probably going to be moved to... I think it's a storehouse item. Let me just check. But I think it is. Yes, crops. It's flax and barley get stored here. So once they've been traded, they'll be moved to the storehouse, actually, down here. It could be worth building the malt house in town. I don't think this will be a very like noisy building. It is a bit ironic to build it behind the church, but I do also kind of love that. That we can be growing beer behind the church. Yeah, it fits in perfectly as well. So I'm going to put the malt house here because it's very close to the storehouse then. There's a little road leading through the church here, and I think it'd be nice to kind of link that up. There we go. Okay, so our town was waiting to build the tax office extension to the garrison tower before they built the malt house. And this actually required them to take down the garrison tower. So they've just built all of it again, which I hope hasn't impacted our retinue. It hasn't, thank goodness. But yes, now we have one big building, which is quite cool. It looks more reasonable as well. Like this is the warrior. This is where all the warriors will be, and this is where we live with our servants. I think we have 2 families of servants. Yeah, which is a bit excessive. But anyway, that's fine. Let's put the malt house to high priority and watch them build the malt house from the ground up. Perfect. Look at them go. We've got a malt house. And this will let us, if we put a family on it, will let us turn barley into malt. Which I guess they do by heating it up. Like on here, I assume. They've got the fire underneath. It's a little storehouse or something for the barley. I wonder how much barley we've actually got. Have we managed to purchase any from the trade house? If we have like a crops. Yes, 25 barley we've got. Perfect. And it looks like we have fully ploughed this field. I'm hoping that they're harvesting it, that they're planting it, sorry, in time for September. We've only got a couple of months, so they need to get cracking on it. But I do have faith. I have faith in our people. We've only got 3 berries as well in the deposit, so I'm actually just going to take both of these families off. We could use them elsewhere. And this is still looking good, though maybe we only need 1 family on the hunting camp. No, we'll leave 2 for now. They're fine. They're working away. They're absolutely fine. Let's have a look at who works here. So we've got these 3 family members work here. They're all transporting, so they're going to be transporting barley. So I'm hoping they've got some in their hands and they're going to put them in the building. There we go. And yes, they are. They're putting it on here to be heated up into malt and storing the malt in there. Very cool. Okay. So now this is making malt, you can see. We need to turn that malt into ale. Now to do that, we need to turn one of our burgage plots into a brewery. But for that, we're going to need planks. And it looks like we've run out. So let's get a family back on the saw pit with a construction reserve of, what was it, 30 we said? How many planks do we want? Doesn't seem like the joiner's construction reserve has worked here with the zero planks. I don't think that's worked at all. So I'm just going to take that off. But it's fine, we just have a steady supply of planks. We'll see if this one works with the timber. I'll put a construction reserve of 20 timber and see if that helps. But for now, we'll just get a family working on the saw pit. They can produce some planks for us, and then we can make our brewery very soon. Okay, we've got 10 planks, so let's make our brewery. I think this plot here next to the storehouse makes the most sense because it's near the malt house as well. Let's turn this into a brewery. And this is going to cost 5 money and 5 planks. Let's put this on very high priority and they will start building that in. We should probably also look at the other shops we want to make, because we do have a number of families now available. And what I'm thinking is we've got the spears and the shields here. What else do we want to make? So the other options we have available to us are fletchers, so we can make war bows from them. Or we could start making, we could get a tailor's and try and make clothes. To make clothes, you do need linen though, or you need wool, and we currently don't have either. So perhaps in the future we should set up a sheep farm, and then we can start getting wool and start making some gambesons, I think. I think they're made from wool, which are like coats. Oh, you can see we've been planting as well. We've planted most of this field. They've done a pretty good job. I think they started late though, like considering they'd normally start in October. They think they started in February. Oh no, they have planted the field. Okay, they've done a good job. Right, they've got through. So hopefully we'll get a reasonable yield from this. I think it's estimating 61. So not bad considering it said like 66 before. And yeah, okay, it's not doing amazing. We've done 100%. It's barely grown, so by the time we harvest, we're going to have to force an early harvest, probably, which isn't ideal, but it is what it is. We will see. We'll see what time it is, because we want to get onto the right track with then doing the next field. So September is harvest time. We may just have to force an early harvest on that one and get a little bit less. We'll get a lot less. We'll have all of these vegetables to keep us going anyway, and I'm not too concerned. Fuel is actually turning into more of an issue, so let's get a second family working at the woodcutter's lodge. And to offset that, let's have 2 families working at the forester's hut as well. I don't actually think it'd be a bad idea to get another forester's hut down here either. I think we might do that to help offset the impact from this logging camp too. So let's put a forester's hut along this road here. And we'll let that build in, and then we can assign another family there too. It looks like we've got some new bandits as well. They've been stealing our resources. Oh, we do. They're all the way out here. That's so far away. Luckily, we've got our retinue that do not do anything else for us apart from fight bandits. So let's rally them at the border of our lands, and we can send them out there to go fight them. And it looks like our brewery and our forester's hut have both completed. So this is our brewery here, which has claimed one of the families immediately when we selected it. So one family is now full-time brewers. So it's very cool. We're going to be making ale. And once we have a little supply of ale, we can build our tavern and choose a good location for it. Let's also assign a family to the forester's hut so we can start planting some trees. And I don't think we've got any other construction going on right now. So I'm actually, again, I'm tempted to put 2 families on the forester's hut and let them plant even more trees to recover more quickly. Let's send our men out here as well to fight the bandits. Let's just draw them out, open ground. I think this is probably a good distance from them. And they'll come out and meet us. Looks like they're coming for us as well. We've just crossed a little stream. And maybe we should make them fight in the stream, actually. Let's pull back to here. And let them have the combat disadvantage of fighting us in water. Now, I'm not a fool. I would not think that fighting in that stream would be a good idea. But it seems like they're more than happy to jump in and try and have a full-on fight for their lives with gushing water around their ankles. So they're more than welcome to try it. Yeah, they are not doing well. Okay, their effectiveness is very poor. And I think we'll take them out very quickly. Especially when one of them's not even getting stuck in. All of our men are getting stuck in now. It's not like when we hired those brigands and they just did nothing. Just standing at the back. Right, let's go grab this camp from them. And, oh, they got some deer over here. They're like at one with nature, these brigands. Or they were. They're like us. It looks like a big one. Yeah, it's another rich deposit. Loads of deer. Very cool. Well, we're going to take the wealth from them anyway. And I imagine we could put it in our treasury and then potentially upgrade our retinue to be more like knights. That would be ideal if we can get some better armor for them. Hopefully, we are also producing a good amount of ale at this point. I haven't seen any on here, but we do have... Yeah, there's 3 ale here. Okay, so the ale supply has started. We can probably build our tavern. Now, we need to pick where we're going to put this. I think next to the malt house is probably a good spot. And we can add some more roads in to connect this up a bit better. Yeah, I'm going to whack this here. And then have another road to its left. No, or even I'll extend this road along here. And connect that up like that. That seems good to me. And we've got our nice tavern here, which we'll put as high priority. This is what we want everyone working on. Oh, we've got the money. Let's send it to our treasury. And then get our guys to run home as fast as they can. Oh, it's now September, which I think is really when we want to be harvesting. It's only 16% growth. Not ideal. Minimum crop growth for any kind of harvest is 15%. I mean, we've got 16, so we're just meeting that. That's pretty poor, isn't it? I do want to get started on these fields, though. I mean, this is such an interesting shape for a field. But stuff will grow, so, I mean, it's not a problem. This isn't ideal. I think let's just bite the bullet on this year, though. Give it a harvest. Maybe let it go up a little bit, but I don't really want to hit November. I don't think it's going to grow much, is it? No, let's just force an early harvest. And let everyone come out and start harvesting. It's not ideal, but at least we'll get something from it. And then we can work properly on these 2 fields and have them have like a full cycle. Our tavern's going up quite nicely as well. Wow, that's going very quickly. Let's have a look at that. There we go. We've got a tavern up and running. Very cool. Let's assign a family to work here because we don't need a building family. And then we can start distributing ale properly. So this should meet the tavern requirements of our people. Oh, they don't have one. They will get a tavern supply when it starts actually stocking with ale. This should mean that we're able to get level 3 houses as well, which is absolutely perfect. That's what we want. Now, interestingly, they didn't actually force the harvest on this field. And we've moved to October, so I think they just left it. Perhaps it wouldn't work, like it wouldn't let them force it early. I don't know. It could just be a minor bug, but we weren't going to get much from it anyway. So we'll let them start working on this field properly now. This is just going to fallow, and they'll leave it to, you know, to just go, basically. Let everything wither and die and soak back in. But although our first harvest wasn't a success, our retinue is back, so we can disband them and have a look at getting some armor upgrades. So we could make them ourselves, or we could purchase them. So we're going to import the armor, I believe, for this. You can see we've got a bit of expertise now. They've been used. So let's import some armor. Let's see how many we do, because it is quite expensive for each one. But look at them. This gives you a whole new set of like helmets and everything. I think it gives them new armor as well, like for their body. So it's very cool. And they got, I think it's the same weapons, but still very, very cool to have some different variation on our units. And these are obviously more heavily armored, so should last a little bit longer in a fight. It seems like most of the time the colours carry forward properly, but occasionally you just need to have a little bit of a play around the colours to get them to go back to what they were. But I think we're doing pretty good with it. And to be honest, I think we can get everyone else as well. I think we can have everyone be fully upgraded as little beast units. We are one short. One lonely little soldier. Who is it again? Oh, bless them. Just Linhart. He's the only one who doesn't get his big boy armor. Everyone else has got upgraded armor. And look at the militia we have. It's pretty well formed now. We've got quite a lot of spears, which is great. I'm loving that. We've almost got 2 full units. So this would be a reasonable fighting force to defend our town from raiders with. So that's pretty good. I'm quite happy with that. If we can get 3 level 3 plots, we should be able to upgrade to a small town, which is kind of a huge milestone, isn't it? For a town. So we need to do that. To do that, we can... Oh, wow, we've actually reached all of the requirements in this building already. We just need the materials. So what I'm going to do is set another family to work at the Sawpit. And I'm just going to take the construction reserve down to 10. And hopefully this will get us what we need. We can get some more planks, and then we can upgrade some of these houses that have met the requirements, because those closest to the market, I think, have pretty much everything they need. And we've got quite a few houses here that could be level 2 as well. How many have we got? We've got 31 level 1 plots. So we should probably have some more level 2s. They don't all need to be here, but definitely these central ones are going to have the best access to the market. So we should probably prioritize the ones in kind of the center of town. Perhaps this plot being like the first this way, and then these vegetable plots can stay level 1, and we'll do the same here. We'll have kind of a system where there's like level 1 housing on the outskirts, then level 2, and then level 3 right in the middle. Something like that. I think it makes the most sense, because I guess that's what would happen in real life anyway, where you get the most, or the wealthiest houses are the ones that are in the what is deemed the best location in town, which here would be the best access to all the resources you want. We've also got a massive marketplace, I'm realizing. There's lots of space for us to grow and develop, so not a bad thing. Not a bad thing at all. And it looks like our field has been left to fallow. I don't think we actually got any wheat from it. We didn't, because we had a pretty bad harvest. But we've got a couple of families, and I'm hoping that they're going to be able to do this. They're 2% into ploughing. If we need to, we can throw another family on this and see how they go. But when I've done it in the past, I mean, it could have obviously changed with the updates as well, how many families you need. But 2 families is normally enough to do a 2 Morgan-sized field. So I'm hoping that they're going to be okay. I also love seeing the visualization of the timber when you've got it. Like, it's so cool to see it physically stacked up there. And then they're probably going to go take it away. Yeah, and it's gone from the pile. Like, it's such cool attention to detail. I love it. And it's not very far from them to take it, because then they're just going to work in the saw pit here, sawing those logs into planks for us. And it looks like we've already got a decent amount. So we've got 5 planks. I'm going to let them carry on for a little bit until we've got a slightly better number. And then we could probably upgrade some houses and potentially even build some new ones, because we've got 1 free house at the minute. It's actually this house here, second to closest to town, ironically, that there's empty currently. So hopefully we'll get a family that moves in here soon. Okay, I'm going to take a family off of the saw pit, because very quickly we have 37 planks. So I'm going to turn the brewery into a level 3 house. And this also, you can see, requires a bit of money and some roof tiles. So it's quite an expensive thing to purchase. At the minute, we've only got enough for 2 at the minute, just on timber. So we need to be careful with that. It's quite expensive. So we're gonna have the brewery, and then probably these 2 buildings here are weapons manufacturers. We can turn into level 3. And other than that, we need more people to be cutting logs. We've got 35 living space now, and I believe that's because the level 3 houses have space for 2 families to live in, which is actually a really good point in that we probably don't need to expand the town anymore. We just need to expand the living space, and this is going to do that for us. We've got winter approaching. I'm concerned that we've only got 3 months of food. That is slightly concerning, but we are hunting, and perhaps we should get the trapping skill, so we get a passive income of meat. I think we're going to go for this. Let's get trapping. And then the next one along, when we get small town, we could get doubles the amount of meat harvested from hunters, which would be perfect for us. I'd also like to improve all of these houses with some garden features. I'm going to leave 1, 2, 3 that are probably going to be turned into level 2 plots quite soon. And let's get some... They're not really big enough for vegetable gardens, so let's get chicken, goat, and then chicken, goat, chicken. And we can get some more food through the chicken eggs, can't we? Seeing as we've got quite a lot of money as well, we might as well just make all... These 3, we'll make them all chickens, because we could do with a little bit of extra food. And then we can always just upgrade them if we have other needs for them later. And we finished our first level 3 house. We've got the brewery. Look at that. So now this will support 2 families. So you can see that's why we've got the 35 living space. And should we have a look inside? I think we can go inside these. Although we should expect glitches, it says. I believe we can walk inside. Can we? Yes, we can. I thought it was just going to be a void for a second. But no, there's someone in here. There we go. So you can kind of see inside. It doesn't work super well. There's a lot of void there. And it's not really easy to control. But in the future, that's going to be very cool. I'm very excited for that feature to continue to develop. And look, it's cool being in the garden as well with the brewery. It's where they're making their ale. And then in the market too. Nah, this game is beautiful. I do like just walking around. Like, look at that. Look at the water on the mud and everything. Like, the detail there is pretty cool. Seeing as we have a lot of money, I'm going to go on to trade and perhaps open up a trade route of a food that we don't have. So I'm looking at what's cheap. Apples and honey are very cheap. Meat's super cheap. And then we've got eggs and vegetables. I'm wondering, because we can get another food type if we can just trade for one of them. So maybe we should trade for honey, and then we can have another source of food. So if we spend 90 here to establish a trade route, then we can trade until we have, let's say, 25 again. 25 honey. And we could even do the same with apples, though you can see that the more trade routes you establish, the more expensive they all become. Let's leave it at that though, and we can try and purchase some honey, and then that'll be another food type that can be sold in town, and it should help a little bit with our food situation too. The other thing that would probably be a good idea is to set up trade for some wheat, because we're going to struggle to grow lots of wheat in our town, and if we have a look at our fertility, like we've got a small farm over here that's using some of the wheat fertility we have, but it's not great, so it's probably a better idea to import some as well, just so we can have a constant supply of food. So I'm going to assign another family to work here, because I think that will help. Oh, you can see we've already got 7 honey, so that's probably helping too. And then let's establish a trade route for wheat. We're going to import wheat until we have 25. Because we've definitely got the money for this kind of stuff. We've got lots of wealth, and we're selling lots of stuff too. I think if we pause the game, we've got how many wooden parts? Right, export. We don't want any, so we'll be selling as many as we've made. What about the shield? We only want 20, so yeah, we can sell a lot of these. And I believe we're making roof tiles still. Right, export. Let's just keep a surplus of 20. Because we are going to need, or perhaps we should actually let's do a surplus of 40, because we are going to use some of them. But the rest of them we can just sell. So I think more traders here is going to help us to sell more of our goods. And perhaps we should even consider getting a horse. I believe that horses improve the speed and the carrying capacity of our traders. So if we build ourselves a small hitching post just outside of our trade building, our trading post, and if we set this on high priority, then hopefully they'll build that soon, and then we can get our first horse, which would be very cool. There we go, we've got our hitching post. Let's now order a horse, and we should be able to assign a family to it. Although I don't think we actually need to. I'm going to order a horse, but I don't think we need to assign a family to look after it because it's going to be on permanent assignment here on the trading post. So I'm assuming that people here will just use the horse and know what to do. And you can see we're getting some wheat in, which is perfect. That's exactly what we want. Okay, so we've got those underway. Let's build the other farm buildings we wanted for when we do have wheat. So we haven't built this yet. Once you have wheat, in order to turn it into food, you're going to need the windmill. And this is going to turn grain into flour. Now, ideally, we'll put this in a place with high efficiency. And it's got very high efficiency over here. I'm just concerned at how far away it is. We could also have it closer to our town. In fact, this is a pretty good spot opposite the trade house because all of the wheat is going to be stored in the large granary. This is one of the crops that we're allowing here. So everything will eventually come here and then be distributed elsewhere. So I think it might be worthwhile putting the windmill a bit further into town, and it's still not too far from our granary. I think it definitely makes more sense to put it here, even though it's slightly away from the farm, and you traditionally think of the windmill as being right by the farm. There's quite a lot of trees and stuff by our actual farm, and I don't want to rip down the whole forest just to build a windmill. So let's do that, and let's also put a communal oven in, and this will turn the flour that we make in the windmill into bread. And bread can actually be eaten, so this is what we're after here. I'm going to put the communal oven next door and let them build in. And hopefully, after these guys build in, we'll have a way to make some more food for our town. There we go, we've built both of our buildings. Let's assign one of our families to the windmill. It started moving, how cool is that? And then we're going to have another family working at the communal oven. Now, we are going to have to lose them from somewhere. I'm trying to think where the best place is for that. To be honest, we've got quite a lot of people making the roof tiles that we just don't need right now. We've got so many. So I'm going to take a family off of the clay furnace and take one off the mining pit. I don't think we've got anyone on the stonecutters camp or this mining pit. No. So we can leave the storehouse worker here to just carry the goods and, you know, take them wherever they need to go. Just make sure that's all fine. But we've now freed up a couple of families. So I'm going to put one of them on the communal oven. And this should generate quite a lot of food for us now because we're going to turn the flour or the wheat into flour and the flour into bread. And look, we've got a beautiful boy arrive. Veet, our horse. Amazing. Okay, I'm going to put on advanced on the trading post. I'm going to assign a livestock worker, and this livestock worker is Veet. So now we've got a horse here. I'm very tempted just to get another one as well. I'm going to get another horse, and we can have 2 workers. We've got 2 families here, so let's have 2 workers. We just need to upgrade this to a stable. We'll put this on very high priority to get that built, and then we'll have a stable that can support 2 horses. Now, one thing I didn't really consider when I chose the brewery to upgrade is that the people living in this house are going to work in the brewery. So we've now got 2 brewers, which is fine. Like, that's absolutely fine. But we may want to pick a house that doesn't have a function right now to be our other houses, to be level 3, to get more people in that can do different roles. Otherwise, if we put them in our weapons house, we're going to have 2 blacksmiths and 2 joiners, which I don't really think we need. We've got so many from what we've already got here. I think it might be a bit excessive to have even more of the weapon makers. And now we've got our small stable built. You can see we've got capacity for 2 horses, so it'll be absolutely fine. You can see that Veet's now carrying a rider, and if we look at the families, Peter is trading and he's not here. So I think he's gone off map to go and trade our goods elsewhere, which will massively improve how often we trade, I believe. So that's definitely a good thing. And when we have a second horse, we can do that even more because we'll have 2 families with 2 horses. That'll be a lot of trade for us, hopefully. But because we can't click on anymore, and you can see if we click on people, there are 6 people who work here, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them in our town that have been identified here. So the 6th one is off map. So good luck, Peter. He and Veets have gone for a little bit of an adventure. Now, luckily, our food is going back up, which is great to see. We've got 9 bread, 4 honey, and 12 meat. Our berries should come back very soon as well. And our animals are still doing good. We've got 2 people working at the hunting camp, and we're still absolutely fine. So I think we'll just leave them on year round. The population's never getting too low, and we've got trapping now, so we're going to get even more meat from our deer over there. Now, I believe I did see a bandit camp pop up. So yeah, there's one always in the farthest corners, aren't they? Let's grab our knights who say ni and send them out over here. I believe this is probably the quickest route. Let's rally them over here. And Herman's bravest can go and save us from the bandits. For now, though, let's let our town carry on. We're accruing quite a lot of planks and timber. I want some of these houses to be level 2, so I think I'm going to turn this one on the end to a level 2. I'm also going to convert this house to level 2, and that's probably good for now. We will go down the route. This one, the requirements aren't met, which isn't good. Oh, it's not really got much food availability. Yeah, that's the problem at the minute, is we've not got great food supply. But that will improve as we have more food, because we can also have more people working at the granary at that point. The windmill's producing flour, though, and the communal oven's producing a lot of bread. So everyone is happy, and that should be fine. It looks like our money's kind of fine, too, because we've got lots to sell. I know we're buying some food, but we have a lot to sell. And once we get the benefit from one of these fields, we'll have a lot of wheat to show for it. So hopefully they will be working on this field this season. I saw them ploughing it before. So, although you can't see in the snow, I believe it's ploughed. It's probably just waiting to be planted. Or at least it's part ploughed. Look at our guys. This poor one on the end. Bless him. All but he have upgraded their armor to be very, very intimidating. They've got the upgraded armor. I think it's him, isn't it? That hasn't. Yeah, because this one's got the helmet. There's just one poor, sad man. And we even have the money for it now. Oh, bless him. We're going to send him to battle without it. Oh, we did make them run. That's annoying. Okay, well, we'll walk them over, and then we'll let them heal up before they go into battle. Let's just park them over here. Let's have them line up nicely there. They can walk over and then just rest up a bit before they go to the fight. Looks like we've got a burgage plot here. It's about to be upgraded as well. That'll be good to get some level 2 buildings. Got a couple of them here. Get a little bit more income once we have these up as well. So that's one of them. And the second one building in now. I love how they take away the planks as well. It's really cool. Like they deconstruct the original building and then they build in the second one. It's very, very cool. Okay, both of them are up and running. That's 2 more level 2 plots, which is 2 more regional wealth every month. And our fuel is looking really good. We've got 9 months of fuel, so definitely good to have that second family working there. We just need a bit more food. And this is where crops would normally come in very handy. However, we didn't have a very successful harvest. Thankfully, we do have a very successful army, and these guys are at 95% efficiency now, so let's send them forth to fight the bandits. This is close enough to flat terrain. Let's take them. I think we'll draw them out if we move to there. Let's just slowly walk our guys over. And we'll draw them out. We'll wait for them to come after us. You can see them over there. There's a trader as well, I think, here. Yeah, look at them. Strolling through the snow. And our enemies up ahead. They don't know what's about to come for them. They're just squabbling. Herman's wrath shall be felt. Let's move our men up. And then we can let them come to us. Look at our guys in this shimmering armor we've got. Brand new. I don't think these bandits really stand a chance, to be honest. We're very heavily armoured compared to them, and there's 24 of us and 16 of them, so I would be surprised if they even get one of our guys. I would genuinely be really shocked. Yeah, they've already broken. Not a chance. And we've made short work of them. Now let's go claim our reward from the Bandit Camp and keep the money. Then when they're back, we'll make sure we give our last guy his armour. Bless him. It's like a rite of passage. He's the only one without one. Do feel a bit bad. Let's give our wealth to the nearest town as well. We don't really need this in our treasury because there's not really much more to get at this point with our treasury. Until we have a second town, that's kind of all we want. So let's walk our guys home. They're a bit tired, so let's just walk them to the nearest point. It looks like everyone is harvesting the vegetable plots over here, which is why our farmers aren't working on the field. I thought they would have been ploughing the field, but it looks like they've been ploughing and harvesting their vegetable patches, just taking away from their efficiency doing their main job. But this is also food for us, so I can't be too annoyed. So March is clearly where we get most of our vegetables come in, and then September is when we get our fields, which is pretty good actually. That spaces everything out quite nicely for us. I imagine there's less work for them to do in March as well, which is probably why. I am very concerned though, because yet again it doesn't look like they've actually done this field. So I'm a bit concerned. I'm going to put another family on the farmhouse and see if we can get some more people to actually do the job, because I want the crops to have a long time to grow, and I think they're supposed to put them in the autumn. They're supposed to harvest, plough and sow crops. And I don't think they've actually sown this. This just looks like fallow to me. Yeah, they need to plough it. So we're going to be behind again this year. We're starting in March. But hopefully with three families, it looks like they're going for it now. 3 families, we have a much better chance of being successful with that and getting a better harvest this year. I also don't think we purchased a horse before because we didn't have the capacity for it, because it says that we have 3 of 4 space and only 1 horse. So I think if we purchase another horse, we should have them arrive very shortly, and they should populate this space here. At the end of the day, no one's populated it, and the other stable we have over here is filled 2 of 2 with both of our ox. So I'm pretty sure it's just the case that we haven't had we didn't actually place the order, and now we'll have a trader come along very soon and bring a new horse with us, which would be perfect, because then we can have 2 horses on the trade house instead of just 1. And trading seems to be going very well, looking at that. Those horses have really helped us there. I'm going to disband our retinue. But look at that. I think we're getting a lot of wealth from our the things we're exporting now. Wow. Yeah, we've managed to sell all of the roof tiles. That's amazing. You can obviously sell a lot more if you send people out rather than waiting for traders to come to you, because I mean it makes a lot of sense that you go and set up your own store. People will come to you, you go to different towns and sell it to different people, rather than just one trader coming along and you say, hey, do you want 500 roof tiles? And they go, I'll take 6, but that's it. And then you don't manage to shift much of your goods to sell. Whereas if you bring all your roof tiles with you, you can sell them town to town and get rid of all of them. So I guess that's how it works, which is it's a realistic system. That makes sense. I think we might have, yes, this is Thomas, our second horse. Perfect. Look at him. What a beautiful boy. So now we've got Thomas and Veet. Look at Thomas. He's outstanding, isn't he? Now let's assign him in the advanced tab to the trade building as well. And now we've got the maximum of 2 horses assigned. One of our trading family can pick him up and use him to help transport and trade in another town. And it looks like Peter is stocking up. He's picked up Thomas and he's gonna stock up with his car and then head off. That's really cool. Off he goes. He's going to walk, I believe, along this King's Road to the trade point out here and then off into a distant land. Goodbye, Peter and Thomas. Have fun on your travels. We wish you all the best. And speaking of the best, it looks like we've got 7 months of food now, which is perfect. Look at all that food coming in. We've got so many vegetables and quite a lot of bread actually. So that's pretty good. Plus our berry deposits are back. So what I'm going to do is on the trading post, I'm going to stop. Oh, an enemy unit. I'm going to pause. An enemy unit's been spotted. We've got raiders. Oh no, this isn't good. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Well, I'm going to finish the train of thought I was going to say was I've stopped trading for wheat because I think we'll be able to get some from our farm next time. And it looks like we're doing pretty well for food otherwise. And we're just about to have a berry season. So we can definitely spare some people and throw them onto that instead. But the priority is going to soon be that we have 3 sets of brigands incoming. And we need to arm ourselves and be ready. We've got almost 2 full spear and shield militia units and our retinue, so I'm not too worried because I feel like we can take them, but I would like to have as few casualties as possible. I'm going to let them get a bit closer, but I do want to form up in a reasonable position. I don't want to be fighting in our town. Ideally, this would be a great spot on the hill here. This might be the spot where we choose to fight them. I'm going to let them get a little bit closer and just let everyone carry on with life as normal. And then we'll form up everyone on this hill. In fact, let's form the retinue up because they've got nothing better to do anyway. Let's form them up without running. And then maybe when they get to here, we'll form up our others as well. Okay, let's form up both of our spear militia units here too. Look at our units all formed up. Don't they look cool? Okay, right. So this is definitely the hill we want to fight them on. It's very steep and I can see them over here. So let's put our retinue front and center. We want them to be the priority targets here. Let's have them line up in rows of 2s. And then I think we'll have our spear militia come on the side. They can probably be in groups of 3s. I would rather they have the extra protection. Let's form up like that. I have a slightly thinner line at the front, but we're just kind of presenting a wall of units to them. And we'll let them come for us here. Perhaps move these guys forward so they're not in the bush. There we go. But they are going to come for us, but we're going to be on a hill. So I'm going to let them come towards us. This is quite an invasion force compared to last time. It's triple the amount of units we saw before. So it is going to be a bit of a spicy fight compared to what we've been used to. But I think we can handle it. I think we've got a good force going for us. And we're going to do a really good job with this. I'm concerned that they're going to burn some of our buildings on the way. But I think they can see us and they're going straight for the fight. Yeah, now they've split up into 2 groups, so we need to be mindful of that. You can see our line of warriors ready to defend. We've got 2 over here and 1 over here. They're probably going to try and flank with that one, so we just need to make sure that this unit is ready for a flank if need be. You can just turn slightly to be on its side there. And then these 2 are still ready to fight over here. Yeah, this one's moving around. It's going to try and sweep around the back, but that's fine. We're protected. We know what we're doing. Now they're coming uphill. Let's see if we can take them. I'm going to put our militia units to be on stand their ground because I think that our retinue is going to break them. Oh, they've been sneaky with how they've done this. Okay, we'll fight them here. I want to be very careful because really we want to pull this militia unit back. Yeah, because they're coming over here. So if we run them over here, we can fight this other unit with more numbers. That's very sneaky. They did a good job there. Okay, we've broken these guys. Let's move our retinue over here and then charge them from the back. Charge! And we can push forward with these guys. Come on. Yeah, I think they're breaking. We've definitely lost at least 1 person here, but I don't think that's too bad considering the amount that are fighting. Pushing everyone together, we're closing in on them. Yeah, we've won. Nice. Well done, everyone. That's very good. Right, I'm going to disband everyone and let them go home. I think we've lost a villager or 2, though, so we do need to be aware of that. I think we have a family. We don't have a family working in the church. Okay, that might be worth doing because we've quite a lot of bodies here, and we do need someone working in the corpse pit as well. So what I'm going to do is, I know we've got a couple of foresters right now. I'm going to take one family off of the forest there and one off the family there, of the forester there, and then put one in the church and one in the corpse pit. We also need to prioritize berry collection. So I'm wondering who to take off. We've still got wheat, so we do want the windmill and the oven to carry on. But we can probably live without the saw pit for a little bit. So let's take someone off there. And then we can put at least one family to gather berries, which would be very helpful for us. Again, over here, I don't really think we need this saw house now. They've done all they need to with storing. We will need all of this again to make more money. But for now, let's just prioritize food. And when we get a few more families in, we can start making money with our roof tiles again. But we survived a raid. That's very good. I'm really happy our little town's still here. That was a big raid as well. It was 3 brigands. We didn't even have to hire any mercenaries, which we could have done. But the problem is, when you hire mercenaries, they're not going to arrive somewhere close usually. So like Envive and Walbrand, I don't know where these areas are. It could be one right next to us. But no, see, they would come in... Where is Walbrand? They come in the middle. I think they probably come from this side and walk to the middle as well. And these guys were coming over here, so there's no guarantee that they'll even make it in time. We do now have an excess of shields. Like, these are the spare ones. So we've got 47 and 11... extras. Now, some of them we do need. We need 1, 2, 3. We need 3 shields and 3 spears that haven't been used yet because we just don't have the recruits for them. But that's quite a lot. So I'm going to set the joiner to make something other than shields. I'm going to put them back on the wooden parts, and then we can start selling the wooden parts as well in our trading post, because I think that's quite a lot of shields to try and shift, isn't it? And so that might be a bit of an ask over there. So they can sell the wooden parts as well. Now our food and fuel are a bit more under control. Let's have a look at upgrading some of our buildings again. I think this is a great candidate for a level 3 house here. So I'm going to upgrade this. This will also give us an extra house without a job already attached to it. And I think I might do the same with the one next door to it. Morning days. Oh, they lost someone. Oh, I think they lost... oh, I hope that wasn't the sun. I'm going to say they lost the sun. That may be how it works in this game, but maybe it was the sun that was the one that passed away. I'm going to go with that. Yeah, okay. Let's upgrade this house as well to level 3. We've got 2 to level 3, and I believe that will meet our requirements of 3 houses there. Now, we should probably do with another level 2 house, and I think this is probably a good candidate. We just don't have the timber for it. That's understandable. Well, we'll let these progress and let everyone build in these upgrades. We've got space for 37 families once we build these, so we can have 2 more families than we have. And I believe the people who live in these houses are the ones who build them. I don't think it's your construction families, although I imagine they will help. Once we're done with burying everyone though, we'll take a family off of the corpse pit and have them around for construction. I think it might be worth leaving a family on the small stone church though, just to have someone there. And look, we've got a few little, I think these are the little graves from the people that have passed from our town as well, which is quite cute. Is there another one back here? Oh no, it's some grass. Yeah, these are being built in, so I think the families that live there do this. But I'm not sure. It could just be that we've got the materials there for them. Either way, it'll be fine. We can just get those families in at the end to finish construction. And we've got 9 timber, which means we can afford this house to upgrade to level 2. We'll then have 27 level 1 houses, 10 level 2, and 3 level 3s. Yeah, these are building in. Look at these. Perfect. Can watch this build in. There we go. We've got these. We've got the extra 2 houses, and we've just upgraded to a small town. So we've got a new development point. Perfect. That's very, very cool. And we should have the level 2 house here as well. Yeah, we've got another level 2. And I've just realized how this works as well, as that it's level 1 or higher. So we have 31 level 1 or higher, 12 level 2 or higher, and 3 level 3 or higher. So if you go from a level 2 to a level 3, it doesn't take a number away from the level 2 building. it just means that a level 3 building is still a level 2 or higher building. I guess if you just had 10 level 3 houses, you would be able to meet all 3 of these requirements, because you'd still have a level 1 house, which is cool because it means that you can keep the town small but effective and basically build up all of your houses to the highest level rather than like having to keep some of them as level 1. So there's definitely an argument to be made to increase more of our guys up to level 2 housing rather than level 1. Everyone's much happier now. We've got a better handle on our food, and we've got lots of types of food. Look at all of that. That's amazing. Yeah, I think it may be worth us upgrading a few more houses to level 2 and to level 3. I'm going to upgrade this house here and this one next to it. And then I'm also going to come over here and upgrade some of these here. Oh, we don't have the timber. Okay, we will wait for the people to move in and to get more timber. We can assign some more families to logging if we need. But now we're officially a town. How cool is that? We're a small town properly. Pawstown is a town. It's only taken this long. Now, how's our wheat field doing? Because I am concerned about this one. I'm not going to lie to you. It's 11% grown, and it's July. We've got August, September. We might be okay. It'll be more grown than the other. It's estimating we're not going to produce anything in 54 days. That's not good. So it's 53 days to harvest. I didn't see this before. I think this is a really obvious thing I missed. But watching it count down was helpful for me. So we've got 50 days. I don't think anything's going to be grown, which means that this is going to be a bit of a failure, annoyingly. We can't have 2 failed harvests. Now we've got a free family, finally. I think we'll leave 1 family on the berry deposit. It's probably a good shout to get 3 families should be enough for this, I'm sure. It looks like we need a bit more space in the granary, so I'm going to put another family on the granary to help with the market stall, and that will help with the distribution of all of our food. And we are up to 9 months of food and over a year of fuel, so that's actually doing really well. The fuel's in a great place, and yeah, the food is getting there. It's definitely getting there. I would just like a good harvest to come off. And it looks like we're just missing it every time. But they're going to harvest in 30... This is August already. They're going to harvest in 30 days. And we'll just get nothing if we need to. But it is what it is. I think the reason we couldn't force an early harvest before was because it was already the month of the harvest. Like, they will harvest at this time. And we were within that point. If the pantry's full, we need more people from the granary to do their job. It's only across the road. Just take it to there. I'm sure that's fine. Oh, we've got some bandits as well. Right, let's get our retinue up and running. We've got 2 full units now of militia. That's perfect. Right, let's form up our retinue. Oh, at least they're in a convenient place this time. That's not too far. There's only 1 of them as well. Right, let's take them. Let's form you guys up here. Annoyingly, we are probably going to have to pick up the bodies from this one. I'm also going to take them off of run. I'm going to remember to do that this time. But they're going to die on our land, which is really annoying. So I'll leave someone on the corpse. I tell you what, I'm going to take someone off the corpse pit because we don't need that many people on it. And then we can... we've still got someone on the church that can move the bodies. I'm not expecting any of our people to go, to be honest. So I'm not too worried. And here they are. Let's go for them. Gonna go unbalanced for now. Let them come to us. Now we're gonna take them. We've got a work area that's empty as well. We need to check that out. Let's fast forward and our assured victory. There we go. Didn't stand a chance. Right, let's take out the camp. Can run them over to that. What is empty? Oh, the forest is hut. Yeah, okay. Can never find it as well. There it is. Let's take the 2 people that were on this. I didn't realize there were 2 on there. Right, that's freed up quite a lot of work space. So now we've got 10 months of food. Wow, those berries are very useful. We've got so much meat as well. And we could do... I think we should do advanced skinning to double the amount of meat harvested by hunters. I think that's going to help us massively. And we can do the same from the... I don't know if we need the extra hides, but the doubling the meat would be perfect. That's a huge food source for us. So if we doubled that before, that we'd now have 140 meat instead of 70. So definitely will be worth it. Let's send the money to the nearest town. I don't think we upgraded our soldier, did we either? Right, let's run you guys back in. Come on. Oh, you can't run because you're too tired. walk in and I'll disband you, and I will give our last soldier his proper armor. I feel so bad. Here he is. Like, everyone else has nice armor, and he's stuck with his old stuff. There you go. Linhart. Eats more than anyone else, often leaving nothing for his comrades. Well, that's probably why they didn't give you the armor. You're the last one to get armor. There we go. We'll close that. We've got a fully armored retinue now. They are fully armed to the teeth. And it looks like our tavern's doing a pretty good job. We're well stocked with ale. It's probably because we've got 2 people on the brewery, but that's perfect. Got a good supply of ale in this town. You definitely don't want to be in low stock of ale, I can tell you that, from my short experience of running this town. Running out of ale is not an option. Now, let's get another family back on the saw pit so we can get some more planks. And then I also think, let's get this mining pit back up and running. Let's have one on here, one on the clay furnace, and one on the storehouse so we can keep our money coming in, because these are the money makers in the storehouse right here. We've got a load of roof tiles. Now, these will eventually decrease in value if we overstock them, so we should actually have a look at that. It looks like we're absolutely fine, but if we export loads of roof tiles, they're eventually just going to go down in price, because there's going to be such a huge supply of them in the surrounding towns that they're not really worth as much as is demand and supply in real life. So we need to keep an eye on that, but for now, we're absolutely fine. It looks like we've got plenty of barley as well. I'm actually just going to turn this down to 20. I think 25 maybe have been overzealous. And I'll do 20 honey as well. I don't think we need to buy too much food. It does cost 8, so I think that's gone up as well from what it was. Or I was looking at the wrong side. I think I was looking at the export price, not the import price before. But anyway, it's only 8. We've got definitely enough money for that. And we are making other things that compensate for that anyway. Now, we've got a very healthy militia here. We've got 2 full units of spears and large shields. So we've got 2 spear militia and our retinue. If we have another unit, because we've got an extra couple of recruits, I think we should go for archers next, because ideally that's what our militia would be anyway. I don't really want them on the front lines fighting if we don't have to have them there. So let's have a look at what that would look like. We could potentially even just have 1 spear unit, 1 retinue, and then 2 archers or something. But in order to do that, we need to either buy bows or we need to make them. And I think, seeing as we've got our joiner's shop and our blacksmith right here, let's turn this into a little weapons corner and turn this burgage plot into a Fletcher. Oh, we don't quite have the materials. We need 4 planks and we've got 3. Let's just let that fast forward, and I think we'll have our 4th very soon. Though if we do that, we are going to lose a family from our workforce, and I think it's actually probably more productive that we build some housing and increase our town before we do that. So let's... Oh, I'm wondering where to put everyone, because I want them to have good access to this market. Ideally, we'd have a road that ran through here. And this is the cobbler's shop. I'm wondering whether we destroy the cobbler's shop that bends around the well and have a little route through here to the market, or whether we just let's not do that. Let's just leave everything as it is. Let's put some houses next to the tavern here, and I think these should have some long gardens again, so we can build some more vegetable plots in here. Another 4 houses there. That seems good to me. Let's build them in. And we're going to need a family for construction, so I'm going to take the family off of the small church for now, just to build these in. And it looks like with our approval, we'll very soon get more families in to replace them, and then we can get a family working at the church again. And then we can get another family working at the church again very soon. It's September as well, and I don't know... Well, wheat looks a little bit better. It's in 28%. Yield is 85. Oh, that's not bad. Okay. That could have been worse. I think they're going to harvest it this month. I think they'll be harvesting it. Yeah, they're harvesting it now. That's not so bad. It obviously would have been a lot better. Oh no, the yield has gone up. I'm not quite sure how much we're getting from that. Let's see what it does, because they will move it back to the farmhouse. That's 1 there. I don't know how much we have left. It seems to give a different answer. I don't know what the estimated yield is going to be on this. But it looks like we're getting some wheat from it anyway. So we'll see what they come back with. But we know we're producing some, and we may actually need to start buying it again. I'm going to just put ourselves... This is the last year where we'll import wheat until we have 20. We just bought 25 there. Let's just import it. And in the next year, we should be absolutely fine because this is fallow. Everyone knows what they're doing. They're going to start straight away, and they've got 3 families to do this field. We could even bump that up to 4 if we need to. Also looks like we're building in these houses, so let's watch the rest of them build in. Awesome, cool, we've got 4 new houses, we've got plenty of living space now, people can start moving in, and a new family's already moved in, so that's brilliant. We've got 2 free families, let's whack one back on the church to replace the one we just had, and perhaps even, let's just build in even more housing along here. I'll cut it short though, because I don't want it to go right next to the woodcutter's lodge. Let's have them have gardens like that, and then the last one could probably be a 1.5 house that will turn into 2 families, when the woodcutter has been moved. Let's relocate that at some point. But there's another few plots there that they can build in. And, oh, look, a beautiful day. Let's enjoy the relaxing scenes of watching these houses be built in our beautiful little town of Pawstown. And there we are, all built in. Got loads of housing now. Look at our town, it's really shaping up now, isn't it? Oh, I think it's so cool. And when they start to move in, I think this one has people in it, because you can see, yeah, you can see the smoke coming out the top from the fire. Let's give this a vegetable patch garden. Oh, this one also has a family now. Let's add a vegetable patch to this garden. What about this one? No, I think that's it. You can also hold the tab icon and you can see if there are people in the house or not. Obviously the red 0 means there aren't any people there. So most of the town is populated now. These are the empty houses. As they come in, we'll add the vegetable gardens to them, but for now, that's probably absolutely fine. I think these guys are doing a pretty decent job as well, working on this. They've already started. I'm gonna throw 4 families on the farmhouse. I think it might be excessive, but let's just let them have a go with these fields. It just seems... No, I tell you what, I'm going to take 1 off because we don't need them that badly. We can always just buy the crops. The 3 families should be sufficient to harvest that field, so we'll let them have at it and see what happens in the next year because we've not been super successful with our crops so far. And hopefully now we're able to build our Fletcher. We are. So you can see this is going to take a job away from our unassigned, but this will now produce war bows for us. I'm going to put this on high priority. Let's get this built and get some bows constructed for our town, and then we've got our next form of militia. These raiders are never going to stand a chance. And we finished the Fletcher shop in the garden. And it just looks like a normal... they've got a couple of work sheds in the back. That's pretty normal. Nothing too crazy. Yeah, just some sheds. Nothing too crazy inside. But this is our little weapons manufacturing unit here with a blacksmith in the middle. I think it's so cool. And it's right next to the market as well. So easy to put in the large storehouse, ready for sale. We should probably have another family working here as well. I'm going to throw another family to the large storehouse because logistics are what makes these games run, and we do not have enough people on the logistics in this. We've got 2 families on the trade post, which is probably okay. We've got 3 on the granary, which again is probably okay, and then 3 on the large storehouse. We only need 1 on the storehouse down here because it's not doing too much, but ideally we'd get more families working on those because it basically just means, you know, we'll be producing the goods. We've got 9 months of food here, but it may not be that everyone's getting everything. You know, everyone might not be getting all the things that they need because we haven't got enough logistics. And I don't know, it's just me talking about it that's put everything up very high. But the more people you have in that stuff, the easier it is to just get all of your resources into the hands of your villagers and keep everyone happy. Look how beautiful the autumn colours are in our village. Oh, I love it. Or our town. We are now a small town. So we need to carry on growing because the idea of this whole series is to get to a large town, and we're only going to do that through expansion. So I think the main focus for us now needs to be to try and reach 10 level 3 burgage plots. And for that, I'm really a little concerned about our food to start with. I know we were doing much better with food, but a lot of you are saying that we should use our development points on getting the ox to help with farming. And seeing as our town pretty much revolves around Herman the ox, I'm all for this. I'm 100% in. Let's do it. Our town doesn't actually have any development points right now, so when we get those 10 level 3 burgish plots, we're going to get another one, and then we can start farming properly. So let's have a look at our level 2 houses and see what we're missing out on. Oh, this one's ready actually. We're not missing out on anything. Right, I'm going to upgrade this one. I want to be careful of which houses I upgrade to level 3 because it will increase the capacity of families that can stay there from 1 to 2. And as you can see for the brewery, we've now got 2 families working on the brewery. If you go to people, you can see there's 2 families working here. So we're making a lot of ale. We don't necessarily want to do that with the joiner's shop because we're already making kind of an excess of shields at the minute. We've got 64 large shields. What are you making now? And wooden parts. Okay. How many wooden parts have we got? 20. Oh, that's more doable. But we are selling a decent amount, so that's not too bad. I think if we let these houses upgrade, let's set a couple of more to as well. The cobbler we don't want to upgrade yet, but let's maybe upgrade one of these. I think the one next to the cobbler I might turn into a tailor's workshop. In fact, it'd be nice if these were both the tailor's workshops. And this is the Fletcher. So I may actually focus the level 3 buildings right now over here because I don't want to double up on those industries. I just want one person working in each one. So let's upgrade this house to level 3. And then we need to wait on some more logs apparently. Right, if we fast forward, I think that will probably help us progress a little bit in our town. We've got a new family, that's good. It's always good to have a construction family. It looks like this burgish plot level 3 is up. And we're not doing too badly for food. We've got 8 months of food. It's just we're not meeting the harvest because there isn't really enough people. There weren't enough people working here. I do think 3 is probably enough. 4 was probably too many. But if we get an ox here, it will definitely be fine. We can definitely do that. And we can always reduce families later if we have too many working there. Look at our little town. Look, they're building the houses here. I love watching these. They're so cool to watch them go up and how they like deconstruct them before they reconstruct the new level. It's really satisfying to watch. But right now we need more logs. Okay, so where is our logging camp? We do have 1 family working here. I think the problem with this is that there's just no logs nearby. They probably need to move over. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to move this whole logging camp over to where our mining area is. And I know we've got our berries over here, but if we put this maybe on this side over here, it's not going to have as much damage. Yeah, let's move it over here because it can still then be nearby, and we'll just keep an eye on if it gets too close to our berries because I don't want to lose out on them. Let's move the logging camp over there. I know we built this whole thing over here, but it's not working well enough because there's not enough trees here. We need more of them to be kind of in production. We need more foresters really to make it work properly. So let's put the Sawpit opposite. And this is obviously the home of Herman and Olaf. Look at them both. Just living their best lives. Little Herman. Herman's always working. He's such a good boy. But we are going to move his house because I think he should be over here. So let's put Herman over here next to the Sawpit. And then we can always keep this road structure. As I said, we'll leave the roads in because I just think it makes sense. This is like how they would have done it in the old days. I'm going to leave a forester's hut here. I'm actually going to assign another family to it. It looks like we've got loads of unassigned families. Oh, that's because we just got rid of the jobs. Okay, that makes sense. I'm going to put 2 foresters over here, though. And they can continue to work planting trees around here. And then we're going to have 2 foresters in the forester hut here. In fact, let's reduce this for now and move it so we've got 2 foresters over here, and then we'll just add more if we need to. I'd rather give back a little bit to the land because we have ravaged it quite a lot. So if logs are becoming an issue, it's because we've been too aggressive with it. So this is definitely not a bad thing to rein it in a little bit and yeah, plant a few trees. Okay, we've finished our buildings here. Let's make sure we assign 2 handlers to the small stable. We put someone on the logging camp, and someone on the Sawpit. And in fact, let's have 2 families working on the logging camp. It looks like we've got a good amount of families in here now. We could even spare 1 more. So you know what? Let's do it. Let's put someone else on this forester's hut over here. And now we've got ample families working here. We might as well destroy this mining pit as well, because it's not going to do anything for us. We'll just reconnect these roads in here. Now, this probably also means we could get rid of the bloomery, but I'm going to leave it in case we want to ship in iron ore at any point. Let's have a look in our trading post and see how much iron ore actually is, because it may be that it's not really worth getting the ore in. Right, so ore would cost us 8. The iron slabs would cost us 9. Okay, I'm wondering whether that's really worth, you know, it's 1 coin difference. We'll leave the bloomery as it is because it's not hurting anyone. But we could potentially ship in iron ore in the future and turn it into iron bars. It's only if it's slightly cheaper. Although saying that, we did do this earlier where we shipped in crops. We shipped in wheat for 7 instead of shipping in, where is it, crafting materials, I think. Instead of shipping in flour for 8. So we're making our own flour out of wheat. But that's also because we needed this anyway. Like, we needed the windmill because we're going to grow our own wheat. Whereas, you know, we're not doing our own iron now. So it may make sense to just ship in the bars and then turn them into weapons. That can be resold. It looks like we're making a decent amount of bows as well. Now we've got our Fletcher's shop. We're doing a good amount of bows for our town. So we could always convert some of these into a bow militia. Or we could just have a 3rd one. It looks like we've got the capacity to kind of have a new archer militia. Look at that. Wow. I think I'll leave this until we have some more people. I'm going to remove this unit because I like having 36 of both of these. We've got 2 full stacks and then our soldiers. And we've just had a bandit camp sighted. So let's grab our retinue. Where have they been sighted? Over here. There's just 1 of them, I assume. No more that we've missed. No, okay. Let's go get the bandits. Let's have everyone form up over here. I think it's just a pretty straight line, yeah. Let's form everyone up over here. And that's a pretty even walk. That's not too hilly. It's kind of on a sideways slope, so that's not going to impact either one of us too badly as far as giving a combat advantage. I'm not too worried about that. And also, look, we've got 78% approval. Now, it does look like the King's tax has kind of gone. I don't know whether that's just in this update. There's not really any annual royal tax anymore. But it seems a little odd to me. We also have loads of influence, so we could press our influence and start a new area over here, like have a new town. But I think in this series, we're just going to keep to our little town, level it up to be a large town on its own, and prove to the raiders that we survived their attacks. Looks like we've got a new family too. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build another forester's hut over here near these buildings down here. Ideally, we'd have one on this side. Okay, we can put one in as long as it's angled like this. Let's have that there. Have a little road connecting it up. There we go. And we can have another forester's hut down here when the construction family come build it. And then that can be planting even more trees for the future. There we go. Finish that up nice and quick. Let's throw a family on it. I don't know how they quite get into their house. That is a bit of an incline. Oh, no, it's okay. That makes sense. The roof is just quite close to the floor on this side, but they can still get in. Looks like our hunting camp is doing very well. 36, it's full on storage. So we need more people in the granary, really, to be pulling this food out. But we've got lots of space and very high approval. So I'm hoping that people will move in quite quickly now into the town. And then we can get some more people working on the pantry and more people working on the forester's hut. Because I just want more trees to be around here. And they're just going to keep planting them because the trees take a long time to grow. You can see there's a load of young trees here. But we want them to turn into adult trees, mature trees. And we don't want them to all be lost to this logging camp over here. And we've also got the woodcutter's lodge here as well. So we've got 2 resources here. 2 buildings that are cutting down all of our trees. So we do definitely need something to offset that. And now all this has gone down here, we can kind of extend this this road. So let's have this come to about here. And then we can connect it up like that over there. There we go. That's all connected up nicely. We could even connect this up over here and have another road connection. I think that's probably a good idea. There we go. Got a nice old road that runs through there. And it looks like we have a decent amount of planks as well. So let's start upgrading these buildings too. I'm going to have this one be level 3 and also this plot be level 3. This will take us to 7 out of 10. So we're almost going to be there. We just need to carry on plowing away with the wood production. And I think any new families we get, we're just going to throw into either the Sawpit or the logging camps. Try and get a few more logs for ourselves. A bit more wood for construction materials. I also forgot, we've got our guys over here. They've just been stood so patiently. Right, let's take out these bandits. Where are they? They're over here. If we form up, maybe we should just go for fighting them. I'd rather fight them in the open, to be honest. So let's form up here. We don't want them to run, so we're going to make sure that this is unchecked. And they can walk over there. And I'm sure they'll come to us when we get there. It seems like they've seen us now, and they're going to come and get us. So let's fight them on the battlefield. Look at our guys. They're ready for war. They don't stand a chance. They've got high morale and everything. They've got 116% effectiveness because of our high happiness in our town. I think we could probably just press forward and take them out. I'm very confident with this. We'll set everyone on balance because we don't need anything else. Yeah, we've got them. Look at the armor of our guys compared to them. They're never going to win. They're already dropping 14, 13, 12. I think, yeah, they normally break around 9, don't they? So 11, 10, 9. There we go. 9 on the dot they've broken. Right, let's run these guys to the bandit camp and we can cash in on whatever they've stolen from everyone. We can take for ourselves and give it to the town. We have so much regional wealth. Oh my goodness. We've got over almost 2,000 regional wealth. So we should definitely get something for all of our plots as well if we haven't already. I believe these all have something. This one doesn't. Ah, because we were waiting for them to fill in, weren't we? So I think let's just make all of these vegetable gardens over here. Because it's a nice source of food for our town that kind of needs it. And here they are. Let's take our money back. New message. Send the resources to the nearest town for the spoils of war. Okay, cool. Now everyone, turn around. March home. Let's march them over there. They're very tired. Poor guys. We've got 148 regional wealth as well. And we've got a new family. So I think I'm going to throw them on the logging camp as well. Just to improve the rate that we gather these logs. We've got a decent amount. The planks are going up too. What I might do is I might upgrade some of these to be level 2 plots as well. Because we don't want all of them. We want it to be like level 3 and then just level 1s. So perhaps everything over here. Let's see how well everything's serviced. Pretty well, honestly. These are level 1. These could probably... I'm going to just do it at a distance to the market. Let's have these 3 be level 2. And then we'll do the same going to the left. Any of these level 1? Yes, we want that to be a level 2. And now we've run out of wood. Okay. Another family have moved in, so let's assign them to the Sawpit. And now we're kind of at maximum production of our wood, of our timber and our planks. And if we can't do this, you know, if this isn't going to service our town well enough, we can buy them from the trading post. It's just they're quite expensive. To buy planks, you can't buy timber, but to buy planks is 7, and that's a lot, honestly. I wish you could buy timber, because that would be much better. Because I don't mind turning it into planks ourselves, but we just don't really have the wood to begin with. Because we like to keep our forests. We don't like cutting them down. And it's just because this distance is very far. But I also don't want them to be destroying the whole of the forest. I'd rather have them somewhere where we can replant this area. And if you look, like in a number of years, this is actually just going to be a perfect area for everything. Like it's close to town. And it has loads of capacity, like it's close to loads of wood. So I don't think it's a bad place for everything. I think one of our problems is that we don't actually have enough ox in this town, which is a crazy thing for us to not have enough of. So let's add another hitching post in here. And we're going to get some more ox. I've just unassigned one of the families on the Sawpit so that they can build this hitching post because it's not going to take long. And I think we should just turn it into a stable straight away and then throw more families onto it kind of as soon as we can. There we go, we've got our hitching post. Let's upgrade this as soon as we have 2 planks, but this is kind of the point, is we need another ox. Let's get another ox, let's assign one person here and reassign one of our people on the Sawpit. And then as soon as a livestock trader comes by, we can purchase our ox. We'll have our ox ready. And then I think if we get 2 more ox in here, that's really going to help out this area. Because our town's just getting a little bit too big to be a 2 ox town. I mean, how have we got? We've got 2 oxes and 2 horses. The next thing we need is sheep as well. I'm really excited to get sheep. So, you know how much I love getting animals in this game and any game. It's way more exciting to me than the people, as I think it should be. Look at them as well. Look, we actually got a harvest this year. That's crazy. Oh, I'm happy about that. Okay, we got something out of these fields. That's perfect. This is the current year as well, so hopefully it's growing at 24%. Oh, that's a really good sign, because at the minute we're only in February. So if we're on 24% growth, it means that they planted it on time. So I think 3 families could be sufficient for this field, because we're going to be harvesting it in September, I believe. So yeah, we've got 197 days to harvest, and it's already at 24% growth. I think this is a good sign for us. And maybe we can expand it if we do get ox. We can expand our farming and have a little bit more, but keep the same number of families working on it. That would be ideal. Let's see what this whole area looks like on the ground. Whoa, here we go. Look at that. Look at our town. This looks like a proper medieval town, doesn't it? Oh, this is so cool. I love this little view. The first person mode. Wow, we need all of our buildings to be like that. I love the look of them. They're so cool. Look at that. Like, looking down into our town is very cool. And the church right here as well. Such good graphics in this game. I think I say it every time, but I really do like it. Look at that. Wow. Our weary warriors have also returned home, so I'm going to disband them and let them walk back to the mansion. Now, we are struggling to get any more planks, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to set 1 livestock to be permanently assigned. So Herman, oh my goodness, what an honor. Herman is going to become the official ox of the Sawpit, which is going to mean that they have priority, or they're only used for that building, because this does require an ox. And now we've got 2 families working on it. It makes sense to have them permanently assigned when it's like our biggest need is to have them. We also keep filling up the pantry at the hunter's camp, which is really good. We obviously need, that's not good in the sense that we need to take it out and put it in the granary, but it is good from the perspective that our hunting is going really well, and our deer population is remaining pretty stable, to be honest. We've always got 15 of these guys, so that's all we want. That's the hunting cap. But if anything, it just goes up occasionally, and then comes back down. There's 17 now. So we've got a really good steady supply of meat coming in. And I think this development point of advanced skinning is massive for us. Like, doubling the amount of meat we get from everything is crazy good. And we've got our ox at the hitching post. This is Fritz. Oh, there he is. It looks like our sawpit is up and running now as well, producing a lot of planks, which is really good to see. So one of the first ones I want to do is upgrade the hitching post to a small stable. And then when we've got this, we can get another ox and improve the logistics even more so that hopefully the production will continue. There we go. It looks like we've built ourselves a stable here. So let's request ourselves another ox. I want 2 ox over here, and I want 2 families working on it before I forget. And our trees are finally growing. Look, that's much better, isn't it? Finally, our foresters' huts are doing their job. Let's put... I want another family working on the granary. I don't want them on the forester's hut just yet. Because then if we can take away some of this strain over here with the meat, that would be good. And it means that we'll have more families to supply food to everyone in our town, which is doing a really good job. Fuel, I think that's a one-off, but everyone's got really good supply, which is great. I do think we should keep upgrading these houses as well. How many do we need to get to medium town? We need 3 more houses to be level 2. Okay. I think we should go for some of these. I'm going to have this one upgrade. I know we do want clothes supply here, but we can sort that out later when we have the production. For now, it's just an unused, like, standard house. So let's turn that into a level 3. Let's turn this into a level 3. And let's turn this into a level 3. And then I think we should upgrade these to level 2s as well along this street. And really, these should be level 2s as well. Can leave these 3 for now, but we'll have level 2s from here, then level 3s. And I'd like them to kind of be, at least the ones in the center are level 3s and we work out. But ideally, everything should just be level 3 because it seems just better housing for everyone. You know, if we're meeting everyone's needs, there's no need to have lower standards of housing. We might as well have them all be at the max. And I think with things like vegetable gardens, it helps because there's 2 families working on the same plot, so it doesn't distract them from their jobs too much because it's half of the work required. But you're using the same amount of land, you know? I think it's a more efficient way to do it. Look how beautiful these houses are with the green. It must be the heat of summer. The beautiful green of spring summer in our town. And let's watch these houses build up, shall we? We always like to see a bit of construction going on. Let's watch the center of our town come to life. It took a while, but I think that was very satisfying to watch it build in. And this is the final building here that's almost complete. There we go. Settlement level increased. Pawstown. Look at these. I just think that's so cool. Look at that building. It's amazing. Oh, the town looks so much more interesting when it's level 3. I have to say. We're going to have these weird level 2 buildings that are just like lower than everything else. But yes, we've finally reached a medium town. So all we need to reach large town is to have 15 plots be level 3. So we don't even need the whole town to be. So in fact, we only need 5 more houses to be level 3. Ideally, you know, obviously we know that as the town would continue to develop, we would get everything to be level 3. We wouldn't just have everything be left as it is. But this is definitely a good start. I think we should get everything at least to level 2. And then we can have our 15 level 3 houses. And I think it'll look really nice. Which should probably, actually thinking about it, should probably be these 3. This one, and then maybe this house here, the level 2. Because this is the level 3s here. That would probably be our chosen level 3 houses. Let's build this one in before I forget. And then, yeah, we just know it's the 3 weapon shops here and the cobbler's shop. That's the ones we will have be level 3. But before we do that, we need to build in our pastures because I really want us to have some sheep and start making clothes. And an area for pasture, I think this here is a load of space we're not using and it's perfect for our pastures. If we build a road that comes like out here and then curves round in or something like that, or just comes straight across like this, that's probably good. Then we can have space for a few pastures in here. I think would be quite nice. Have one like that. That's 45 sheep can go in there, which has just improved the efficiency of our windmill. That's perfect. And then we could even have the farmhouse here for the sheep farm. Sorry, not the farmhouse. Let's build the sheep farm on the back of the marketplace. And this can also have a pasture around the back of it. Okay, I think that's probably as close as we're going to get, which is 49 sheep in that one. That looks good to me. We've got a couple of pastures here and a sheep farm. And it's just on the back of the market, so I think it's quite cute. This looks good to me. Let's have everyone build this in. We need a family for construction. We've got one of them. That's perfect. We'll have this family build in the sheep farm, and then we can look at getting some sheep, because we have a lot of money for sheep. There we go. The sheep farm is complete. Now, we do need someone to work here, but we don't have any sheep here at all. So we're going to need another building, which if we go to trade, we can see we've got the livestock trading post. Now, I think, again, let's have this next to our trade post. Will it fit anywhere nicely? No. Let's have it be here. right next door to our horses. And this will let us buy sheep, which is obviously what we're looking for here. There we go. That went up quickly, didn't it? Right, let's have someone work at the livestock trading post. We've got a family working here. And then let's buy... What do we want? I think we'll just get sheep. We can get lambs as well. So maybe we should have a few of each. Let's import both of them. We're going to get 20 lambs at 15. What's that? It's 150. That's 300. And then we'll maybe get... And let's get 40 sheep. And then we'll have 60 sheep in total. 40 of them being adults and 20 of them being babies. Oh, we just had some bandits come in and they've stolen some stuff from us. All right, let's rally and take these guys out. Where are you, you cowards? Oh, they're all the way over there. That's so far away. They are cowards. They're hiding from us. Let's rally at the furthest point over here. And then we'll walk our troops out to go take them on. And it'd probably be a good idea to put a sheep farm in here. We need a sheep farmer. I think let's give them a couple of sheep farmers because we do have a lot of sheep that we're going to get in these pastures. So we'll just split them between the pastures when we get them. And over here, we have unlocked our development point. So seeing as it is an ox town, let's get the heavy plow. And this is going to let us do better farming by having the ox pull the plow for us. So let's add a plowing station over here. And then we can assign one of our ox to this point. And I think I may even take Herman off of the Sawpit and have him work on the fields as our main farm boy. Because I think that's something he deserves. He would love the farm. And we've got loads of berries here that we're not harvesting. So we definitely need that too. I need to get a family on that ASAP. So let's take one of them off logging and put one of them on the forager's hut. While we've got berries there, definitely want that. And look at our wild animals. Wow, we've got a full hunter's cabin here, and they're still even further along. We need it for construction work of the farmhouse. Oh yeah, we need an unassigned family. Okay, well that's absolutely fine. I'm going to temporarily take one of our foresters off of the building to have them free for construction work, and they can build the farmhouse ox upgrade for us. Unfortunately, it's not like a visual upgrade, I don't think. It's just an upgrade to the building. You can see, but I don't think there's anything special. I think it just gives you the ability for the ox to work here. Oh, no, there is. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, wow. Why did I doubt the game? Everything has a little visual upgrade. So we've got the ox bit here with the plows. Oh, I love that. Okay, cool. Now, if we go, we can have 2 ox assigned here. What we should probably do is move this stable from over here. I'm going to move this up here next to the farm. And then I'm going to build another one down here. And we've already got 2 ox here. What's our other ox? Lawrence. Right, okay. So we're going to take Herman off of permanent assignment at the Sawpit. And then when they've moved over there, well, we could assign them now, actually. Let's assign him over at the farmhouse. So if we assign a livestock, let's hope it's Herman. It is! I think we should have a couple of livestock assigned over here. Herman and Olaf are both going to work at the farmhouse. What a life for them. But if we're going to do that, we need to expand our fields as well, I think. Let's have a look. This is the best land, really. But we can use the yellow land. It's not ideal, but it will be fine. I think if we just give ourselves like another like 1.5 Morgan a field, that would probably be good. So let's do another 1.5 over here. And then a final 1.5 over here. And then we've got 3.5 Morgan of field to do at the same time. I know it's a big increase, but we've just got 2 ox, which is huge. So this is the one doing wheat at the minute. Let's rotate them so the crops are never next to each other. Like the fields are never next to each other. Because if you had diseases, you wouldn't want them to be close to each other. So let's have this. Oh, we need this on crop rotation. Second year is going to be wheat, and the rest of them are fallow. And then we'll leave that to fallow every other year. And the last one is going to be fallow, fallow, and then we're going to plant wheat. Cool. Now they've got their priorities. I mean, they're not going to be able to do it this year very easily, but we've set them up at least, and we have a bit of a farm here that we could always expand if we wanted to in the town at a future date. but it's got 3 families working here and 2 ox. So Herman and Olaf are going to live a very happy life over there, I am sure. And it looks like we're building in this hitching post as well. Now we've got this built. Let's upgrade it, but let's also order another ox. And then hopefully we can get a couple more ox in here. I don't know whether we need handlers really, because if they're permanently assigned to a job, they don't really need a permanent handler, do they? They're just going to get used by the people in that building. So let me know in the comments if I'm wrong about that, but I'm assuming if a livestock is permanently assigned to a workplace, they don't need anyone assigned to their stable to just like guide them around, because they're only being used by people at that workplace and then they go back, so that there shouldn't be a need for it, surely. I'm going to assign another livestock here though, and this is going to be Fritz from next door. So we've always got someone working on the saw pit, and we can have a couple more just down here that will be our general use ones, as well as being used for the logging camp. Have we got any sheep yet? That's the real question. No, I don't think so. How is our livestock trading post doing? We put in that we want... Oh, we've got 2. We have 2 sheep, apparently. Where are they? Are they in our fields? I'm not sure. I wonder whether they've been delivered yet or not. But it says that we have 2. Our current surplus is 2 sheep. Yeah, it says we've got 2 sheep there. So I'm not sure where those sheep are. Am I just missing them in our field? Like, is it obvious where they are? Probably. I do have a tendency to overlook these things, but I can't see them. Oh, that's some nice double fencing there too. I can't see them anywhere. Perhaps when they're in a bigger group, they'll stand out more. Or we've got them, but they're being delivered by the trader right now. That's probably more likely. Like, they're probably walking into the town with them, so they'll be there, I'm sure, in the near future. I kind of want to see one of our ox pull the plough, but we need to wait till September time for that, and it's June right now. I'm going to put someone back on the forester over here and over here. So we've got 3 foresters doing lots of tree planting around this area. And then we should have a look at our timber. Look, we've got lots of timber, so let's upgrade our level 1 plots to be level 2. That's really going to help our town out. And we could probably do with someone else on the logging camp again. So we've got 3 families working there. I keep forgetting as well, we've also got our guys stood on the edge of the map here. So we're going to walk them over to the bandits over here. And that, I'm sure, will draw them out for a fight. So let's let them walk over there in their own time. It's quite a walk, but, you know, that's what happens. If you want to defend the town, you've got to go fight off bandits in the farthest corners. It's an interesting route to take through the town as well. They're going through their garden. I hope that's... Oh, look at the crops! You're trampling your neighbour's crop. Unless you live here, which I highly doubt. Oh, they do. They do. They're upgrading their own house. Okay. Fair play. I'll let you go for that one. That's not like destruction of your neighbor's property. That is just being reckless with your own. That's much more acceptable. Apparently this pasture has 2 sheep in it, if you click on it. So they must be assigned to this one first. Are you carrying them? No, that's carrying meat. That's not a sheep. That would be very morbid. I'm hoping for more to come soon. It says there's an average supply of them, so they will come through eventually, and we'll just buy them up as we go. But the thing is, we've got loads of money, so I'm not worried about the money. I'm more worried about the supply now. What is Herman doing? He's waiting. We don't leave Herman waiting, thank you. Herman is a special boy. He waits for no one. He is our ox. Look at him. Such a good boy. Oh, I love him. So he is actually working on the field right now. Oh, you can see, here we go. Olaf's doing a great job over here of ploughing. So it's going much faster than them doing it by hand. So yeah, this is definitely going to be better for us, I'm sure. Okay, well, I wish them luck with this harvest. I think this is ambitious, but go for it with the ploughing. As long as we don't lose Herman, I don't mind. And we won't, because we're going to set this priority to very high, or the highest priority on constructing the small stable. I want to see this go up in a matter of seconds. Okay, I don't want to be one of those off with their heads rulers, but that took a long time to build the stable, and it is raining, and that was not ready for Mr. Herman. Look at him, he's walking back now. Yeah, you go have a rest, Herman. You are better than everyone in this town. Don't you forget it. Get out of this storm. He doesn't even need a guide. He walks on his own. So this is, I think, because we didn't have anywhere to house him. We were actually at risk of losing Herman there, which is really scary. when you think about it, because he wouldn't have anywhere to stay. He may wander off and leave. But thankfully, he's got his stable. He's all fine. He's going to move in there and be as jolly as he always is. Let's set our small stable to be very high priority as well over here. And then we can get a couple more oxen a bit faster. Because they're taking their time with building. And it is miserable right now. I suppose they've got quite a lot of construction over here. But it's miserable. I'm not going to make excuses for them. Get these ox out of the rain. Come on. Oh, I can see our sheep. Wow, look at them watching them. Well, that's a bit overkill. You're actually outnumbering the sheep right now. But still, it's the thought that counts. You've got 3 sheep. 3? Oh no, here we go again. The sheep are always going to be elusive. I think they definitely count them before they've actually been put into the pasture. But you can see we are going to start getting wool from these guys, which means we can get a weaver, which is going to take up 2 of our job slots. So I don't want to do it just now, but a weaver would be great. In fact, we don't need to put it here. We could just put them in this house here, and then it won't take up anything. Let's do that. We'll lose 1 job slot to the tailor's workshop, and then we can start making stuff out of the wool we produce from our sheep. So the tailor's shop is in there. We've now got 0 free workers. That's what we thought we'd have. I am going to take a couple of workers off of the forestry, just because I don't think we need quite that many working. We've got 3 over here, and we've got 1 over here. That should be enough, really, to plant the new trees anyway. The problem isn't that we're not planting them, it's that they're not grown yet. So they will eventually be grown, but it does take a few years to grow the trees, obviously. Because they're trees, they're not like flowers. And it looks like the food is doing much better as well. We've got 10 months of food and 16 months of fuel. So I'm happy with the Woodcutter's Lodge. I think they're doing a good job with the fuel. And 10 months is definitely better. I'd like to get that up to a year if we can, but I will settle for 10 if we can't. Let's upgrade the rest of these level 1 houses. I don't want to see level 1 houses. I want level 2 everywhere. These are level 1 down here. Let's upgrade you to level 2. The same over here. All level 2, please. Oh, we're running out of timber. Okay, we need to wait for them to get some more timber. Okay, our tailor's shop is up and running as well. So they're going to be turning what? Linen. No, we want yarn and dyes. Okay, we're going to turn yarn and dyes into cloaks. I think we should buy the linen and stuff because we really can't grow it. Like, you need to grow flax, which we really don't have as an option. So if we look in our fields, one of the options here is flax, but we've got such a low yield, we're never going to make clothes ourselves. We just need to buy it in. So at that point, we may as well just buy... we could buy the materials, actually. It might be cheaper. Let's have a look at the difference. To buy clothes, it's not actually told us, but I do wonder whether it might be easier just to buy in clothes. Let's just establish this trade route. We've got so much money. Yeah, it's only 11. Let's start to import clothes until we have, let's just say 50. No, the surplus we want is probably 20. Yeah, we'll buy 20 because the thing is, we'll buy 20. They'll be used immediately. Then we'll buy 20 more. But if we have 20 surplus clothes, that would be ideal because it's not too expensive. And we're selling lots of stuff. Like, look how many shoes we're selling. We could also start exporting ale because we are having tons of it. In fact, I'm going to reduce how much barley we have that we import to 10 because we don't need this much ale. And we probably could reduce the wheat to 10 as well. Because as long as we've got a surplus of 10, we're happy. And that way we can focus on making cloaks. Now the question is, do we have a dyer's workshop? I don't believe that we have got one of those. And this is something that'd be really good near our berry production over here. So let's have a look. It's in industry, the dyer's workshop. You can turn berries into dyes. Let's put this over here. We're going to have to uproot 2 trees, but I can live with that. That's not too bad. And it's going to be right by here. So all the berries are going to be stored in here, and they're going to be, you know, gathered from the forager hut in there. So it's a good location for this building. And this building is going to turn berries into dyes for us that we can then use to dye our cloaks to make cloaks. Okay, the dyer's workshop is up and running. Let's put a dyer in. Look at this building. Got 3 campfires. That seems a little bit excessive. They must burn the berries, like melt the berries into the dye. That's very cool. Nice little building there. And in the forest, I just think it looks really nice. Like with the backdrop of the trees, I think it just fits in really nicely, doesn't it? Very cute. So now we have everything we need to make our cloaks. Our tailor should be able to make them. We've got yarn from our sheep and dyes from the dyer's building. We should be able to make our cloaks. And how are our sheep doing? Look, we've got 6 of them now. That's pretty good. 6 sheep. I don't think the lambs produce wool, but there's fewer of them, you know? Currently, we have 6 normal sheep. We're going to just keep letting that run. We can always increase the limit. We could get the development point where we allow sheep breeding, but we chose instead, obviously, to get the ox ploughing one instead, which I don't regret at all. Look, there's a goat that's gone through. Keep an eye on them. Wait, who's managing these goats? You need to keep an eye on your goats. They're running rampant through the village. And it looks like we're doing a much better job with the farming over here. So they're also helping collect the wheat. So you can see Herman is currently... This is Herman. Every time we go over, it's obviously our little Hermy boy. But Herman is transporting wheat back for the villagers so they don't have to do it, basically. He's much better at it. So we can do a lot more trips. And we've got Olaf here as well somewhere. Where are you, Olaf? You're here. Sitting on the bench. They need to pick you up and drag you out as well to do it. Because you can definitely have 2 of them working. It'll be much faster. But they're probably gathering it, and then one of them will come and get the stuff that they've gathered and take it back to base. I think they're going to be fine, though. They do seem to have enough to be able to do these fields. The yield is 200. Oh, my goodness, yes. Finally, we've had a good yield. That's a crazy yield from this. So that's great. We've got loads of wheat there. We don't need to be importing it anymore, I don't think. I'm actually going to stop trade on wheat because we don't need to. Look how much we have. 48. If only we could grow barley just as well. We could always look at growing our own barley, though, because it's not like it's an amazing... Oh, it is a lot better. I was going to say, it's not like it's an amazing yield, but it's the difference between 60% and 30. So we only get 30% yield, basically, on barley, which is really bad. Also, this road looks so strange here. I think we would probably remove that in real life. We'll build the road back in like this. The whole point was that we'd leave the road in where it was, but, I mean, it looked a bit strange leaving it exactly as it was. So, I think that's a good fix for the aesthetics of the town. And look at our sheep. Oh, love it. And we've got our sheep farmers here, just watching over them, checking for wolves and such. It looks like our guys haven't drawn out the bandits either, so let's move them forward a little. I reckon just moving them even to there is actually going to draw these guys out into a fight, which is a bit ironic. A few feet further. Let's keep walking up towards them. They'll get drawn out eventually. Or are they not here? Oh, I think they beat them off screen. We just didn't see. Okay, well, let's go claim the reward then. We didn't lose any guys. That's all good. Yeah, I kind of forgot about these guys. They're such reliable units now. I just assume they're going to win. But that's fine. Go get our reward. We'll give it to the town. Yeah, give it to the town. And then head home, boys. You've earned it. Have an ale on the lord of the town. Looks like our timber's a little bit better as well. So let's build up a few more houses over here. And get these 4 upgraded to level 2s. Oh, we have 5 timber. We have met the requirements. Ah, we haven't actually got access to everything here. Oh, okay. It's just taking a little bit of time. We probably need someone else working on the storehouse or something. That'd probably help out. But we'll leave it for now. We can always move them across if we do need to. It honestly looks like we've got so many roof tiles at the minute. I might take this family off of the storehouse, this one off of the mining pit, and then this one off of the clay furnace, because it frees up a lot more people for our town. So then we can throw another family on the storehouse and have a few for construction that we can then distribute as we want. Pretty rather have another forester as well down here. Again, plant some more trees. And it looks like our berries are done for the season, so we're going to take them off there. I think that also means the dyer is done for the season, because it doesn't look like we've stored any berries. We've just been eating them as soon as we've got them. So I'll take them off as well. They've made 3 dye extra, though, surplus. So our weaver... why do I keep calling me a weaver? Our tailor. Our tailor should be able to make cloaks. Perfect. We're already making some. That's really good. Looks like we need... I'm going to put another family on here because I want them to do another market store that's going to hopefully improve the supply of everything. Food looks like it's generally okay, but let's put another family on... Where is it? The granary. Because again, If we can get more market stalls, it will better feed our people, which is what we want, really, at the end of the day, isn't it? Let's do a couple more as we work along. Seems like it's just our end buildings that are lacking food variety and fuel, but hopefully that will pick up. I mean, we have it. That's the annoying thing, is we've got plenty. We've even got 12 months of food, which has pretty much been my goal for so long now to try and get it. But look at all these buildings upgrading. Looks like we're definitely improving the quality of the town. I don't know why we're now not meeting their requirements, because they were all being met earlier, and we do actually have more supply than we did before. So I wonder whether it's to do with the amount of people in the stalls. I'm going to try and throw another family on that and see if that improves our fuel supply. Like, it really should. Same with the granary. Let's just fill up the amount of people working there. Okay, that one is now ready. It looks like they are getting better stocked now. So perhaps that was just the issue. And this one as well. And the last two buildings. Just waiting for them to get a bit more food and firewood. And we've had another bandit camp. Okay, let's send out our guys again. We didn't even disband them. Oh no, I'm so mean to them. I feel so bad. Alright, let's have them march out here. Walk over here. And that should be close enough to draw them out. In fact, walk to here. And we'll definitely take them out from there. I'm going to take off one of the foresters from here. And I'll probably leave the others on just so we've got another family working on construction. Because I think that'll help speed things along. And now all of these other houses have built in. So it's only the two on the end that are kind of resolute. So I think I will leave them knowing that we would continue to expand our village anyway. But for now, I'm going to aim for the end goal. We need 4 more level 3 plots. So I'm going to upgrade our cobbler's shop here, our joiner's shop, our blacksmith, and our Fletchers when we have a little bit more timber and planks. Oh, our royal tax has gone up. Okay. So we've got 180 royal tax now. I wonder if that's just because we've hit a certain number of level 3 buildings, maybe. I'm not sure. But it looks like we almost have enough planks to make this house as well. And these level 3 ones are coming in very nicely. There we go. Level 3. Now we can watch our little town finish building in with the last 4 level 3 buildings we need to finish this series and reach a large town. And there we go. We've reached the settlement level of large town. Look at it. Look at our town. Oh, it's been such a fun town to build. And we survived all of the raids and the bandits and everything. So I'm proud of us. And it feels sad that our town is basically finished now. But this is it. Our medieval town is done. We've reached the goal of a large settlement. Pawstown, or should I say Hermanstown, is finally finished. And thank you so much for following on this series. If you want to see more Manor Lords, please let me know in the comments. I'm definitely up for doing another series of something in the future. And I guess there's nothing else to say except thank you guys for watching. If you've enjoyed it, please give it a like. It really helps the channel out. And I'll see you in the next one.